4, 3, 2, 1. On camera, please.
Good evening. Welcome to Broadcast Scotland's special election night edition. We are broadcasting through the night as the results come in. The polls have just closed. It's just after 10 o'clock. We'll be reporting very soon on the first exit poll and what seems to be developing throughout the night. But I'm joined in it for this first part of the discussion by Jodie on my right, Jodie Waite, who is, and I'll get this right here, Vice President Education-elect at NUS Scotland and currently a full-time officer at Glasgow Caledonian University. Jackie Kemp, who is a blogger and business writer, and Catherine Caskey, who's a political commentator. Welcome all. I wonder if we could start, while we're waiting for the exit poll results, I wonder if I could start by asking each of you individually, starting with you, Jodie, not what you expect to see tonight, but what you'd like to see tonight. What result would make you very happy?
Jeremy Corbyn for Prime Minister, definitely. Whilst getting the 3 Scottish Green candidates elected in Westminster, that'd be really nice, and keeping as many SNP MPs as we can. But I think I would definitely like to see Jeremy Corbyn.
That's your number one on the wish list?
That is my wish list. It's very, well, I don't know, but I feel like it's a bit unrealistic that all my wishes will be granted. But
if you could only have one, that's Jeremy Corbyn in number 10.
Yes, Jeremy Corbyn in number 10.
Kathy?
My wishes.
Your wishes.
Wishes for horses.
Yes.
I would like to see 59 SNP MPs returned, and I would like to see the SNP being part of the government of the United Kingdom as part of leading on Brexit negotiations, trying to deliver a different kind of Brexit, or perhaps even get away from Brexit altogether. That would be my wishes.
Yes.
But if wishes were horses.
Indeed, we shall be to wait and see how that develops. Jackie, what would you like to see?
I would really like to see a hung parliament, because I think those are the circumstances in which the SNP, with its European-friendly policies, could have the most impact. Even if it's a reduced number of MPs, if there's a hung parliament, then smaller parties will be much more important. They'll be really important in getting, they'll just have to be negotiated with. And it might even make Brexit harder to pursue, because the SNP are very pro-Europe, so are the Lib Dems, so are the Greens. Only the Ulster Unionists, I think, the Tories would be able to rely on their support. And the Labour Party will likely vote against deals which are considered to be bad. I don't quite know where the Labour Party stand really on some of it, but a hung parliament I think would be great. It'd be really interesting as a sort of viewer and onlooker. I think quite often when there's a big majority, Parliament seems to lose a bit of folk excitement. You know, it just has to being in opposition when there's a big majority. You know, the SNP haven't really been able to achieve that much, I don't think. Recently.
Well, let's examine some of those answers in a bit more detail. Let's start with Jeremy Corbyn.
Yes.
So, what is it, Jodie, about Jeremy Corbyn that has won your heart?
He's not Theresa May.
Right.
I mean, that's probably the first thing. I think Jeremy Corbyn is definitely very good at engaging with a younger audience.
Mm-hmm.
I think he can speak our language. He's quite. I guess he can be quite kind of persuasive, I think, to a younger audience. And I also think as well that you know, in my head, it's kind of between two people. It's between Theresa May being Prime Minister. It's between Jeremy Corbyn being Prime Minister. And I think, you know, Theresa May's done what? You know, I don't think she's done a lot, and I feel that having Jeremy Corbyn in would definitely start to get more young people engaged in politics, which is really, really important.
What is it about Corbyn that has done that? Because he's not, to put too fine a point on it, he's not a young man.
Yeah, he's not a young man, but I think he's got a younger outlook. And I think even just the kind of media attention, more social media attention, because I mean, you open newspapers and he doesn't exactly look very trustworthy a lot of the time. You know, he's not portrayed very well in the media, but on social media, just the type of things that he kind of tweets, the type of things that he says, I just think that people he's more likeable, he's more relatable than Theresa May, and I feel like it's been a while since we've had a Prime Minister who has been like that, and I feel that the past few Prime Ministers have just kind of been quite unrelatable, quite in their
He seems to
role.
really talk about the issues, doesn't he? I mean,
Yeah.
people have said to me that's kind of what politics used to be like. that he actually, when you ask him a question, he seems to try and answer it.
Yeah.
He really seems to be engaging with people, and it's very refreshing.
In Scotland, I suppose, people have been deserting the Labour Party and they've been going from the Labour Party to the SNP.
Yeah.
Kathleen, do you think Corbyn's got any chance of winning some of those people back?
Not those people. I think the Labour Party is made up of a lot of, like all political parties, a number of different constituencies. The kind of soft left and the old nationalist left, home rule tradition moved to the SNP. The hardcore unionists among the working class have moved from Labour to the Tories. So the Labour vote's gone two ways. But whether Corbyn can bring back a different vote, he certainly perhaps has brought back that hard left vote that Labour had pushed away during the Blair years. Has he brought back the youth vote? Will that bode well for the future? That remains to be seen. I do remember Clegg Mania in 2010 and how enthused young people were about Nick Clegg as a leader then. There's something about the Corbyn Mania that kind of just reminds me of that kind of Clegg Mania. I don't think that's a big enough constituency to return the Labour Party in Scotland to their previous position. They've lost these two constituencies to the SNP and the Tories. I don't think there's enough new constituencies that can coalesce around Labour in Scotland.
In England, though, I mean, some of the rallies for Corbyn seem to me to be redolent a bit of some of the SNP rallies in the referendum, or indeed the aftermath of the referendum.
Definitely, but I don't know how many people were at Corbyn's rallies. I do know Nicola Sturgeon sold out the Hydro in 13,000.
I don't think he's capable of that.
I don't know. I mean, certainly there was an element of that, and I don't know if Nicola would do it again today, if she had a similar event today, whether it would be quite... I mean, we've learnt this from politics, that individual leaders come and people sort of fall in love with them, they have a great come up. But it's always a trajectory, it's always up and down, unless you're Theresa May, who, never had that because nobody ever really liked her to start with. But, with political leaders, there is a stage where they go up and, they're selling out halls, they're very much getting people enthused, getting people engaged. It's in the nature of politics.
I think really for a lot of people, they just want a better world, especially young people. They want, they want politics to help to deliver a better world or a better future. And so whether it's nationalist or internationalist or UK, maybe for a lot of people that's less important. It's like, who do you actually think is going to, create a better future, more equality, more fairness? And I think those things are really important to people, and Jeremy Corbyn's been quite passionate about that.
I think the manifesto as well, the Labour Party manifesto, was a surprise to many people because it was relatively radical. It was costed, and it seemed to be they had taken it seriously. I don't think Theresa May took the manifesto issue seriously, and she hasn't really revealed anything about Brexit. So I suppose Corbyn was ahead of her in that sense. But I wonder, we talked, and Jodie mentioned about the treatment of Corbyn by the media, and Jackie.
Well, the costing thing. So because the manifesto was costed, they got all these maths questions, didn't they? Like, what's that as a percentage of GDP? It's like ridiculous. Who cares? It's not what it's about. But at least he showed up. In that Women's Hour interview when Jeremy Corbyn was trying to get his iPod and get his glasses, iPad, not iPod, his glasses and read the number. They were. He didn't know the number, but at least he was there. So I guess maybe some people forgave him for that. I mean, other people felt, that showed he shouldn't be Prime Minister. I don't know. People have got a right to make their own mind up, I suppose.
But Jodie said, I'm going to ask you, Jodie, about social media, because I suppose, there was a big gap between the portrayal of Corbyn, how he was portrayed on social media, and how he was portrayed in the so-called mainstream media. Yeah. I guess in the independence referendum in Scotland, there was a lot of unhappiness about the mainstream media's portrayal or treatment of SNP politicians, and I suppose this is a kind of wake-up call to Labour supporters as well. They're just becoming aware of that. Yeah. Sort of your generation, I'm guessing, I might be wrong, I'm guessing you don't get much of your news from newspapers, or am I wrong there?
No, you're not wrong. And I think that it's very clear in the generational gap of what people vote. I mean, it was predicted that far more over 65s were going to be voting Conservative than 18 to 24-year-olds. But overall, and you're talking about young people wanting political change, it can frustrate me quite a lot, because young people do want political change, but the percentage of young people who are actually going out and voting is minuscule. And you know, it's accessible in some ways. You know, we've got the opportunity to proxy vote, to postal vote. You know, we can obviously go to polling stations, but I mean, there are, I think, some invisible barriers that still remain.
What sort of things?
Well, I mean, do you know, I was thinking about this quite a lot during this election period, and I actually don't know whether it's to do with the fact that we're starting to lose the people who remembered what it was like to not be able to vote. I mean, for example, my grandmother was born into a society where women couldn't vote until she was 8 years old. But we're losing these people. I think I've seen a statistic that about 9 million women didn't vote in the last election. And you're talking about 104 years ago today that a woman threw herself in front of a horse to try and get a vote for women. And I feel that maybe the appreciation that we are able to vote is maybe being lost a little bit. But I think there are also still invisible barriers. For example, often politicians don't speak the language that young people speak. You know, often you hear a lot of terminology and things that are said that you really wouldn't understand if you weren't politically engaged in the first place. So trying to engage new people in politics, I think, is there are some barriers there. And also, I mean, there are still some practical barriers. I mean, I've seen a lot of posts today from the trans community who have had a huge issue voting. You know, a lot of trans people have had a lot of issues voting because of a change in identity, name, and things like that. So there are still practical barriers, but I do think there are often a lot of invisible barriers as well.
Do you think sometimes PR seems a bit complicated? I quite liked it today that I just went in, bit of paper, 4 names, do a cross.
Yep.
Because sometimes I'm a bit like, well, I've voted for everyone now. What's the point of that?
Yeah, well, do you know what's funny as well? Because I did sampling for the council elections, and so I was watching all the votes come in, and the amount of people who'd put crosses rather than you know, put 1, 2, 3, 4, did preferential voting, the amount of votes that had been wasted because of it. Because people don't fully understand often how to vote, because it's different in every election. It's really confusing.
So it is a bit confusing.
Yeah.
I find it. There was one time when there were 2 papers that were different in the same election. But I did some work about lowering the voting age. I did an article about that, and there was some evidence that when the 16 and 17-year-olds vote, because they're still at school and they can discuss it with the teachers in the classroom, they can end up feeling a bit more comfortable with voting and be a bit more engaged. So I think it's a great idea, because we live in an ageing society, and the old have such a huge voice in our society. You know, I think if we lower the voting age, we'll balance that out a little.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree. And just like one last point on that, I think another thing, allowing being able to vote when you're 16 and 17. Obviously, not everyone stays in school at that time, but there are people 16 and 17 who are in school. You stop maybe relying so much on your parents. If you don't come from a political background, but you're going to school and you're talking about politics, you're more likely to get engaged. If you leave school and you don't have a family who are engaged in politics, then you don't really have any type of influence there to get engaged in politics. You know, obviously some people get engaged in politics without being influenced by their parents, but I do think socioeconomic backgrounds and the backgrounds that young people come from can really influence whether they get out and vote or not.
Okay, we've got some exit poll figures here, which I will run through. The Conservatives are set to be the biggest party without a majority, according to the BBC, Sky and ITV poll. Tories will gain, according to the exit poll, 314 seats, and Labour 266, so that every seat is going to count. The exit poll predicts that no party has a magic 326 seats to win. Labour will gain 266 seats, as I said. It's a hang on.
How many have they got at the moment?
Well, I'm just trying to work that out. The SNP, according to this, is at 34, which I don't think would be regarded as a good result. Still biggest party in Scotland, still more MPs than any other party, but I don't think that would be regarded as a good result. It's still exit poll though. There is some good news here in that UKIP will lose the seat, and so we need to wait and see what happens when some of the first results come in. Catherine, you were keen that there were as many SNP MPs as possible, and you raised the prospect of them playing some role in the UK government. And I think maybe even I haven't done all the maths, but I think that might still be possible with these figures.
I suppose the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away.
Absolutely.
For the SNP to lose 22 seats would be a sore one.
Yes.
It would be a very sore one. And I'm sitting in my head trying to work out where those seats could possibly be.
Yeah.
Even earlier today, the Ruth Davidson was dialing back that the Tories were only going to take 7 seats off the SNP, whereas she'd been previously hosting 15. Seemed to be a sound ground campaign by the SNP. The opinion polls all the way along have showed the SNP between 45 as high as 52, 53 seats. So for them to have gone down like that is quite astonishing. So I would like to start to see the first of the few results coming through. These opinion polls, I believe, have been correct in the past. They were the ones to predict the tsunami in 2015.
In 2015, they predicted that the SNP would win 58 seats, which they were just short of. That doesn't mean to say they're right this time, because this is a completely different landscape and a very unpredictable one.
I would be very surprised, and I don't want to make a fool of myself by saying it's impossible.
No, you can't say
but
that.
I'm sitting trying to run through in my head what those seats would be, and I just can't see where there is 22 seats that were at risk.
I don't think it's impossible because, I mean, it might be out by a bit, because it was kind of a historical accident that just for some reason in 2015 everybody decided that SNP was the kind of way to go. But this time it didn't kind of feel like that to me. It felt like, and not all of those MPs, a lot of those MPs that were elected have been great, but not all of them have been able in those 2 years to really kind of really hook into their constituencies and to be the person that everybody turns to,
Although, I mean, my personal view on that, I guess, is that given the speed with which the candidates were selected in 2015, they were remarkably successful in selecting a very high number of excellent candidates who have turned into very good MPs. I'm not sure that you could interpret. We don't know. First of all, we don't know. We have absolutely no idea what the real result will be. I'm not sure you could interpret some of these results if an individual MP has lost his or her seat. It might not be anything to do with their performance. It might just be to do with the national mood or whatever.
And it's like it might be difficult to get an opportunity to sort of make a name for yourself in the 2 years. It's not long, but there are also some very good candidates standing, like Gordon Munro in Edinburgh Leith, who's been a councillor there for a long number of years, and he's a very strong candidate. And I would have thought, just because of his long service, that he'll have a lot of goodwill, in the
candidates. Candidates account for no more, I would say, than 5%. Really, maybe 5-10%. It's very low. An individual candidate, I mean, one with a big national profile, perhaps would put it up. Most people don't really know who the candidates. Most people vote for a party. The difference a candidate can make isn't that big, unless they're particularly good or particularly bad.
I mean, I agree with you in the other elections, but not necessarily in the Westminster, because of it being the first past the post one, where it's much more of an opportunity to vote for a person, isn't it? Like, I'd say Angus Robertson, he was in a quite marginal constituency, but the fact that he's got such a national profile and he's been on the telly and everybody knows who he is, and
he's also not a new MP since 2017. He's time to bed in.
He's really done a good job, hasn't he, on the programme?
He's recognised as being a very strong performer.
Very strong performer, yes. So I think that will help him in his constituency, I imagine.
Well, if the SNP have lost that number of seats, I think we'd have to assume Angus was going to be among them.
Yeah.
But again, we don't know that they will lose that number of seats, and we don't know how the individual MPs will fare. So, or individual candidates, rather, because they're not MPs anymore, will fare. Jodie.
Yes.
The exit poll, and again, same caveat, we don't know, but the exit polls suggest that those people of your age that have supported Corbyn will be disappointed, I think, in that result. Would that be fair?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, the Conservatives, the exit poll predicts that they don't have a majority. So I don't think it's as bad as it could have been. I think a bigger worry was going to be that Theresa May was going to call this snap election, and there was going to be a humongous majority, and it was going to have a much bigger landslide than last time. It's an interesting one. Going back to what you were talking about with regards to SNP losing seats in Scotland doesn't surprise me. And this isn't being biased in any way at all. But
You can be as biased as you want.
I know. Well, but being a former member of the SNP for years, I have to say that it is sad to see the SNP lose seats. However, I think a lot of people have been in this really, really tricky predicament where they have been. I'm pro-independence. I'm pro for Scotland leaving the UK, and I'm also pro having Corbyn as Prime Minister. And I think a lot of people have been very divided on whether to vote the SNP or Labour in this election. And to be honest with you, although UK Labour have nothing to do with Scottish Labour, I don't think Kezia Dugdale has done Jeremy Corbyn many favours in this election. I think a lot of young people go, I want to see Corbyn as Prime Minister, but the fact that we've had the Scottish Labour leader speak continuously about being like pro-union, anti-SNP, anti-independence,
And not really that keen on
difficult.
Corbyn being Prime Minister at some stage. So yeah.
So I think young people, especially young people that I've spoken to, people who have been in the past very hard SNP, very like I will vote SNP this election, have been very swayed about who to vote for.
And it's a tough job, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, she obviously wavered, Kezia did, didn't she? I mean, around the time of Brexit, it seemed like at the time there was stuff saying that she was
Going to allow
humming
a
and
free vote.
hawing about whether she should sort of pin her colours to the mast on this opposing the second referendum, because
Of course, she now denies there was any such.
Well, there
was.
There
There
was
was.
articles
Clearly a wobble.
at the time. There was
there was. Yeah,
perhaps
there
not
was,
saying
yeah.
exactly what Nicola Sturgeon said. She said, but clearly there was.
My recollection
public-
was she clearly said that she would allow her MPs and MSPs of a free
She
vote
also
on it.
went on the record previously and said the conversation with Nicola had taken place in the phone. So, in terms of who broke the confidentiality of the call, you might like to ask yourself that one. But I did think, if I had been in charge of the Labour Party, I would have taken a completely different tack, because Kezia's line about always party of the union, you can't out-union the Tories. The
Yeah.
Tories were waving the... So
Yeah.
if I'd been in charge of the Labour Party and wanted to win back the seats in Scotland and in any kind of build the party back up in Scotland, I would have said, independence, we don't care. Yes, no, maybe. We don't care. We stand for these policies. If the people of Scotland want to vote for independence, that's fine. If they say, and I think they've missed an opportunity to be the party that rises above the constitutional question and says
Yeah.
our policies will be the same wherever we are elected. We are internationalist, we are socialist.
I totally
But
agree with that.
If it turns out tonight that all 22 seats have gone from the SNP to Labour, then that will prove me completely wrong on that one.
I saw Ruth Davidson on the news last night. She looked absolutely so made up and happy. You could just tell by looking at her face that they were expecting a good night. You know, that polling must be showing, and she has done very well, Ruth. I think.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're not in any way at all leaning towards the Conservatives, I don't think anyone can dispute that Ruth Davidson's a good party leader.
She is. Yes.
She's powerful. She's a good speaker. I think she gives other leaders a run for their money. But do you know, I have to say that again, I'm going to sound biased here, but I think the only party who rised above independence in this election were the Scottish Greens. I really do. Like when the Scottish leaders debate happened, it was Ruth Davidson and Nicola Sturgeon arguing, just saying, "But I want independence, I don't want blah 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 blah," and Patrick Harvey, from my recollection, hardly spoke about it at all. You know, he's talking about the bigger issues, and I think that I think all parties who've focused solely on Scottish independence are going to shoot themselves in the foot one way or another, whether it's going to be for votes lost from people who were better together or votes lost from people who were
Yeah, there's so much talent in the Scottish political scene. I think it's actually great that, you know, Holyrood it has delivered people who really are, you know, very talented and you know have really fought in the main a pretty civilised democratic campaign. So there is a lot to celebrate, I think.
Here's the question, and Catherine, I'm going to ask you first. We're talking about, Julie suggested that I suppose the focus on independence is a vote loser. Is it? Was I right? Am I right in, first of all, am I right in that?
No. So I meant a focus on independence, either pro or against. I think can swing people. As I say, like a lot of young people, I think who who are pro-independence but who want maybe Jeremy Corbyn as leader may have voted Labour today with a very bitter taste in their mouth after the way that Kezia Dugdale ran this campaign.
And I would say that the SNP did not make independence the cornerstone of this campaign. This election, from an SNP perspective, was not about independence. The Scottish Parliament have given Nicola Sturgeon, as the Scottish leader, the mandate to seek a Section 660 for a future independence referendum. Theresa May has said now is not the time, which immediately begs the question, well, when is? So quite clearly there is an open negotiation on the timing of the second independence referendum. It's not a done deal, but there is clearly, from the remarks of both leaders, the first strikes have been fired in the negotiation. Do you fire strikes? Anyway, but forgive my metaphor, yes. You get my point.
Yeah.
It was Ruth Davidson who drove this, and Kezia Dugdale to some extent drove this constantly back to independence. The SNP did not try to make this election about independence and didn't need this election to be about independence because there is an open negotiation on the timing of the next referendum, as I see it.
That's frank, they didn't need this election at all, did they?
No, nobody needed this election.
Well, they were wrong-footed, I think. Nobody didn't see it coming at all, which would have been hard to... The Tories presumably did.
Yeah, well, even them, they probably didn't see it coming until 2 minutes before it happened.
Who could have told me that was going to call an election?
And I think you're right. I think it's difficult. I talked about the Scottish leaders debate, and I think you're right. It is difficult when you have party leaders making it about independence and to retaliate in that, especially if you're the SNP. So I mean, who kind of started that discussion, from what I recall, it was Ruth Davidson. But it's. But I do think there's still a big, I think independence overall, whether you're better together or pro-independence, I think is going to affect politics for a while in Scotland, and I think it's definitely going to be prominent for a lot of people.
One of the other things that struck me, and Jackie, maybe you could look at this issue with me, during the leaders' debate in Scotland, many of the issues that were raised were nothing to do with Westminster at all.
Yes.
All to do with the SNP's record in government in Scotland.
Wasn't that so strange?
Is that fair?
Well, I suppose, it begs the question, has it been actually quite difficult for the SNP to achieve much in Westminster? Because, I saw a letter in the Herald arguing that it would be better for Scotland if we had more people in the bigger parties. If there were more prominent Scots, in the UK Labour Party, in the UK Conservative Party. Well, and they have achieved stuff, haven't they?
I mean, they did
what did you mean by saying that?
I mean that we had prominent Scots in the Labour Party when the Labour Party invaded Iraq. It didn't stop them, it didn't put a brake on it, it didn't at all alter their course. And Tony Blair wasn't Scottish, but he has Scottish connections.
Gordon
Brown was there. Gordon Brown was there watching. The
fact
Labour Party
that
Scottish
doesn't prevent them making mistakes.
Well, that was,
I mean,
probably
Tony Blair's
more
Scottish,
than a mistake.
And he, I suppose in the context of the time, he made a mistake, But I mean, I suppose I don't know whether, and lots of people who were Scottish, I'm sure, supported the invasion of Iraq. It's not like everyone in Scotland opposed it. It wasn't a sort of ethnic. It wasn't a kind of
not at all was I suggesting it was. We had the moral. The Scottish people have the moral high ground from birth, and that's not what I was suggesting. It's all about what I was suggesting was that the argument that if there are more prominent Scots in the other mainstream political parties, it would affect or mitigate their actions.
Well, I think no. That wasn't my point. Was that just might be better for Scotland? I think arguably, Scotland's politicians over generations have, constantly, done what they can to benefit Scotland in terms of things like, the Barnett formula. Things like that, that they have tried to do things. I mean, I think, under devolution, there is more scope for governing Scotland better, and I think it is better governed now than it was in the past. But I think, the argument would be that having prominent Scots in those positions means that they can take decisions which are, say for instance, if Scotland's particular interests, are they really best represented by the SNP at Westminster? They're in Westminster, they're in the opposition, they're a small party, they're never going to hold any posts in government, and they don't go into the House of Lords, so what can they actually do down there?
Catherine, you mentioned that you would like to see the SNP play a bigger role in the governance of Britain. Is that what they're there for?
No, it's absolutely not what they're there for. And I think, in many ways, if you are a die-hard SNP supporter, Westminster has become increasingly unimportant in your life, because people view Scotland as the political arena in which they play, rather than the UK, as it was when we were growing up, Richard.
Indeed.
Before the Scottish Parliament, when everything was about the UK.
Absolutely.
Now, increasingly, if you look at the news of an evening, it will be, the Scottish Parliament rather than the UK, or a bit of a... so people are growing up now with a different political focus. But I do think there's been good work at Westminster. Somebody like my own MP, Alison Thewlis, whose work on the rape clause and the cap on 2 children and benefits for having more than 2 children. Alison raised that, and nobody else, none of these Labour or Tory, it was Alison that pushed that. I think Joanna Cherry's done superb on the question of human rights, which is such a huge threat, thundering over the hill if Theresa May wins tonight. I think she's been very, very good on those issues. So, and as somebody said, Angus Robertson's ability to play that Westminster game, he's very good at it, the call and response kind of questioning, and to pin down Theresa May. He's a good House of Commons performer. It doesn't necessarily mean you'd be good at running a country, but it does mean you're a good House of Commons performer. So I think we have seen a lot of good stuff in the SNP MPs that went down to London. But from an SNP perspective, the SNP are running the country in Scotland, so Westminster, from an SNP perspective, is always away to one side, like Gourock to some extent. It's not relevant to the day-to-day decisions that SNP members are making as ministers. They're running the government. They're trying to bring in a new social security system. So,
and maybe arguably, I suppose the Tories haven't brought a lot to Westminster. They've made a lot of decisions outside Parliament, haven't they? I think when it comes to the Brexit negotiations, they had to be forced to even say they were going to have a vote in Parliament about, they wanted to just do Article 50, executive powers. They didn't want to bring the Brexit.
I know.
This
election should have been about Brexit.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it was about. I don't even know what the point of it was beyond Mrs May trying to create a greater buffer among her own fairly, volatile MPs. It should have been about Brexit. We barely saw it being discussed. It was barely discussed. We are no wiser as to Brexit than we were before.
Yeah. Jodie, your generation, you were talking earlier about the problem with trying to engage them in this political debate. Yeah. Did you find that Brexit did that at least around the EU referendum time? Or did people that of your age that you were talking to either not care or didn't connect?
No, I think young people did engage in Brexit. I think also the Scottish referendum as well. I think Scottish referendum initially got a lot of young people engaged, and Brexit was another one of these. I think it's a different landscape in Scotland. I've seen people were naturally more kind of upset in Scotland because Scotland voted not to leave the EU. So again, it's that question of where should the balance lie, really. I think one of the fundamental issues for me in this election is the number of people who aren't from the UK but who have been residents here for a number of years and who this election will affect most when it comes to Brexit, and they can't vote. It's ludicrous. You're talking some people who've been fighting to vote, who've lived here since they were like 11 years old and now they're in their 20s, but they're not able to vote. And I understand Commonwealth countries, people from Commonwealth countries can vote, but it just seems to me bizarre that the people who Brexit will affect negatively are many of them cannot vote in this election, and I think it's unfair the way that they've worked that one out.
It's really unfair. I think it's really unfair.
Why is it then that Brexit hasn't been the overriding issue of this?
Because I think the Labour Party and the Tories sort of agree that they're both saying, oh, we respect the result of the referendum, we're coming out of Europe. And I suspect the Labour Party were saying that partly because of the UKIP vote. Because down south, I was in London recently, and I was having a drink with a trade union activist who'd been out campaigning, and he said every constituency south of the Wash, I think he said, that every Labour MP was at risk, apart from in London, because of the UKIP vote. So, you know, in lots of constituencies, the UKIP vote was greater than the Labour majority.
Who
So
here?
if all went to the Tories, they would lose.
Who here would have supported another EU referendum? Sorry?
I would want to see what the statistics were maybe going to be first, because there's always that risk that you have another EU referendum, you vote to leave again, and then there's absolutely no going back.
Okay,
So
let me be more specific. Another EU referendum at the latest when the deal was done.
yes, I think I would have done.
Catherine?
Yeah.
Oh, I like a referendum. Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
I'm all in favour of second referendums.
Yeah, I feel
Second
that. I feel that.
referendums. Willie Rennie's in a very untenuous position in this. You know,
Oh.
Willie, are second referendums good or bad? An independence one bad, an EU one good. But yes, I would be in favour of all second referendums,
Yeah,
shall we say.
pro EU.
I
Would
think,
you be in favour of one? Sorry, would you be in favour of one? We vote for independence for Scotland. Do we vote again once the deal is done?
Oh, no, independence. No. That's different. That's different.
no, I didn't understand that thing. That so you vote another EU referendum, another India referendum.
What I was asking was, well, first of all, what I started asking was, would you be in favour
Of
of
another
another EU referendum
Yeah, I think.
at
Well, I
some
mean,
stage
at some
before we
stage,
pull
yeah.
out?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm certainly, yes, I think I would be. I mean, it's really hard to tell with referendums, isn't it? It's like when I think when you go into a court or something, you know, you never quite know how the jury's going to vote, which is why lawyers try and stay out of court. So I think you never quite know what the decision's going to be, really.
Yeah, and I think if there was another EU referendum after the last result, it would be good to see if there could be a different outcome for Scotland if the same were to happen again. Because I think that there's always a frustration when you're kind of pulled out of the EU when the majority of your country wants to stay in the EU. Because I mean, let's be honest about it, a lot of the things that leaving the EU are going to affect are going to be issues that are devolved to Scotland, and we're kind of having to go down with the ship. And I mean, that's my opinion, but I think that also there's this big issue that's kind of in my head right now, is the whole Nigel Farage thing with the NHS and all this thing, which were total lies. So
Yeah.
actually, I mean, there could just be that general feeling of we weren't promised what we were.
So people lied, so therefore we should.
Yeah.
I have a
voted a false
proposal. I have a proposal. Now, you'll be too young to remember this, but for a while in Scotland we were all in favour of multi-option referendums.
We were. In fact,
So-
it was the Conservatives that ruled that out.
So
in
we could
2014.
have, do you want out the EU, out the UK, in the different permutations all the way down. Pick
Yeah.
one, Scotland. Do you want to be, you know, the only one you couldn't be is in the UK and in the EU. So
Yes.
there's three options, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's three, or is there two? Anyway, I need to think about the wording of the
There's certainly more
referendum.
than one.
There's more than one
There's
option.
definitely there's more than one
a
on that table.
multi-option
Yeah.
referendum to
Yes.
take the sting out of everything and just say,
Yeah.
look, here are the genuine, realistic options. But this time, as you say, perhaps a campaign that was based in fact and not farce would be a good idea. If people could start to understand, I mean, we need to continue to educate people politically. You were talking about engagement. My partner, who is a man of some years, very political, tonight started coming about the EU and human rights. And I'm saying, darling, you do know that the human right comes from the Council of Europe, not the EU. And he's going, all right, yeah, right. So you still have, I don't know how many people who don't quite understand what all the institutions are, what the responsibilities are, who's responsible for what, which is why we had a general election campaign about education and housing in Scotland, which are fully devolved. I don't want to sound patronising, but there genuinely is a case for perhaps more light and less heat in politics.
I mean, no, sorry, Jackie, you go. No.
Well, I was going to say, I think these issues are very complex. They are really complex, and I think people tend to take into account their own position. So, in Jeremy Corbyn, one of the speeches, when he's talking about the effect on wages of freedom of movement, I mean, that is definitely something that affects a lot of people. So, if you're a painter and decorator and you feel like, you know, other guys are coming in from Poland and Romania and they're doing your work for less, that's going to be a really, you know, important issue for you. And so I think people tend to focus very much on you know,
What's in it for me?
Yeah, what aspect of it affects them. And I think in a representative democracy, you know, one expects the politicians to to take a broader view and to be better informed and to read up all about it. And I think something as complex as EU membership, I think you know, I don't know whether a referendum is really a great way of deciding.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting because that's kind of what I was touching on earlier on, is that people don't understand political language a lot of the time, and another part of it is how it's going to affect them. There was something on the news recently, and it was they went into like a shop or something, and they asked the workers, "Oh, will you be, you know, voting in the general election?" And they went, "Nah, it doesn't affect me." And they went, "Oh, but you know, your salary, it could affect things like your income tax," and you know, and when they actually talked about the everyday issues that it affected, by the end they went, "Oh yeah, of course I'm gonna vote." But the thing is that, I mean, we've seen it in the Scottish referendum when the Better Together campaign said something about pensions, and but it really related to a lot of older people, and people were really worried about their pensions, and a lot of people went, "Oh no, I'm voting to stay in the UK because I'm really worried about my pension." Now, if you know, I sometimes think that it was articulated quite simply, you know, whether it's factual or not, you know, it's another story, but because it was articulated quite simply that a lot of people understood, it got people really passionate about something, and I feel that a lot of the Better Together campaign was based on this. I mean, I speak on behalf, for example, of my gran, who was like, no, I want to keep my pension, I'm staying part of the UK, and all of her friends were the same, you know, and because it was something that was simple, and it was a promise that was made, or it was a kind of, it was a statement that was made that people understood. Whereas, you know, if you go to people, on the flip side of that, if you go to people and say, "Oh, vote for this party because of some tax thing that no one really understands," it's not going to get votes. You know, and
I don't think you can.
EU,
Is it not dangerous to suggest, and maybe I'm wrong to say that you are suggesting, but to say that these issues are so big and so important that people really can't understand them, so therefore they shouldn't really have their say in it, because it should be left to politicians or people who know more. And I think
no, I think the opposite.
Right.
I think politicians need to simplify what they're saying so people can relate to it. I don't think it's down to people. I think it's down to politicians to say this is what it would mean to you, because it does affect people day to day, but people just can't relate to that. I don't think it's down to people. I think it's down to politicians to make sure that people are understanding the point that they're trying to make.
But the trouble with that is you end up with a bus saying whatever many billion it was for the NHS. When you simplify down, you end up being untrue, because you can never be perfectly true in one sentence about anything political.
It's complex,
there are nuances, there are complexities.
So, whose job is it
There's the question.
then to say, for instance, two things recently. The EU referendum. My beef about the EU referendum isn't with the people who voted or wanted to leave, because I understood what they wanted. I didn't agree with it. I understood it. The people who wanted to remain, they made a completely woeful case for remaining, which hardly convinced me, and I was on their side. And I think the emotional response that people had to the vote afterwards was unpredicted and untapped by the Remain side. And I think, and also in this current election, when we talked about so many devolved issues, people get confused. What's devolved? What's not? Whose job is it? Because you can't expect politicians to do it, because you can't trust. I mean, you can't always trust politicians to tell them.
Traditionally, in your Westminster election, the first past the post thing, you're electing the guy who you think is the best person to go, or the woman, to go and be the person who reads up on all of it and thinks about the complexity of it. So you do get a say, but like pulling out one issue and just saying yes or no about that, you know, that's not necessarily a better solution to dealing with complexity. You know, you decide you want Tommy Shepherd or Gordon Monroe or somebody like that, and you go, well, okay, right, guys, now you get on with it. You decide, should we be in the EU or not? You know, and then I think, you know, I don't know. I know what you mean about. Is that sort of dumbing down? Is it saying that people can't decide? It's just that, you know, when you have something like that, not everybody can get their say. You get 52% of the people say one thing, 48% of the people say the other, and then you have a divided country.
When people are talking about issues that are not devolved, isn't it somebody's job? I'm kind of angling for an answer that I'm trying to get. Isn't it somebody's job to say, wait a minute, that's a devolved issue? You can talk about that if you like, but actually this election has nothing to do with it. Clearly the Scottish Government's record is absolutely up for discussion. Why would it not be? But you're not voting for that, you're voting for other things. So I don't know. Do you your generation don't know? Do you, are you? In fact, not just your generation. Nobody knows some of the answers to these questions. Would you not want somebody to point that out?
Yeah, I mean, I think you would, but again, it's trying to find the person who knows about like enough about this to be able to do that. And of course, there are people who are really educated on politics, right? But even some of the most educated people in the country might not necessarily be interested in politics. It's not, you know, it comes to whether you're engaged in politics or not. And again, I feel like politics can be so complex. This is why people are disengaged. You know, I think you made a really fair point. Is that you're right? You know, simplifying things right down to the point where they become untrue it's not going to work. But there needs to be someone somewhere that's going to make it more accessible for people. Not so much in the long run, because you know, I wasn't like mega politically engaged until I was a few years ago. You know, like when I was in high school and stuff like that, I never took modern studies. I was never really interested in politics. But it's not about once you're engaged, it's about the initial engagement. You know, how do you get people to get engaged in the first place? And I feel that focusing a lot of the time on really complex issues isn't the way to do that, and actually you're turning off people. Again, maybe that is to do with another thing to do with you know, the disparity in generations who are voting. Again, because people who have voted for years and years are maybe more interested in the political climate. If you've just turned 18, you're ready to vote, and people are talking about really complex issues, you know, a lot of the time you just don't feel comfortable doing that. And some would argue that it's down to the person to educate themselves. You know, we've got the internet, you've got resources there, but if you're not interested in the first place, why would you want to do it? It's a catch-22. I really don't think there is an answer to it.
I was hoping somebody would say the media.
I was thinking about the media, but to be honest, the newspaper don't have the reach. You know, everybody's on social media, biting everything down to 140 characters. But I was thinking older. In the olden days, before even our time, before even us, Richard, that far ago,
nobody can remember that.
People joined trade unions. They had trade unions. Were very into political education. Yeah. You know, people came to politics through trade unions. There were more civic community bodies before TV, before mass media. People went out at night to meetings, and it's fascinating if you ever look back in the Victorian sort of era. People, you know, the Women's Land Reform League, and you know, all the committees that were funded. And there was a sort of expectation that as part of your self-improvement you would be engaged in the community and involved. And I think one of the things we've lost over the past 100 years is that people now live their lives far more indoors and far less in a public life kind of a way. Yeah. And I just wonder, and I felt after the independence referendum there was a start of a new kind of civic political movement growing up, where perhaps the trade unions had been, or the Workers' Education Association. Mm-hmm. There was a start of that. There was groups like Women for Indy, Commonweal were doing a... And we've kind of lost
homes
it.
Our homes are more comfortable now, I suppose.
Well, yes, we have heating, we have, you know, we have heating, we have TVs, we're used to looking at the world narrated for us through the TV rather than going out to, I mean, local hustings that they've had in these elections, I don't know, low turnout, 60, 70 is a good turnout for a hustings in a constituency of 60,000 or 50,000 voters. Maybe the world has changed, and maybe I am being old-fashioned, but there was something about people would be educated through issues. They would come to politics through issues they felt strongly about, and they would be in committees for them, and you know, writing letters, which another dying art, another old school thing. And the media used to have better... No, it didn't used to have better journalists, sorry. It used to have more journalists. That was the thing. They had more journalists. They had people... I mean, some of the political reporters now are, it's no offence, but the boys in their 20s, you know, I've got, what's the saying, I have underwear at home older than them. It used to be, I mean, you'll remember...
Smarter than them.
You used to remember somebody like, used to be Dave King at the Record, you know, people who'd been doing the politics beat for 40 years, and, you know, they'd come up manning, and it was usually men. They knew politics, they were able to convey it. I mean, I read some of the things the young people write, and that's not quite right, because they don't remember what happened in 2010. They've looked it up in Wikipedia or something. Yeah. So we've lost that great, talented, authoritative journalists of the old. There's just far fewer of them.
I think don't underestimate the young generation here. Like, I have to say that I 100%, you know, I understand that experience can always help, but I also think that it's good to sometimes have fresh eyes on things. And being a young person who is really engaged in politics, often I'm always called the young generation, and I think, no, I might be a young generation, but I'm the generation of the future, and actually what I'm saying is going to matter in like, you know, however many years' time.
And Mari Black's been terrific, hasn't she?
Yeah.
As an MP who's really made her mark in those 2 years. I mean,
Yeah.
she's
Yes,
had
but this-
such an engagement.
The description that Catherine gave of people getting engaged in meetings and all does that not sound like something out of the dark ages? I'm asking you to be a spokesman for your
Dialogue
generation.
Connection. I still remember that. No, I'm just kidding. No, I know.
Seems
I
like
know.
yesterday to me.
I'm getting good. No, do you know what? I agree, and do you know what? I think another thing as well is that a negative thing of the media is there's too much of it. Is that you know, we can politically engage people through media, but we are bombarded with the media. Young people are bombarded with social media. You know, I have things flash up on my phone constantly, and you know, fair do, sometimes it's political, but other times it's other things. Like, we have more access to politics, I guess, in different media forms, but we also have access to everything else in media forms. So again, it's not just politics that we have more access to, it's everything else. So if you're still not going to choose politics if you're not interested in it. You know, there is a negative side to media, and it's the fact that everything is overly accessible now, and you know, people can be talking about politics, for example, today on Facebook. But people were also still talking about like the Kardashians and whatever else, because that's what they're interested in. Everything's still available. Yeah, I mean, it's.
Who doesn't love the waving bear?
I don't know about the waving bear. Another time.
Then after.
But yeah, it's true. I know what you mean. There's just so much 24-hour rolling news. It almost sort of puts people off, you know. Yeah.
Well, we are going to take a short break just now while we welcome some new guests on, lose some of the people around the table just now, but they'll be coming back later on. So give us about 5 minutes, during which we'll play this loop, which I'm sure you'll find fascinating, but we will not be long, and we'll be back with you in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that loop of an exploding Scotland. Kathleen Caskey is still with us, and welcome to the programme on my right. And I've got Alistair Peter Arnott, who is a commentator with Bella Caledonia as well as a writer. James Dornan, who's Glasgow Cathcart SNP MSP. And Ian Robertson, who is a well-known actor. Chaps, you've been listening to us while we've been talking. James, I'll come to you first.
Sure.
We've only seen the exit poll, we haven't seen very many of the other things so far. How are things shaping up right now, given that we've not had any actual results?
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit early to say, but it's becoming apparent that this 34 that the exit polls talking about is much more a floor than a ceiling, and that the SNP seats look as if they're going to grow and continue to grow as results start to come in. But obviously, it's too early to talk about. They are exit polls. I'm now going to speak like a cliched politician, but the reality is that until the results come through, we can't really say with any certainty what it's going to be. But obviously, the 34 was a bit of a shock to all of us, but I expect it to be much higher than that at the end of the night.
Okay. Although we don't know any results.
We do not.
We've still got to talk.
Oh yeah.
For a long while before we get
Oh
back.
no, yes, but this is always the most entertaining bit of any of these programs, because you start with the exit polls, and in particular, it's a great start to a show. I mean, what's fantastic.
Well, this exit poll, not so much.
Why no, it's exciting.
Well,
Why not? Okay, I'm passing through hysteria on the way to being philosophical about 4 o'clock.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to talk again. We were talking in the earlier part of the show about what people wanted to see.
I think I'm past thinking about what I wanted, because I've been looking at these results for the last hour. and listening
They're
to you.
not results, they're predictions.
Oh well, they're predictions. Okay, what I wanted was to see that the two different kingdoms of this as yet United Kingdom. I wanted England to elect Jeremy Corbyn, because in a strange kind of bizarre way, the referendum vote, which is the beginning of everything for everybody here, and for I expect anybody who's lunatic enough to be watching us,
That's not, we don't think you're lunatics at all.
no. But if that's the beginning of everything, then in a way this feels like it's coming home to roost. If everyone remembers how it felt on September the 19th, it's not that bad yet. On September the 19th, 2014, when all this expectation, all this joy being built up, and in a sense, part of the story of the night is I kept seeing flashbacks of that in the Corbyn rallies, and flashbacks of, if you like, of the same naive, perhaps, enthusiasm. And I thought that was going to get absolutely hammered. And I hoped it wouldn't, and it looks like it hasn't, kind of. So in a way, for I think as an overall for the night, it's been quite a positive night for British political culture. Scottish political culture, I haven't managed to deal with yet. But I think, first of all, I am delighted to see Theresa May stuffed. I mean, that was something I didn't even wish for. But she's gone. She's dead as a doornail.
Gone as in
goodbye,
farewell.
They cannot hang on to it.
Yes.
They cannot hang on to Theresa May now. I mean, her whole pitch was to be strong and stable in the Brexit negotiations. The European leaders have been looking at her going, not even remotely taking her seriously, because here she's called this election, and it's been a completely self-inflicted wound, and the collateral damage of the self-inflicted wound has been. The SNP are now, for the first time, electorally speaking, like the incumbents. Because in a bizarre kind of way, by banging on endlessly about the second referendum, the Unionists in Scotland, successfully, because they managed to dominate the news agenda, but it became all about the referendum. Yeah,
That's not that difficult to do.
Well, no, but what it's meant is, I think, that if the SNP have had a difficult night, then this election was always going to be very difficult. If they have had a difficult night, it's because they've been associated with the hell with all of you anti-politics vote. And that, for the first time, has included the SNP. And I think it had to sooner or later. Yeah. They've been in power and Holder for 10 years. So, that's
a very, very positive view of...
I'm trying to be positive.
Are you being so positive?
I found this to be the most uninspiring
election I've ever lived through, but it's only just got interesting tonight. I kind of checked out of this election about halfway through. It's just, I found the Scottish electorate have been, I think, treated with contempt by the Scottish leaders. The devolved issues and reserved issues have been conflated in this election, so I've just completely had enough, really, in this one. But it's got very interesting tonight, because I agree it would be great to see Theresa May, who's run on strong and stable, and the Mabel getting stuffed. I hoped that we would re-elect. I thought we might lose a few, but re-elected as many SNP MPs as we had, or something close to that. It will be interesting as the exit polls show that had we done that with Corbyn's numbers, a progressive alliance would have put the Tories out of power, if there had been one.
Still might.
So it will be interesting when all the cards are down and we start picking through it to see if people voting for Corbyn's manifesto in Scotland have let Tories in.
Mm-hmm.
And so the only losers are the lefties, and that there were those of us saying, if you believe in Corbyn's manifesto, the best way to deliver it in Scotland is to vote for the SNP. So it'd be quite upsetting for a lot of people, I think, if Corbyn doesn't end up with number 10 because people in Scotland didn't vote for the SNP but voted instead for Labour, and perhaps let Tories in the back door. And if that does happen, the only losers are those of us on the left, and I think you'll see a lot of recriminations flying about.
James, I'm guessing you were wanting to see tonight, I don't know,
59.
Nine.
Yeah, we've been about there, you know what I mean?
But apart from that, what was your second item on your
I
wish list?
suspect that we all would have liked to have seen the position where the SNP could have held the balance, and hopefully still can hold the balance of power here, and be the ones that can help Corbyn into number 10. I mean, we don't know how the final figures are going to end up here, but that would have been the ideal scenario. But we have to, I kind of agree with what Ian's saying. There's a lot of people who were persuaded that the best way to get a left of centre government in the UK was to vote Labour in Scotland. And that's just not how it plays here. The Corbyn manifesto, half of it the SNP have already introduced in Scotland. So, I mean, it's quite clear that we're on the same general page, and you know, that they could quite easily have supported the SNP here, knowing that they were on the same political path. But, you know, for whatever reasons, and I think there still is a thread in Scotland that likes the idea of being seen to be radical and of that radical left, and they haven't taken into consideration that it might well be that Corbyn is like that, it might well be that some of his supporters are like that. The Labour Party's not like that, and the Labour Party is going to pull itself to pieces after this election, because there are the same people who hated Corbyn yesterday who will hate him tomorrow. You know, it doesn't matter if he's going to be, unless he's in Downing Street, it becomes much more difficult. But if he's a leader of the opposition, he will be facing all the challenges that he had to face over the last months and ever since he took over the leadership. So I don't think that's going to change, and I think some of the people who voted for Labour this time should have been thinking about the wider Labour Party as opposed to focusing on the leader. And it's really interesting because we're always getting criticised about focusing on our leaders, the last two leaders being big personalities, where really what's happened here is the people who voted Labour in Scotland, many of them, I think, voted for the leader and not for the party.
Catherine, do you think that Scottish Labour would be in a difficult position given that there is some sort of resurgence in support for the Labour Party, not enough right now, it seems, to put Corbyn into number 10, but there's certainly some resurgence in support for the Labour Party. But in Scotland, I mean, the person that's responsible for that, the Scottish Party doesn't support at all.
Not only does the Scottish Labour Party support that. No, I'm coming back to this. Are we saying, or do people feel that there's been a surge in support for Labour in Scotland on the back of Corbyn? This is the assumption
we
you're
don't know
making.
that, but we're making that assumption.
If that happens, yeah, I mean, that's terribly unfair. I was very struck earlier in the week with the picture of Corbyn in Glasgow doing a street rally and everybody, you know, shouting. Whereas Kezia Dugdale's with our boy in Edinburgh South and Alistair Darling having a cup of tea. She wasn't at her leader's rally. I mean, when Big Teresa visited that warehouse in Leith. Oh no, I thought it was Grantham. Sorry, do forgive me.
It wasn't the warehouse in Aberdeen or the warehouse in somewhere else.
Ruth was there. She was on her. She was there, bouncing about, going, make Britain great again. Kezia was in a different city from her leader when she visited. I don't know where Labour voters go now. I don't know what they feel they voted for. Have they contributed to Corbyn? But what's happening with their own... And to be very clear, the Labour Party in Scotland as an organisation is hollowed out completely. There is one candidate, one Labour candidate standing in Ayrshire. I'm not going to say which seat. There is a young Labour candidate standing in Ayrshire who had not previously been to Ayrshire in her life prior to this election. That's the people who have been standing for Labour. People with no connections to the seats, people who've got no organisation on the ground, there's been no voters' canvass. I feel very sorry for the activists, because it just goes to show that perhaps it's not activists on the ground that make a difference. Because the Labour Party as an institution in Scotland is organisationally hollow. So where do Labour supporters go from here? And I don't have the answer to that.
Well, I know from my pals online and my friends, I know that, a very good friend of mine said to me, how can you consider yourself a socialist or a lefty and not vote for Corbyn? Because he's given you a left-wing manifesto, and I know a lot of my friends, and I know people say it's an echo chamber and all that, but a lot of my seriously left-wing friends voted for Corbyn in Scotland, and they were actively saying that. I know Scottish Labour are a mess. I know.
Are these people that would previously have voted SNP?
I think they have given their vote to SNP, but I think they consider themselves socialists first and foremost. People, they're very open. People like Kieran Hurley, the playwright, or Henry Bell, the poet, who are lefties. That's what they are. And they have openly said, we're voting for Corbyn, we're not voting for Kezia, we're not voting for... We know Scottish Labour are a mess, but we get behind that manifesto. And what we've had it out on is my opinion that, I really wish Corbyn the best of luck in England and Wales. But in Scotland, I think the best way to deliver what Corbyn was about was for voting SNP, and I hoped that they could work together. The SNP could maybe, because I know Corbyn's against Trident, that manifesto wasn't getting rid of Trident, and I know that.
But again, Corbyn's an old Bennite. So he's ipso facto anti-EU in his bones, and he's also no fan of Scottish nationalism. But look, an actual result.
We've got two actual results. It takes me a while to...
keeping up on
too busy to be looking at iPads and things. Anyway, first result, Newcastle, which is a Labour win. Second result, Sunderland, which is a Labour win.
Both holds, I imagine.
Both holds.
Yeah.
3.5% swing Labour from the Conservatives.
Which is interesting.
And
yes.
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
I think it is.
Yeah.
And if there's this movement towards Labour and away from the Conservatives, it's interesting to see something that suggests otherwise.
Were they not Brexit seats? Were they not the first seats?
Sunderland, they were both Brexit seats.
So that is quite interesting.
One was close and one was...
Which means that the UKIP vote has not gone into the Conservatives in the way that they've been electing.
No.
So it may be, let us not forget that in 2015, all the safe SNP seats we're talking about were all safe Labour seats. Every single one of them. And is there any such thing as a safe seat? Is there any such thing as safe politics? Or is the fact that politics is happening, as Ian was saying, with the Corbynites, inside an echo chamber? And let's be honest, we're in an echo chamber.
But in saying that, my problem with people saying this thing about, like, my friends online is an echo chamber, me going out for a coffee or down the pub with friends is an echo chamber, which is what we did before Twitter. The only difference would be that in the pub an egg would run up and say, "You're talking nonsense." So I don't.
Well, whereas algorithms protect us.
Speaking of Britain Elects had just tweeted that Alex Salmond
All right.
Oh, yeah.
seats in danger.
Yeah,
Really?
But
So,
based on
yes,
what?
that's
Well, that would be yeah,
The
exactly. That
exit
would,
poll, based on the exit poll, they said, and in the tweet, I've lost the tweet.
But we don't know which we know there was only a limited number of Scottish constituencies in the
10.
exit poll,
Okay.
10, and we don't know
We
what
don't know
they
which-
were.
Yeah, and also they can't even spell salmon, so
Yeah.
there is that.
Theresa May.
There's a whole series of soap operas going on. Yes, Theresa
If
May.
you know what Theresa, she's gone.
Who exactly?
Well, I
The
would
next question.
I think
I was getting there.
Yeah, you're a bit slow. I want to
I was a
know.
bit slow.
If not Teresa,
One
who?
moment.
well, at the moment, we had a little
Yes, we did
discussion
that,
backstage about this, 'cause- and I was
Fair.
Amber Rudd for me, and for you is
Yes, Philip Hammond was my outside.
I think that's a good outside
did you
bet.
take
You
part
might
in
get
this
good
year?
odds on that.
Well, no, I heard them talking about it, and there was a name suggested. What was it? He said surely they're not that stupid.
Boris Johnson.
Bojo.
No.
They
I
couldn't
know
be that
but I
daft.
mean, he may well try and throw his hat in the ring because he has got some
Yes,
size
he
of
does.
ego, to be fair.
Yeah, well, this is true. But yes, but
Golf, maybe?
no.
No.
Why? Because not anyone likes him.
Aye, he has no friends.
Yeah, because Theresa May was really popular before.
But that Theresa May she was like John Major before her. She was the safety candidate. She
Yep,
was the
she
one who
was.
came down the middle,
right.
and the same thing might happen again. But again, this is the Brexit talks are supposed to start. This is
Yeah, 11 days,
crazy.
she said, on Thursday.
This is nuts. This is a Brexit election. There wasn't about where Brexit was barely mentioned because I don't know. I brought with me a couple of articles to read to the public at some later point in the proceedings
Okay.
when everyone's collapsed. But we're Ian Dunt at Politico and as a writer also in the Times, we're writing the most extraordinary pieces about has the electorate, have the politicians, and because there's a lack of leadership on neither Labour or the Conservatives, have given any indication as to just what is a choice between catastrophe and apocalypse Brexit is going to be. And of course the SNP have tried extremely hard to put this on the agenda, to say, okay, first of all, there's got to be a differential plan for Scotland, because it's have a disaster if you want. We voted against it. But it just has not figured really in this election. So the next election becomes the Brexit election.
But this is what I mean about stepping back.
Yeah.
We've had, Scotland voted to remain.
Mm-hmm.
We're being taken out. We've got even people. This is one of my problems about my serious lefties voting for Corbyn, who's going to still deliver a Brexit of sorts anyway.
Yes.
And not taking into account that Scotland voted to remain. And like you say, Nicola Sturgeon's tried to put it on the table, and then I tune into a debate, and she's been dragged over hot coals over education. Now,
Which would be fair enough in a different election.
But again, as someone who, I'm an SNP supporter, but I do think you need to pull your socks up a bit on the old education front.
I'm not willing to talk about this as the convener of the Education Committee, so
I do think
You're the perfect guy to
I do think questions need to be asked of the SNP. But one of the reasons I do support the SNP is I feel that they're a party where I can say, right, come on, what he's doing, something needs to change there.
there's a big long list of things that we can tell you they are.
Yeah, I know that, but so why am I listening to Nicola Sturgeon in the middle of a general election, be dragged over hot coals on education when she was taken to task on education in May last year and delivered back to government? So why can't we talk about the issues that affect as Britain and not as Scotland?
As a non-SNP, well, I'm kind of an SNP person, but not actually an SNP person.
Go on, make your mind up.
But I refuse. No, I am Lib Dem. Fundamentally, in an ideal
Well,
world, I
you're
probably
Lib
would be a Lib Dem. I probably
There
would
you
be.
go. There you go.
On that bombshell.
No. In an independent Scotland, I don't know. I'm not quite sure where I would sit. But then again, because we do live in this distorted, weird situation. I mean, I was actually just thinking there, apropos of small countries and how in small countries you can put much more pressure on politicians than you can in big countries. I was in a drama festival years ago in Tampere in Finland. And there's a fantastic Finnish playwright actress called Leah Klemala, who talks like that. She's fantastic, amazing. She's a wonderful, fantastic writer who wrote these great plays about the very, very north of Finland. And the Finnish Prime Minister was in the audience. and came on to present her with an award. And the two of them had a stand-up row about the portrayal of the far north of Finland. Now, that's unimaginable in a big country, but in a wee country, you can do that. There's a different kind of accountability. And the great thing,
yes.
the great thing I think about Nicola Sturgeon, even despite the pressures she's been put under in this election, is that she acts as if she's already the First Minister of a small independent country, and this, in a strange way, that's a really positive thing, because she feels so approachable and accountable. And you bump, is there anyone left in Scotland who hasn't got a selfie? There's that. Really?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
cool.
I think I'm one of the
My
few.
granddaughter.
But I mean that image that came through in this election, and Nicola with the young schoolboys eating chips.
Yeah.
Is, I think, one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. That you do have. I have a relative very close to me who shall remain nameless, but they voted yes. They've been voting SNP because they believe in independence, and then their vote is up for grabs, as they say. But they said, but who am I going to vote for apart from Nicola Sturgeon? Because she's a leader. And the way in which, and one of the things that interests me about this election, I'm so fed up on Twitter seeing selfies of MPs and their campaigners. I want to see them with their public, and that's what you get with Nicola Sturgeon. You see her
It's very hard, it's very hard to read some of the personal attacks on Nicola Sturgeon. Yeah. And I've known Nicola, for a long time. And it's very hard when you know somebody, and you talked about that genuineness, that accountability, that authenticity, to see how hard politics is in her. Now, it's a game she's chosen and it's a career she's chosen.
Yes.
But the thing you were saying about the children, that isn't for the cameras. Anyone who campaigns, anyone who meets Nicola in any place will know, if you have children with her, Nicola gravitates straight to children. That is actually who she is. I met her at a polling station at the council elections, and my grandson was with me, and he had a fidget spinner. And she didn't know what it was. And so he's been made up ever since. I showed Nicola Sturgeon her first fidget spinner. I taught her how to... But she didn't speak to it. She spoke to the grandchildren. That is who she is. She is actually an authentic person who cares. So, and it's so hard. And I'm glad I'm not a politician, a proper one. And I don't think I could be, because the abuse, the personal attacks, the level of it, and it's been very hard to see people doing that to Nicola during this election. And Kezia Dugdale making her, Nicola's personality and a weapon within it. That woman, all that
Seems
stuff.
to me, though,
it's very hard. And I know you need a thick skin, but
that level of abuse seems to be worse for women.
In general,
Do you get?
Oh, I get abuse all the time, but I mean that probably.
he deserves it.
He felt.
We agreed on that.
It's nice to see everybody in agreement on one point there. But I'm delighted that I could bring that sort of consensus round the couches. But I think it's harder because, let's be honest, there are misogynists out there. There are people that will jump on anything. They talk about women's appearance much more than they talk about men's appearance. I mean, we get it. Sometimes, I'll get criticised. I can't understand why, but sometimes I'll get criticised about my looks. But for women, it's much worse. I mean, I agree with you. But, and so that's clear. But also, there still is this Neanderthal grouping of mainly males that think that women shouldn't be doing the jobs that they're doing. That a woman...
Yes.
Listen, Nicola is one of the brightest, smartest people I have ever met, and she's a fantastic politician. Kathleen's spot on about... One of my favourite photos I have, I was a candidate in Ayr in 2003, right, and Nicola and I were in the main street in Ayr, and this mother with the child, it's exactly sort of the same thing, child was in the buggy. And so she's talking away to the mother, she's playing with the baby and stuff like that, and we got a photo taken, while she was chatting to the baby. And it's a beautiful photo because it's natural. It's not one of these, baby. And so I've known her a long time, and it does upset you, but for women it's much harder.
I was just getting a mental picture of Theresa May and a baby. It's biting.
Yes, compare and contrast to Theresa May. It is hard to be a woman and a leader,
yes,
but
we've
seen many different ways of doing it in this election.
But the biggest casualty in this election has been Diane Abbott in that.
Yeah.
And that has been, of course, there's this assumption that normal is white and male, And if you're black and female, then you've got
The
that's two
misogynoir
strikes.
has been
Yeah.
appalling. Yeah, absolutely.
It's been
But what I
terrible.
find fascinating about that mentality, the Neanderthal mentality, the UKIP mentality,
Yeah.
of what I find most extraordinary about that is the people that most advocate a meritocracy are those that wouldn't warrant a place in a meritocracy.
Absolutely.
These people that attack Diane Abbott and say, no, we're attacking her on this and that, and it's nothing to do with the fact she's a woman, it's nothing to do with the fact she's black.
Yeah. Coincidence.
Are generally people who, if we did have a meritocracy, they'd be out in there, they'd be
doing the
Spanish
dishes, wouldn't
Archer, you know.
Yeah.
And not to jump in, I know we've all got our Nicholas Sturgeon story with a Wayne, but I did a Burns night for my local branch, which she is the MSP for, so she attended. And when she came in, the first person she approached was the youngest person in the room, who was my niece, who at the time was 12 years old. Straight up to her. And then later on in the night, when people said, oh God, I really want a selfie with Nicola, I'm like, I'll just go and ask her, we're pals now, and that was it. But what I loved about it is, my niece was a 12-year-old teenager who's grown up in a council house, who was getting one-to-one attention from the First Minister of Scotland, who grew up in a council house. And it was great to say to Georgie, see, you can be anything you want to be. You know, this is the kind of Scotland we live in. You can be what you want to be.
And she sells that message beautifully.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it
well,
wasn't,
that's what she
it
does.
was, and like you say, it wasn't effluent, and it was about...
We're all fangirls.
Yeah, we're all
Also, no matter what the final numbers are tonight, in essence, that's not really going to change. I think there is a kind of symbolic shock, which was always going to happen to some degree or other in an election, which was never going to be good for the SNP. I mean, an election now was never going to be good for the SNP.
Well,
what you say?
Lib Dem press office have tweeted from their verified account, we're getting a lot of calls, so just to be clear, no coalition, no deals.
The Lib Dems
The
are
Lib-
ruling
I
out a
trust them.
coalition.
Yeah.
Well,
I believe that.
I trust
Do we
them.
believe
That's
that, people?
really sad.
Actually, yes.
When have you ever let us
definitely
down?
do.
Oh, you think
I
the last time?
I don't
Yes, you're
think-
the Lib Dem spokesperson here.
Yeah,
You're the
sure,
you
sure,
said
sure,
that,
online,
you know.
yes.
They're turning on you now.
They are. That's
What would you do if you were like...
If I were a Lib Dem, I would. I don't know
You
what
wouldn't
the hell
have to work hard.
No, I wouldn't. I would just. Well,
I feel I should
Right,
step
okay.
into the you know I'm not going to do that.
I'm a big
So-
boy. No, it's
Right,
fine.
okay.
Okay. So no, I think that if I were a Lib Dem, I think that I wouldn't have a coalition with anybody because
I understand that.
it didn't work out terribly well the last time because the history of coalitions, especially in first past the post parliaments, is that the senior partner who are made, let's be honest, a little more palatable by the Lib Dems with a minimum wage, etc., etc., etc.
That's a whole different argument.
Well, it may well be, and again, that it was a Liberal policy to and I do sound like a Lib Dem spokesman.
Can I say I think it's a bit inappropriate for you to be quoting from Fiddler on the Roof when you're talking about the Lib Dems, given what's been going on in Edinburgh recently?
I found myself cast in his role. Maybe that's fine. Maybe okay. But I know I don't think that they will have a coalition. I think that even
It's
if
kind of
even
polite
if they
to wait till you're asked though.
sure, but even if they arithmetic, but then just like Ed Miliband, I felt that when Ed Miliband said no possible deal with the SNP in the last election, that was the last unionist who left the building.
Yeah.
The last that was the beginning of the end, and I still think that. It might take a little more time, but I still think that no matter what my political allegiances are, I mean, in many, many ways, I mean, although I've voted at SNP since 1987 was the first time I voted at SNP, so that's what I do, but part of it is because I think it's coming. It's on its way. Britain is breaking up. I mean, when Tom Nairn wrote that book back in the 1970s, which is showing my age here, when Tom Nairn wrote, I still think the best book on British politics, the crucial book, which is, I can't believe it's not hugely more important than it is, The Breakup of Britain in 1977. That's the Bible as far as I'm concerned, and it was coming. It is coming.
But you know that will not be the narrative tomorrow.
Oh Lord, no.
If this exit poll is even, halfway right,
Sure.
it will be. Well, we know what it will be. It will be the momentum for independence is gone. I guess that would happen if there was 5 seats. Would clearly,
Sure.
But this. The exit poll suggests it will be more than that, significantly more than that.
John Curtis's forecast that Angus Robertson is 99% certain to have lost his seat.
The Curtis.
Yes.
And yeah, James.
Well, I don't understand how he works that one out. I mean, there's an exit poll, fine, but I mean, apart from that,
Well,
I think there must be other
isn't he
information
quite good
coming
at taking an average of all the polls, Curtis?
Curtis, to be fair, Curtis is very good.
well, I'm trying to find some solace here.
But there's
Work
a-
with me.
Yeah.
Well, I think that was always the seat that the SNP were most afraid of losing. The personality they're most afraid of, because of how effective Angus Robertson has been as the most high-profile thing in Westminster, which is Prime Minister's Question Time, and Angus Robertson has been dynamite.
He's been
Can
de
I just say
facto the
that
opposition.
for Angus
leader.
Robertson to lose to a guy who's a full-time linesman, full-time MSP, just been a councillor, and may well be an MP, it's pretty disappointing for the people of Murray, because you couldn't get a better MP.
Interesting.
We don't have the detail of the opinion poll, but the suggestion is that the swing to Labour predicted in that opinion poll hasn't been met in Newcastle and Sunderland, that the swing to Labour is smaller than that opinion poll we're talking about is based on. I may be clutching at straws here, or I may be...
Yeah, and
but
also,
you know,
clutch away.
And also, then there's a tweet here saying Scottish Labour source urging caution, says exit poll only sampled 10 seats north of the border.
This is true.
If
Do
we
we
win
know
2
yet?
seats, that's a good night.
Do we know yet who was which of the seats those two?
Those 10 that were sampled.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't yet. Is anyone else on their Twitters?
No.
I can't do that because I have to talk all the time.
Yeah.
That's fine. You talk all the time. You just go to
You just, the idea is I talk and you
all
can
right,
respond.
sorry, I never did that.
Not that you can stare at your phone, watch a waving beer.
And make the same point I made earlier. For the SNP to lose, was it 22 seats? I can't get to 22 in my head.
No, me neither.
I can't
was
get to
shocked when I
22
heard
in
that
my
figure.
head.
I was absolutely shocked.
And I think if you think about it constituency by constituency, oh no, maybe that one, oh well, maybe that. To get to 22, you're talking some serious damage in really unexpected places, and it can't be the Tories that have taken them. So if the SNP, if the poll was right and the SNP were to have lost 22 seats, a goodly number of them have gone to Labour, and that isn't feeling like the election I've been in.
No.
It's, so
Unless
caution.
there has been that divide where people who are centre-left have split the votes between Labour and SNP and let the Tories in the back door.
What did the SNP take from the council elections, James? Could you give us all a
Glasgow.
secret?
Exactly.
Walked into that.
You didn't. How do you take anything from the council elections? I mean, we won most of the first preferences. So the council elections were pretty good for us. We took Glasgow. We've been the biggest party in a lot of other local authority areas. But what I take from it is that the unionist coalition is alive and kicking, because every opportunity they got, they banded together to keep the SNP out of power. You know, and even in Glasgow, we're seeing that the Labour Party, the Conservatives, and the Greens, disappointingly, have banded together on a number of occasions already, including an SPT, which is the latest one, to stop the SNP from being a part of the SPT. Now, given that SPT is one of the important partnerships with the council, that's quite a disgraceful position for the Greens to be taking. We expect it from the other two parties. So it concerns me that in Glasgow that the Greens would marry up with them, but you know, across the rest of the country it shows that the unionist coalition is alive and kicking, and I think that's basically what we can take from
Well,
that.
I
I
think
can't
that-
take too much from the Conservatives getting in, because they were getting in the 8th round and the 11th round and that, and the Central Belt.
But again, I think you're talking in a sense a coalition of the parties. I mean, I think what has happened tonight seems to be a coalition of the voters.
But I think it was the same thing in the council elections as well.
Well, yeah,
I think there was there was a lot of slippage from the Labour Party to the Conservatives and vice versa. You know, like so the second, third choices were going to the other parties and not coming to us.
Which in a sense
you would have
is
seen.
there's been the rewriting of the rules in Scottish politics in the last 10 years, and this is perhaps the unionist vote catching up. What happened in 2015 was the first past the post system delivered a landslide to the SNP based on 45% odds of the vote, as opposed to if you coalesce the 55% of the vote, then actually the SNP holding on to 40 odd would be a good result.
I think we should be realistic and be honest here, right? 2015 was a once in a lifetime situation. We'd just come out of the referendum, everybody was still fresh, and as you say, 45% is enough to win you almost every first past, well, clearly, enough to win you almost every first past the post in the country. But that's not where politics is. You know, that's not. If we get 40 odd seats tonight or whatever it may be, that's kind of more like where you would expect the party to be. And to be honest, if you're 10 years in power and you're getting that sort of lead in the opinion polls and in the elections, then that says a lot about the quality of the government that Scotland's had, despite all the criticism that they may get.
And it may be that, in the sense that we're settling. I don't know. It's a foolish prediction, perhaps, settling down into a new normal, in the sense that we had the Scotland pre-referendum, Scotland post-referendum, and in a sense the reorganisation of Scottish politics, Scottish culture, that referendum, in a sense.
I don't see that. I don't see a new normal.
No, I don't.
I haven't seen a new
that.
normal since 2014. I haven't. I mean, look at tonight. It was such an uninspiring election. The exit poll arrives, and all of a sudden it got interesting because you got what? Where? Nothing.
What's going on?
I could see. I mean, nothing that I could mentally predict has happened. The same happened with Brexit. A lot of the council results really bamboozled me as well. Trump. This is the problem. Is if there is a new normal, it seems to be the last thing you expect.
I mean, during all these events, I was at the National for all these events, and every single time we've had to tear up the front page that we had to do.
Right.
I'll tell you who we need to get. See these people that lie to opinion pollsters all the way through, then vote differently in the day. If we can find these people.
It's all
Because that's what happens all the way through. You're looking at the polls, nothing changes. You go to bed and go, no, it's fine. You wake up the next morning.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So tonight I shall not sleep. I'll make
That's
sure
the
it
plan.
doesn't happen.
I haven't felt though that this election, certainly the exit poll doesn't suggest this election has got anything in common with the council elections at all.
We won. No, the SNP won the council elections.
The SNP won this election as well, but it's
No.
but they did.
Well, we don't know. We haven't seen any results
even
yet.
on these
on
these exit polls,
Yes.
we've won these elections in Scotland.
Yeah. So I mean,
no, 22 seats doesn't.
22 seats down.
Oh, down.
Oh,
that's
we've
right.
got
It's
34.
34.
On the exit poll,
34.
we've got 34.
Yeah, so but
Not going to be mass celebrations, though.
well, sure, but then maybe that's indicative of something. I mean, it's a bit early in the night to get really historical and philosophical, but it might be that the very nature of politics, as you were saying, Ian, the very nature of politics has changed, and maybe this has got something to do with I don't know. I was thinking about this about social democracy, because this is social democracy as exemplified not just by, say, the SNP or the Labour Party, but also by the SPD in Germany, by the socialists in France, by Podemos in Greece, up until recently, until they vanished. The Spanish socialists all across Europe, and also the Democrats in the States. If you like, the kind of social democratic thing, which is where there is a connection between the political activity and a social activity, which used to be based on work, used to be based on housing, used to be based on lots of things which have gone, which historically have gone. So therefore you've got politics happening over here somewhere as a kind of entertainment, as a kind of, oh well, we may as well give Donald Trump
Reality
a
TV.
I think I mean, there is a great truth, I think, in all of that. That people are it's no longer voting in their best interests, or I mean, we're living in a time where we're already witnessing the rise of artificial intelligence is seeing people lose jobs all over the place. Go into your local supermarket, there is nobody on the tills anymore. Already they've lost all their jobs to the rise of AI. We need to talk about what's going to be happening as more and more people are losing their jobs as computers take their jobs. And instead we're talking about Brexit and you know,
Well,
oh,
we're
it's,
not.
it's
We're
because
not.
of immigration, it's because
We're
of...
certainly talking about immigration.
We're
that's-
not talking about the serious issues that
No, absolutely.
very, very quickly, within a decade's time, the amount of people that are going to lose their work to robots is you know, even the
think
SNP aren't talking about it.
But is
Now, I
that
do
not-
know that the SNP have, as party policy, and I always say it wrong because now we've got universal credit, but the universal benefit system, which the SNP say, well, you know, we can't do it unless we have independence. But
Yeah.
we're going to have to start talking about things like that seriously, and instead we're
Yes.
talking about immigration.
But we did say we'd look at that, to be fair.
Is it not party policy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think part of the problem with that is that we've come to accept the. Let's look at these figures.
This is yeah.
10
Yeah.
polling stations.
10
The
polling
10 polling
stations.
stations.
Yeah.
So the exit poll in Scotland's a waste of, a completely waste of time.
Right,
Right, but I don't think we read out part of that and then our voices were
Sorry.
very high.
Yes.
Yes. So maybe we should tell them what it actually says. The BBC have now admitted the Scottish exit poll took place at 10 polling stations in Scotland, not 10 constituencies.
Presumably polling stations in 10 different constituencies,
You would think.
but it's not.
You would think.
But it's
It's
not.
not a huge sample. It's not a
No.
huge sample.
So I think that's what we can do.
In any constituency.
I like the use of the word admitted. That feeds into another interesting kind of thing. People were talking about Corbyn and making the...
To be fair, I think the word admitted might not be the BBC's word, it might be a researcher's
It's,
word.
No, but the
It's a tweeter called Kaiser Soze that
right.
admitted.
But
Not
the fact that kind of like, there is something about, and the Corbynites in England have been talking about the media, the news agenda, the BBC, which was something that a lot of people felt during the Scottish referendum
They did.
as well, that there was, in Scotland we said it was a unionist, here they're saying it's a conservative, it's an establishment bias within the BBC, I think is the best way of putting it. And the fact that we all just said, oh, admitted, yeah, well that would be the BBC, ha-ha, we've caught them out, you know.
Well, I always worry about that particular strand because
Yeah.
I do too.
of nationalist rhetoric, as it were.
It's just rhetoric.
Aye, can
Yes.
I say about this
Just-
one? There's always been people criticise the BBC.
Oh, yes.
The Labour Party have for years said that the BBC
Doesn't it
was...
Lib Dems
so
or
Tories.
whatever?
Well, sorry, there was too few of them. But for them to hear them. But you know, the BBC's always got criticism, justifiable criticism in many cases. So the Labour Party have, for decades, as far as I can remember, said that the BBC was the home channel of the Conservative Party. We were saying the same thing. I say people from our movement were saying the same thing. And it is about that. They are recognised as being the establishment channel. Now, I'm not saying that they're biased or anything like that. I do think that they look at things from a certain perspective, and that may well colour their views at times. Certainly some of them leave a bit to be desired in the way that they interview some people as opposed to some other people.
If that's true, if the BBC did say that it was 10 polling stations, not constituencies, and there's a big if, I don't know, but I would suspect that that was not, if they did that, it wasn't because they're biased, it's because they don't give enough resource and they don't give enough attention to exit polls in Scotland compared to the we do
I
in
don't
other
think it
parts.
would be biased.
And also, I know too many people that work at the BBC, and
Absolutely.
particularly in the news,
No.
who make sure that their reports are incredibly balanced. I think in any
But
big organisation,
I think the trouble is often the definition of balance. Because we saw at the referendum when you would have panels where you would have, say, 4 people and 3 of them were unionist and one was not, but the 3 represented different political parties. And I think
I think the classic for this is if we're talking about the big broad things that are going to affect us, climate change is because is balance means you have one climate skeptic and one side who represents 99% of all scientists, but you have 2 guys.
yeah.
And the other one.
Yes,
you don't need balance when the other Sunderland Central,
Sunderland Central,
Labour.
That's a while ago, isn't it?
Labour 25,056, Conservative 15,059. So clearly Labour hold, presumably. There doesn't have any information there yet on the swing.
Keep
So,
an eye out, yeah.
yeah,
Labour in Sunderland are up 5%.
5% still
Conservative
smaller
is
than the
up
swing.
10%, and it's all from UKIP. So the UKIP vote has gone down
Gone.
14%. It's
Right.
gone 2/3 to Tory
to
and
Tories,
a third to Labour. But that's enough for them in Sunderland. But
Right, but maybe not elsewhere.
I'm
but
surprised
yes,
more hasn't gone to the Tory party. Am I wrong?
Sunderland. Yes, maybe
Why would
we're
a
reading the
UKIP? Why would
rules.
UKIP go? Why did a UKIP voter decide to vote?
I think.
Vote Labour because they were Labour voters to start with.
Yes, I think that's right.
Labour voters went to UKIP in quite large numbers,
Yeah.
and that was when UKIP started that toughen immigration. Not
Yeah.
UKIP, sorry,
Labour.
Labour
Yeah.
started their,
Yeah.
send an immigrant home mug van. I got confused as to who was doing what to which particular horrible abusive immigrants
Yeah,
was
yeah.
Tory,
Labour did the
which
mug,
was
Tories
Labour.
did the van.
Right,
Theresa
so
May did the van.
Labour mugs, Tory vans,
Yeah,
right?
that's
So there was a very deliberate reason for that, and it seems like to some extent perhaps some of their support's come home,
Yeah.
but some of it's gone to the Tories.
I think because UKIP, despite reality, are perceived, I think, to a degree as a working class party, and there's a kind of class loyalty to it that can't vote to the Tories. You know.
Okay,
So-
Lib Dems in Scotland confident in Edinburgh West and East Dunbartonshire.
Yeah.
Tory say race is close in Murray, seat held by SNP. We were talking about Murray earlier.
Right.
But there was a... despite the exit poll, Scottish Labour sources think majorities in many seats too big to put them in play north of the border.
Right.
This is Nick Eardley at the BBC.
Yeah.
And Labour sources say 13% swing in SNP Labour postal vote samples in Edinburgh South.
Well,
So-
no.
13% swing from the SNP to Labour in Edinburgh South.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Yep.
That's odd.
Right. It's weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
But anyway.
However, we are still working on the basis of an opinion poll that we are pulling apart, deconstructing,
Right.
and we have one bit of paper and a
I'm
couple of
back at
tweets.
my 59 seats.
Yeah, 59 seats. That
I'm
would
going
be
on
It's
for
as good as any other figure right there.
He has tweeted. He tweeted this though
You did?
about Nick Eardley about an hour ago, though, saying the BBC analysis in Scotland: Tories up 6, Lib Dems up 4, Labour up 1.
Where are the Lib Dems getting 4 seats from?
Oh, yeah, that's
Well, East Dunbartonshire would be.
East
Eastern
Dunbartonshire.
Bartonshire.
Right.
Five, and another Highland seat.
Well, no, the Orkney Shetland Hold would be assuming in that,
Yeah,
but where
but
would
there's-
be for
but
Eastern
there's
Bartonshire?
another one.
Although Orkney and Shetland, I mean, a lot of people were predicting Orkney and Shetland
Do you know,
would go
it's
to
a
SNP.
fabulous SNP candidate, and
Right.
a young woman, Miriam Brett,
Right.
intelligent,
Absolutely.
engaging.
Yes, very
But
good.
I would have loved to have seen Miriam do good. But I was talking to somebody from Shetland last night, and they said there's issues about ferries. And whenever somebody who lived in Ireland starts saying there's issues about ferries, I say talk to Hamza Yusuf as everyone else. And there was local issues, and he says it's not quite. And I believe that it's not quite as straightforward as. But she was such an engaging candidate, and if she doesn't win tonight, and that's certainly a young woman to watch for the future. Was Miriam? It was a just positive, upbeat campaign.
Yeah.
She's an intelligent young woman. So, there's a lot of positivity around some of the young, good candidates. And there wasn't a lot of new candidates in the SNP, obviously, but there's been, and the young
Mary
woman,
McCallum.
Yeah.
Is very good as well.
that's the young woman down in the
Yes,
borders,
yes. So,
She's very young.
yes, she is. But they are both, as you say, they're very talented, very engaging, very knowledgeable. So I think they've got big futures ahead of them.
Yeah.
I think David Mandell's expected to keep that. And
If I could get a scalp,
is that the one you would like?
that's the one. I
That
would
would
like.
be your Portillo moment.
Yes, yes.
Although
I'm not Ian Murray, right?
Oh, you're right.
I was told that Ian Duncan Smith that was close, I believe, and also Amber. Am I right in thinking that Amber Rudd, who was my tip for the top,
Yes.
was also in a marginal?
Yes.
Yes. So Amber Rudd might not be the third female Prime Minister.
I should have put that bet on her.
You should.
I still can't see it.
It's-
Mr. Charm, Philip Hampton.
What's Boris Johnson's seat? What's his
Kensington,
majority?
Chelsea, isn't it?
A million and a half or
Uh-huh.
something like that, isn't it? You know?
So if Theresa May goes,
Yeah.
Corbyn's clearly,
Safe,
yeah.
I think.
For a year.
Is Kezia safe?
No, I don't
To
think
be
so.
replaced by.
By
I
whom?
think she's safe because
Because there's nobody else.
Anis Sarwar.
Well, if you think Scottish
Well, he
Labour are
wants
bad just now, then sorry, Anis, then I look forward to Anis getting it.
Yes.
You know, I mean, although I was on a panel with him last week, and this doesn't come as any surprise, he was trying to be as Corbynite as he possibly could in his responses.
If I was Corbyn, I would say to her, I think it's time.
But
I don't think Corbyn gives up. I think they've written off Scotland.
I don't think he cares.
I do, I think that, yeah.
I don't think he cares.
Oh, well,
Well, we all seem to be in agreement on that.
Well, I'm going to say that's not. I can't see why you would do that. Why would you give up something that's
Because
territory
Corbyn's
that
not
is
a unionist. Corbyn's not into Great Britain and Union Jack. He's not a unionist. He supports a united Ireland.
I'm not sure about that. Because, I mean, in a sense, there was always a kind of an imperial strand to the Benite left. I think that's the Britain, the moral leadership of the world, which the Tories went on about, was also part of the kind of mantra. A very British nationalist.
Do you see that in Corbyn? Do you see that kind of?
Yeah, I think so. But then that's just because of my deep ancestral distrust of the people I used to hang about with in the 80s, which is largely the Labour left. So,
I think he knows very little outside of London, to be quite honest.
I think he does know. I think he doesn't know very much. But I mean, one of the criticisms I would have of him is that he hasn't got rid of all the people within his party that caused him problems. If I'd been him when I got the leadership, I'd have got rid of them.
I think that was one of the reasons that Theresa May called this election right now, because before Corbyn got the chance to do the gradual deselection of.
Well, it wouldn't have been gradual if I'd been. I mean, these people were out to get him and out to stop what he wanted the Labour Party to become.
It's never good to purge your party. It's never a good idea to purge your party if you're a leader. I know it's really difficult, but and that's why it rarely happens. Within the SNP, you would go back to the expulsion of the 79 group, and that was all just a bit messy, so they let them all back in about a year later or whatever. It's not, you know, Kinnock tried to purge the Labour of Milton, and it was difficult. So I don't blame Corbyn if he purged the party. The party's hollowed out organisationally in some of its key heartlands. When you start purging people, you start attacking your own party. And I don't think Corbyn had the stomach for it, but I also don't know that necessarily it's the way to go. Really, I think you're quite harsh.
You also talk about them being the biggest party in Western Europe now. They've got 500,000 members. So where are all these members then? If organisations have been hollowed out,
but where's
a lot of them, of course, are not full members. That's the thing.
Well, there's also where is the huge SNP membership? How active is that huge membership that joined in?
Oh yeah.
How active is it?
SNP people. Right, okay. The truth is, like any mass membership organisation, you get a core that works, right? And they go out and they do leaflet. And most members, I think, that joined in 2014, we've had some great members, great active members. Some of them get elected, and some of them are just active members doing a really good job on the ground. But the vast majority of people that join so that they can say that they're a member and sort of like almost pledge allegiance to the party by paying their membership fee. And I think that's really what most of them do. And I don't think that we should ever be criticising them for doing that, because I think that's them playing their part. I'd rather they were doing that than they weren't doing anything. We have to work towards trying to build up the activist space, but we still have the most active activist space in the country.
Let's go back to that in a minute.
Yep.
But first of all, Newcastle East, Labour 28,127, Greens 755, Conservative 8,866, UKIP 1,315, Lib Dems 2,574. So Labour clear winners there, presumably.
That would have been anyway.
Yeah, presumably there would be anyway. It would be a hold.
They're up 18%.
18% swing to Labour.
That's what was the UKIP? Is that what the
UKIP vote is down 9%. The Greens are down 6%. And the Lib Dems are down 4.9%.
That's interesting.
So Labour are up 18.1%, and the Tories are up 3.7%.
Wow,
that is interesting. And so again, maybe we're seeing a polarisation. I mean, again, a return to two-party politics in a way that in the UK, in the RUK, as it were, which we haven't really seen since before the SDP came and screwed everybody up in the 80s.
Yeah. There's a tweet here saying that the bookies are hardening odds on a Tory majority. Now, 5-2 on from 2-1 on.
So this exit poll, but again, exit polls usually favour Labour, don't they? I mean, historically, there's like a distortion that people are ashamed of themselves of voting Conservative, as of course they should be.
Yeah.
So North Swindon's in.
North Swindon, how's that?
Tory 53%, Labour 38%. Tories are up 3 and Labour are up 10.
But that was this Tory hold, is it?
I think it is. It doesn't say here, but I'd imagine that
must
would
be
be.
a Tory hold. Well, it must be if
So that means I think
they were up 3.
because most of the seats so far have been Labour
Swindon?
seats.
Yes. They're all there.
So and have there's been a swing to Labour as that's Swindon North, Swindon North. Conservative 29,431, Labour 21,096. So 3.7% swing from Conservatives to Labour. So that is it's a swing to Labour, obviously, but it's not the swing of the magnitude that the exit poll suggested was nationwide.
Yeah. The swings seem to be not uniform.
Yeah.
Sunderland, there's a swing to the but swings and roundabouts. We're sitting. Get what I did there.
That
Swing
was
to
really
roundabout,
clever.
yeah. We're sitting here talking about 3 results. We really haven't got a clue. We're talking about it's going to be a hung parliament. Will the SNP be part of that coalition of chaos that I, for one, will celebrate? My eldest daughter tonight was posting things on Facebook about, come on, the coalition of chaos. And I'm like, yeah, okay, she was a Lib Dem member for a year after Cleggmania, but she's just an ordinary SNP voter now. You know, we could just a few more results coming in, and suddenly we could say, oh, Theresa May, she's got the majority. The other opinion polls projected. We've all got ourselves excited over nothing. We're waking up to a bleak, grim, hard exit, and you know. So
although if it's a small Tory majority, she still has to go.
Well, she still has to go.
Because what she's done is she's put us through all this for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even from a Conservative, not put us through all this, but the whole country through this, for some, what she was trying to do was build her majority so that she could go in there. She seemed to think that if she had a big majority, the Europeans would just
Although I
quiver with fear.
sometimes got suspected during the campaign that she was out to lose it.
Yeah, other people said that.
That she actually decided, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered.
She did seem to
Honestly, I can't be bothered.
Absolutely,
I'm going to have 3 things, I'm just going to say them all the time. And it's
But she did seem to crack a bit sort of halfway through, and again, the rumour was that it was because this decision to have the election and the way that the strategy, the manifesto, was written by a handful of closest advisors, and the policies weren't properly scrutinised, and they really thought they could get away with not having any policies of any kind, and they made up some stuff, but the moment they looked like they were going to be robbing all pensioners of their houses.
Yeah, well, exactly.
It's just like, excuse me?
Uh-huh.
I thought that was their best policy. I'm sorry they doubled back on it. I thought that was a genuine, honest and brave attempt. And okay, I'm being a bit facetious, but you know, there is a huge problem with the ageing population. The numbers of people with dementia and later life are set to double, triple, whatever. It's something incredible when you hear the statistics. You know, she was brave to tackle it.
She wasn't brave. She was brave in the Yes Minister sense of being brave to announce that during an election campaign.
Courageous.
Yes, exactly. And what she should have done is there's some merit in what you say, I think, right? But what she should have done is she should have addressed this.
But it's something the
after.
Scottish Government are going to have to address as well, and you know.
Would you like to see the Scottish Government addressing that?
I'd like to see us address it. I don't know that taking people's houses off them is the way to go about it.
Can't afford it.
But we can't. No, but we can afford lots of things, can't we? We can't. We can never seem to afford the things that let ordinary people get slightly ahead. Then suddenly, once they get ahead, suddenly we can't afford that anymore.
Do you know? Earlier we were talking about how hard it is to engage people in politics. How young people find it confusing. The EU do. You know what I've always thought would be useful? was if people just got this information about for every pound the government spends, 50 pence goes in housing, 20p goes on they're really breaking it down a bit. They do it a wee bit with the council tax that they used to. And you kind of go, oh, right, but you could even have that further broken down. I don't think people understand where the money comes from and where the money goes. If we really saw how much we spent on defence and could compare it to other countries, how little we spend on pensions and compare it to other countries.
How little we spend on health. We compare to the States, we spend half what the Americans do.
Well, also if we showed where our money goes and particularly benefits, how much of our money goes in benefits, which is minuscule, despite the amount of publicity it gets.
We keep dealing with things politically, issue by issue, headline by headline, and nobody's really joining them up into a sort of coherent picture of this is what the government does, this is what it spends, this is what it prioritises, this is what the different options you would be. Different options you would have, and not just hospitals, because the weakest political rhetoric of all time is when people say we are spending this amount and that. That could build so many hospitals.
And we could give nurses.
It could give nurses, it's like, okay, it could do lots of things, but we don't really. So that was just, it came up just thinking about that care for the elderly and the points that were being made earlier about the difficulties in engaging. That kind of information, people could use that.
No, they could.
Can I say that I think I think there's a lot of merit in what you say there, but I also think that part of the problem that we have here is that a lot of the funding isn't reliant on us. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be making the obvious point, right? But about until we've got all the powers and all the money is coming from us, then it becomes much more difficult to break it down. But of course, something to make it simpler for the public to understand what the money's been spent on is vitally important.
This return that people are talking about to, I guess, two tribes in England, particularly in England. Is that a good thing for politics? I mean, it strikes me that there is a choice this time for England, and that the Labour Party's manifesto is different from the Conservatives' Party manifesto, more different than it has been for years. Is that a good thing for that, or is it better to be more?
I prefer what we have here in Scotland, and I think proportional representation is a great thing that we have at Holyrood. I do think there is an interesting thing when you have a first past the post electorate. We had a referendum 2014, which didn't go the way I hoped it would go, but we very quickly after that had an election, and you've got almost a binary electorate. We had Yes and Better Together, and when in a binary sense, in a first past the post, we put 56 MPs in Parliament. And I think Theresa May was counting on having a binary electorate at this election. She was counting on the Brexiteers, the over 50% of people who voted for Brexit voting for her. And that in a first past the post situation could have given her would have given her a massive majority. So I don't know that you are necessarily seeing this back to a binary two-party.
But then also you've got a Labour Party who are not against Brexit. So again you have a strange situation where again the Brexit election that wasn't about Brexit.
But also this thing that I hark back to, this counting, the contempt in which the electorate is held, and also either you're being played or they think you're stupid. There's one or two things going on. It's up to you to decide. But you've got a Prime Minister who campaigned against Brexit, running a general election that she promised she never would, to push through a Brexit that she campaigned against.
And actually speaking very passionately now in favour of exactly the things that
she was against. So either you're stupid or she holds you in contempt. She thinks that I am watching this strong and stable woman who is not. She can say it as much as she wants, but I don't buy it.
But I wonder to what degree that they hold themselves in contempt. I mean, no, seriously.
James.
I don't hold myself.
Well, obviously you don't. But again, if somebody is capable of that complete, Ruth Davidson. Well, Ruth Davidson doesn't. She doesn't hold herself in contempt. She thinks she's marvellous. But
more people agree. Seemingly.
She was one of the most articulate. One of the best people in the argument against Brexit was Ruth Davidson. because she's she is a performer. There's no question about it.
A bit of a pantomime performer.
Yes.
Well, yes, but yeah.
Oh,
but,
yes,
you
yeah.
know,
Not a
Oh, no, she's not.
Oh,
sophisticated
yes, yes.
stage. Yeah.
And we have another result
Oh yes.
from Sunderland.
Oh yes.
I don't know how many seats there are in Sunderland. But
3, I think.
right, well, in this one, it's a Labour majority of 12,940, Labour 24,639, Conservative 11,699. Someone has written in this that it's a swing to the Conservatives. I don't know what swing it is. Unless somebody can
Find it anywhere here.
anywhere else.
You're going to have to sharpen up there, operator.
Well, but it's especially as in around about half an hour's
Is
time.
that
It'll
Sunderland
start
West?
coming in about 1 every 2 minutes.
Yes.
Sunderland West has Labour up 5%, and the Conservative vote is up 10% there.
But that again is one third of the UKIP vote going to Labour, 1/3 going to the.
Yeah, because UKIP are down 12%.
Thank you very much.
So
No, that's fine.
So there's been 6 seats declared and none have changed hands.
No.
So that's where we're at.
So it's a really exciting night.
let's see.
At the moment there are 5 Labour and 1 Tory MPs.
Okay.
But it starts getting terribly. It gets faster and faster and more exciting between 2, 3, and 4, which is
Yeah.
that's when things start to get mental, and we start to put flesh on the bone, as it were.
Well, with that enticing prospect, we're going to have another short break. We're going to return you to Exploding Scotland and change things around here, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes. And I'm saying this, of course, but the person who is in charge of doing that very thing doesn't seem to be listening to me. So
sitting in, and we have a slightly altered panel. We've got Rachel McCormick. How would you describe yourself, Rachel, as a kind of activist, campaigner?
Not even remotely. I think I'm a whiskey writer that kind of fell into politics.
Well, in that case, as a whiskey writer, you could be very, very useful later on in the night.
Absolutely.
We have Ian Robertson, who's our Twitter actor, who's an actor and Twitter meister, who is going to be keeping us remotely up to date. We're very well aware that most of you, if you are watching this, will also be watching at least 2 news channels at the same time, so you may well be quicker than us, but we will try to make up for with personality for what we lack in technology. We also have the delightful Jodie Waite, who is over on my far left, and we have Jackie Kemp. How would you describe? Because this is all new to me. So how would you describe yourselves, and in relation to what's going on tonight?
So I'm currently the full-time officer at Glasgow Caledonian University,
All right.
and I am Vice President-elect of Education at IUS Scotland. So I'm all about the young votes. I'm all about engaging young people in
So
politics.
you are our youthful symbol.
Try to be.
Absolutely. Yes, because as age increases, actually no, age I think coalesces right in the middle here. So Jackie, how about you?
I once upon a time was a journalist. I wouldn't describe myself as a journalist now. I'm a blogger and a business writer.
So I remember you as a journalist. I remember liking your stuff very much.
Oh, thank you.
Well, no,
That's
I
very
did.
kind.
And yes, well, Ian and I are kind of old muckers in that we occupy the same thespian space. Archetypes. But I'm going to start with Rachel, and because you are partly because you're new to this conversation, is that we're all rather stunned and shocked by the initial exit polls when that came out. Partly in a kind of really kind of whoopee kind of a way, man. God, the Tories might have lost their majority, and then I kind of hang on, when the SNP looked, we're down to 34, and but James Dornan was on earlier, and he was, as an old wise political head that he is, saying that he thinks that 34 is a floor rather than a ceiling of how bad tonight could be for the SNP. What's your feeling? What's your gut reaction?
I think 2 years ago, if you said to the SNP they were going to win 34 seats, they would have been bringing out the bunting and going absolutely crazy. I think that we have very short memories. I think that anything, for most media, anything less than 61 seats for the SNP, given that we only have 59 in Scotland, would be a blow to independence.
Yes.
And I think you have to get your head round that that's what it would be. Everything is going to be a blow to independence. Losing 1 seat is going to be a blow to independence, and not having 61 is going to be a blow to independence.
Yes.
When we only have 59. I think that this could be a battle that we look like we might lose, but I think there's a very long war.
Right.
And I don't think that we're going to lose that. And I think that people need to kind of get a bit of perspective. Also, I mean, the SNP essentially peaked with these 56 seats.
Yes.
Brexit hasn't actually happened yet. A lot of people voting Tory for the Union will discover that they are going to lose their jobs very soon because of Brexit. We're going to have no finance industry. We're going to have no tech industry, which is, let's see, oil we've already been told is a liability. Our second biggest industry is tech, which is going to disappear. Our third big industry is whisky, which Boris has already messed up with the exports to India. And the fourth biggest industry is finance, which we're going to lose. So I think that people have to kind of gather themselves a wee bit, and also I think people are also possibly voting Labour because they think Labour might win.
Well, so on the one hand, you're being cheery about the SNP, on the other hand, you're being positively apocalyptic about Brexit. So what's your reaction?
I think the whole political landscape is going to change. It's not just about how big is your majority; it's also what you can do with it. And I suppose if there's a hung parliament down in London, then the SNP group potentially will have a lot more influence, which would be good potentially for Scotland. And also, I think, perhaps people are concerned about Brexit. I mean, perhaps they're really concerned about a hard Brexit, and maybe that's why they're not going to deliver a landslide to Theresa May. So maybe the whole political landscape is going to shift.
So are we still talking about notional arithmetic? It seems to me. So again, I mean, there is some arithmetic which we may end up with tonight, where the SNP group could be even at 40, say, could be numerically extraordinarily significant, or we could have a situation where 56-40. What's the difference? So I think it could really could work either way. I mean, you were talking earlier on about Ian about the possibility of the coalition of chaos. So what's your thinking on that just
Well,
now?
I think the whole Labour stance that there will be no deals with the SNP whatsoever, not a chance, is nonsense. I don't think it'll. I don't think it'll wash. I think if there's a chance that they can lock Theresa May out with doing any kind of coalition or any supplying confidence, more likely with the SNP, that Jeremy Corbyn will jump at it. Kettering's just announced.
Oh yes.
So Conservative at 57%, that's up 6. Labour, so Conservative have held it, but Labour,
Right.
it's a swing to Labour there of 11%, and of course
11%, and is there a swing to the Tories? Again, we could be
yeah, 6%.
Yes, part of the story of the night seems to be that in different seats we have either 1/3 of the UKIP vote going to Labour or 1/3 going to the Tories, and the remaining 2/3 going to. And again, we can all be happy, can we not, that UKIP are going to vanish as a voice.
I read an internet rumour about what the SNP might.
Oh yeah, talking about coalitions. So there is an internet rumour that, or an internet kind of speculation that the SNP may go into coalition with the Conservatives if promised a second referendum. What a sticky situation.
I think that would be roundly
I'm sure
unpopular.
the SNP know that coalitions are toxic after what happened to the Libs.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I mean.
So, but that's a particular version of the crystal ball. But Rachel said something in my ear a moment ago that you didn't think necessarily it was a bad thing, or that UKIP or there's a good thing that UKIP would vanish.
The reason that UKIP is vanishing is because Tory party's basically become UKIP. So in the end, when you look at it, UKIP and Nigel Farage has been the most successful post-Second World politician in the whole of Britain because he got what he wanted and he's basically made the Tory party his party. I mean, the Lib Dems had this election campaign which part was vote for Theresa May, get Nigel Farage, and I think they had a very strong point that we have this tiny, and it's a very small English with some psychopathic Scottish people who are kind of really, well, I mean, come on, Fox and the other one, Gove, I mean, they're not really quite full there. Am I allowed to say this anyway?
I don't know. Do we have any lawyers?
It's a bit late. And so you look at them; they've basically taken over the Tory party. So the Tory party has become a UKIP.
But with better suits, marginally.
But marginally.
I think the Labour message has been, calculated to not to frighten the UKIP vote off. I mean, they have been saying, we accept the referendum result. We don't want freedom of movement. We're concerned about the effect on wages of immigration. So that they have been saying the kind of things that they needed to say.
Did they need to say them? That has been a question in my mind all the way through. Did the Labour Party need to pander to UKIP in quite the way that they have?
I don't know if they've pandered. I don't know if you could say that's pandered to UKIP. I think they've probably been quite careful about that. I think their position on Brexit is a lot better than the Tory parties. It's not as good as the SNP. I mean, is that pandering? I mean, a lot of people are concerned about some of those things, and I think it's okay to address those concerns. I felt the Tories had gone way too far on that. They were sounding really pretty racist.
The big concern about freedom of movement works both ways. I mean, there's a freedom of movement of they're allowed to come here, we're allowed to go there. We are going to lose an incredible number of really active academics, people who do jobs that none of us want to do, from people in Eastern Europe who work in agriculture that British people don't want to do, and we're going to get 2 million pensioners back from Spain.
And also,
I mean, the freedom of movement works both ways, which is not a debate that's been properly had.
And for Scotland, are people who have emigrated in huge numbers for hundreds of years, who've traditionally, had access to education and then been able to take advantage of the opportunities to, freedom of movement is obviously something that allows Scots to go to Europe and work and live and
and it allows our pensioners to go and live in Spain while we get really active workers from Hungary and Poland who come here and contribute. I mean, it's a big, massive
thing. I totally agree with you, and I think things look different though in Scotland because we do have different, and I think that's why immigration needs to be devolved, because I think Scotland has a different different concerns.
I
on
mean,
that.
we need immigration.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the worst thing about all this. We need.
But then the biggest places that voted for Brexit were places that had next to no immigration. I mean, people that I know, that rural places where next to no immigrants live, all voted to leave, whereas places like London, and London is full of immigrants, voted to remain.
But then, is it not the case? I mean, it seems to me. I mean, I'm one of those Scottish nationalist voters who loves London, who thinks it's one of the best places in the world, and
It's a great city.
that in lots of ways. But London has never felt to me. I mean, even since when I was the first time I went there, when I was a boy, has never felt to me like it's part of the same country. It's always felt like it's different. And again, I think that it may be that just as Scottish politics has become polarised around, if you like, the national question, do we think that there's a degree to which English politics is now polarised around the national question in an overt way that it never has been before?
I think it's rural versus cities, and that's what we saw in America with Trump, wasn't it? It's the rural areas, it's the rubes, it's the country people.
It's the left behind economically, do you think?
Well, they just, I suppose they think slightly differently. They tend to have lower levels of education. I mean, rural issues, in Scotland, I'd say if we see a Tory surge, it's going to be in rural Scotland largely, isn't it? And they did historically vote Tory, and they're quite conservative with a small c in many areas.
But isn't that all to do with their rural demographic? Is it's just pensioners? I mean, there is, because there aren't any jobs there. So I would say our rural demographic is very specific. Like, most people are over 65.
I think we're possibly in danger of generalising.
If you look at it percentage-wise, if you go to a small island in Scotland, or you go to a rural constituency that would probably vote Conservative, and you look at how old they are, average age compared to an urban area, it's because there's nothing to do in those places, so people leave.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, the French countryside is full of young people.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say was potentially it's not even about age. Like, I grew up in Helensburgh. I went to school. I don't think there was anyone in my high school who wasn't white. Like, I'm very, when I first came to university, it was the first time I'd really experienced kind of, apart from when I travelled, but in Scotland, like a really diverse range of people from a diverse range of backgrounds, a diverse kind of, even like you can get to Helensburgh like an hour away on a train. Like, it's not that far. But it's to do with age, but it's also to do with the fact, like, if you were to come to Scotland to work or whatever, like, why would you go to a place like that? You would want to come to the cities. I mean, Scotland doesn't have a huge amount of people leaving. I mean, like, if I came to Scotland, I wouldn't go, I've come to Scotland, I'm going to go and live in, like, Helensburgh. Like, I wouldn't do that. I mean, as much as I loved growing up there, I'm not saying anything about that. But in general, it's very difficult, and what I found as well, trying to get through to people, I used to find it really, really difficult to get across to people a certain political opinion, because no one actually experienced speaking or really associating with people.
I laughed earlier on when you talked about Glasgow as a place of diversity. Not the Glasgow I grew up in, it wasn't. It had a Chinese population, had an Asian population. But I vividly remember that the first West Indian I ever met was in England, and I was stunned to find he was called Campbell. And then I worked out. That's because one of our ancestors used to own your ancestors. That's why that is. But do we feel? Because I've been thinking about the way this election seemed to work. It seemed to work that if the SNP vote got organised in 2015. That we had almost everyone who voted yes, seemed to vote for the SNP in 2015, and the unionists seem to have caught up in the unionists as organised. So that changing nature of Scottish politics. There's an awful lot of people of my acquaintance who would see this as evidence that the Scotland that has progressed so much since I was a teenager is regressing. Is becoming a more sectarian place. It's becoming a more socially damaged place. It's becoming a more polarised place.
I don't think so.
I
think Scotland's, arguably better governed now than it has been, any time in the last 100 years. It's not perfect, but there are loads of areas of improvement. I think any great political party has to be a coalition of all kinds of people, and at some point that coalition starts to break up. And just recently, taxation in Scotland has been a little higher. It's a little higher if you're a high earner now because they didn't give the tax cut. And because the Scottish Government now has to take decisions more about raising money, I mean, I think that's a bit of a crunch, isn't it? When you start to see a little bit of difference in taxation, it's going to break up your coalition.
Does this election represent a crunch? I mean, this is something that do we feel that, for example, in the way that Nicola Sturgeon's personal popularity undoubtedly has taken a real hit in this election, or perhaps those who liked her before still like her, but those who didn't like her really hate her. I mean,
she's a great politician, but she must be quite exhausted, don't you think? She's fought. And a friend of mine was pointing out that the SNP hasn't had any help from down south as well. It's fought all these campaigns, one after the other, with quite limited resources. It's the same people out on the streets. It's been tough. It's been really tough. I really hope Nicola Sturgeon
I don't know
doesn't have
that
to
the
resign
resources are hugely limited. I mean, after the mass membership, after the referendum, I think in terms of resource, they're the biggest party in Scotland with resource, aren't they?
Yeah.
But Jackie, when you're talking about
I was sort of saying
resource,
that can't they draw on? Doesn't the Labour Party? Isn't it able to draw on resources from the UK party, and isn't it the same with the Conservatives? I don't know. I don't know to what extent they're able to do that, but
it sounds like
in
you're
terms
talking
of
about
advertising and things like that, and just extra, extra help when they need it. I mean, I don't actually know.
I think one of the biggest problems there is the parochial nature of our country, because if you look at the way Nicola Sturgeon is looked at abroad, outside of Britain, she is really, really highly thought of. Scotland is in the news in lots of places because we don't speak any languages, and because our media only looks at Westminster and looks at London. Nobody actually knows how much Scotland is in vogue because of Brexit, because of the fact that we voted against Brexit. And if you look, when Nicola Sturgeon announced the second referendum, that she wanted to hold the second referendum, it was the second biggest news in Germany in all of the newspapers and all of the radio.
She does get great coverage.
Brazilians are desperate to know about things in Scotland. Latin America is in love with Scotland right now. None of which appears on our media. None of it.
None of it. I think it's none of it appears online. But again, I think is that perhaps though a two-edged sword? Because again, I mean, there were various people again of my acquaintance, some of whom were very long in the tooth in nationalist politics, but perhaps not active particularly now. I'm thinking of people who were involved in, especially in 1979, back in the day, in the Scottish Labour Party, as was with Jim Silders and all that kind of thing, who were a little dismayed by the announcement of a second referendum. In the immediate aftermath of Brexit, who thought, hang on, this inside a political bubble, this might make sense, but does Brexit connect enough with the general population to make that difference? I mean, what do you think?
I actually think I was very, very surprised at the swinging vote in Scottish independence opinion after Brexit, because what I didn't realise as being massive nationalists, during the Scottish referendum, I was all for yes, 100%. And whenever someone said to me, I think I'm going to vote to stay part of the UK because I'm worried about leaving the EU, I'd be like, you're being daft. Why are you being daft? It's more important that Scotland becomes independent, And then see after the EU vote, I thought, do you know what? I can, more than anything now, I can empathise with people who voted no in the Scottish referendum purely because of the EU. It was the first time ever that I actually took a step back and thought, do you know what? Maybe they had a point there. I'm not saying that I agreed with the outcome of the Scottish referendum in any way at all, but what I also found, and what I was very surprised at, was the number of people who were for Scottish independence because they also wanted to leave the EU. Now, I had just assumed that people wanted to leave the UK and say part of the EU, but that's not the case. Some people wanted Scotland to be genuinely independent.
Because what was it? Exactly the same proportion of SNP voters as Labour voters voted for leave in Scotland.
Yeah.
So was a second referendum on the back of Brexit a mistake? Did our Nicola make a mistake?
No, because what she's saying is, at the end of the Brexit negotiations, she will go to the Scottish people with, here's what at that time we were thinking Theresa May would be negotiating. Here's what Theresa May, who is saying no deal's better than a bad deal, you know, saying that she's willing to walk away with no deal, or here's what Nicola Sturgeon and the Scottish Government have negotiated with the European leaders. You choose. And it's
Yes.
not as simple as it was in 2014 saying, yeah, I want independence, I believe in an independent Scotland for all the reasons that I had. It's
Yeah.
more actually nuanced in that I do believe that Nicola Sturgeon will have a deal with Europe and the Scottish people will get to choose.
I
Well,
really liked what she said
yeah.
personally. I mean,
Yes.
I really responded to it. I thought what she said was the right thing. I think she believed in it. I think it was the best thing to defend Scotland's interests. I mean, but I do know a lot of people who felt that, you know,
Oh,
it was
God,
too
not
soon
again.
and it was a mistake, and that, you know, that it wasn't going to be popular. But you know, I still think it was the right thing to do.
I think
It's not
maybe democratically it was the right thing to do, but strategically was it perhaps a
I think
mistake?
it's also because people don't actually have much of a clue about what Brexit is actually
I
going
think
to
you're
bring.
absolutely right.
I don't think they understand. I mean, my discussions, for example, with the industry that I know is the whisky industry, is people think, oh, but we're going to just have some tariffs with the EU. I'm like, no, we are going to have world tariffs. It's their third biggest industry.
Yeah.
We do not know
Yes.
what we can
We're
what
going
we
to
can sell
slap
to.
20% on the price of a bottle of whiskey.
Which you think how
Huge.
much money that brings into our
Huge.
economy, and even the fact, for example, the EU had been in discussions with India for years about bringing down the alcohol tariff,
Yes.
which would have meant that basically every single person in Scotland could have started working in the whisky industry because for the amount
Excellent.
of whisky that India would have wanted, and that went up in smoke.
I think
Yeah.
I think also, you know, the fact that Nicola Sturgeon took this position created a real opportunity for Scotland to build its relationships with other European countries.
But are we saying then that what scuppered it, what seemed to make the election campaign, which of course there's a last thing the SNP wanted right now, was the timing of this general election, and the fact that the Labour Party and the Conservatives both conspired. Conspired, is that the right word? Oh, what the hell? It's 1 in the morning. To make this general election, which was supposed to be about the consequences of Brexit, actually all about, oh no, not another referendum because we're all sick of elections. So is the sickness that was evinced all over the UK about this election happening at all, is it as simple as that? That's what made everyone
I
scunnered
think
with
Scot- I
the
think people are
SNP?
sick. People are sick.
Scotland and England now have completely different politics.
Right,
I mean,
okay.
whether you like it or not, we are essentially working as two independent countries. I mean, you have a conversation with English people who live in England, and you have a conversation with people who live in Scotland, and you're having two very different political discussions.
Yes.
Who's voting, what they're voting for, and why. English people are asking Scottish people questions that are irrelevant to how they live and how their political realities lived, and it's the same the other way around.
There is some divergence, but I actually do think that, you know, people are hugely concerned about hard Brexit. They really are, and I suspect.
I don't think they've
that-
woken up to even the vague reality of what it's going to
Well,
be.
I think people are concerned about it. You know, whether it's been on the political agenda as much as it ought to have been or not, I do think that's probably a massive.
I wonder if
risk
there's a
that
kind of
an awful lot
halfway house, which is that I think people might be concerned about it, but they're not convinced that politicians can do anything about it. And they're not.
Well, I think one of the reasons is because the media's essentially given up. I mean, you listen to, you know, when you listen, I didn't live in Scotland for the 2014 referendum, and you'd hear a lot of criticism on the part of Scottish people who supported Scottish independence about how media, and especially the BBC, was dealing with the referendum question, with the independence question. When you look at what they've done with Brexit, it's like they've given in. It's like they're so busy trying to be unbiased that they're basically saying one extremely sensible person who's speaking for 400 economists and one loony economist who's the only one in the whole of Britain that thinks that they're being given equal weight so they can have balance.
As
That's a
yeah,
massive
with
problem.
climate change, yes.
Arguably, Corbyn's position on Brexit is actually kind of a bit of a middle way. It's quite coherent, really. He's saying immediately going to say that all the European Union citizens who are here already can stay, unilateral right to remain. Then he's saying, you know, we're going to respect the results of the referendum, so Britain is leaving the European Union, but he's also saying we're not going to talk about creating a low
Yeah,
tax,
but
bargain basement economy
well,
on
yeah,
the edge of Europe.
but then again, the Corbyn is acting as if leaving the European Union doesn't mean leaving the European Union. Theresa May it strikes me. I think we're having a very interesting conversation about, and I think it's right that we do this because I think again the viewers of this particular show will be watching things. But I think we should we should check in with the news.
Nuneaton is a Conservative hold, 52% share of the vote. Broxburn, Conservative hold. Workington, Labour hold it. And apparently Andrew Ronsley's just said this may be the revenge of the Remainers.
Oh, I thought the revenge of the Remainers was supposed to be vote Lib Dem, wasn't it?
Well,
Because that hasn't happened.
But people maybe don't want another referendum, actually.
Results
Maybe they're
expected
scunnered
soon in
referendums.
Lanarkshire. Looking good for Labour in East Lothian.
Oh,
Possibly also in Glasgow.
Well, Glasgow where?
Well, I know I heard earlier that Alison Thewlis's seat, which is Glasgow
That's
Central,
where I vote.
is
Damn it.
a marker. It
Right.
could go
And that's
Labour.
a shame because Alison does.
I
Well,
think-
she's one of the hardest working SNP.
But I think one of the things that happened is I have watched a lot of people who are in her constituency, well, a lot of people, like 5 people on Facebook, which
Aye,
is not
sure.
a lot of people, but they have all went, oh, well, it's a safe SNP seat, so I'm just going to vote Labour, and I'm like, really?
And
Okay.
again, I mean, we have to remember that all these safe SNP seats
Are not safe.
3 years ago were all safe Labour seats.
Yeah,
Um,
but
so-
but I mean, I was somebody I knew said, oh, I mean, I get that you're voting SNP or whatever, but I had to look at the bigger picture. And as I said at the beginning of the night,
that is the bigger picture.
if this,
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like Labour might take Alison's seat. Now, I think Alison would be a huge loss because she is one of our. Of the SNP
The best and the
group that were
brightest.
sent,
Yes.
she's one of the best. She's worked tirelessly against the rate clause before the rest of us all realised what a disgrace it was. Alison had been on that from day one. But I do worry that in other seats around Scotland, people that have had that same idea, or I like what Corbyn's about, I'm going to vote for his manifesto because it's a safe SNP seat. Now, what if the Tories sneak in some of these seats and they lose Corbyn's manifesto? They lose what they want by not voting for the SNP.
The irony of
I could see
history.
that, but I mean, it's catch-22 because if SNP got every seat, well, loads of seats in Scotland again, and that could have actually again helped the Tories. And it's a
But
difficult
that never helped the
situation.
Tories in the first place.
Well, but
I mean, even now though, I mean, it's predicted that Tories aren't going to get a majority, and I mean, let's be honest about it. I'm still mixed on this, but I mean, if every single constituency in Scotland voted Labour, we could still get a Tory government. 'Cause it's just the way that UK, it's the way Westminster works.
But it also seems that since 2010 or thereabouts, we have rewritten the rules of elections every single time there's been an election. I mean, because the normal until really comparatively recently was
You voted Labour
that
to
you
keep the
voted
Tories in.
you voted Labour to keep the
Yeah.
Tories out in Westminster elections, and you voted and again gradually you began voting for the SNP in the Holyrood elections.
But then again, I don't see this as a loss because I mean, SNP hold almost every single seat in Scotland for the Scottish Parliament. Almost a lot of councillors are SNP councillors. Like, but personally, I think if a cost of a few SNP seats means that we get Jeremy Corbyn as a Prime Minister, I'm not entirely against the idea. And for someone, I mean, as I said earlier on, I was a member of the SNP for years, but would I prefer Theresa May or Jeremy Corbyn? Jeremy Corbyn.
But the problem is,
election.
you're not going to see Jeremy Corbyn with the loss of a few SNP seats. That's what I think is fascinating, that some places the Tories are going to get in, and the loss of those seats means that if SNP had won, they could give us applying confidence to put Jeremy Corbyn in number 10, but by some people voting for Corbyn, and we won't know until we know, if there are seats where that split left vote lets Tories in, then the great irony is that you won't get your Labour Prime Minister because some people in Scotland voted Labour.
First past the post is not fit for purpose. It was fine in the 18th century. It is not fit for purpose in 2017.
I think it's great. I love it.
If we had first past the post in Holyrood,
Okay.
if we had first past the post in Holyrood, we would have 9 non-SNP MPs. As it is, they're in a minority government. It is not fit for purpose. Your vote is a total waste if you don't win in your constituency.
I think
This is how
yeah.
we ended up with Brexit. One of the reasons we ended up with Brexit was people were voting as a protest vote because they were so used to their entire lives of their vote not counting.
Well, that's a referendum. That's not first past the post.
Yes,
In a
but
referendum,
people,
everybody's
no,
vote
but
counts the
no,
same.
but people don't get that. If people have their entire lives voted in something like the Westminster system, where everything is in first past the post, they are not used to their vote counting.
We have three different systems in Scotland.
When
Yes.
most
Wasn't
of the vote in
it
England,
wasn't the
Sorry,
point
sorry,
of the
Judy.
Scottish Parliament to make sure there was never going to be a massive majority, which is totally not fit for purpose anymore. Like, the purpose of putting up the Scottish Parliament was to make sure that there was representatives, to make sure there wasn't a total majority. Now, as much as, as I say, I don't have anything against the SNP in any way at all, I was a member of the SNP for years, but is it not shown that even that's not, is it not shown that that political way of voting
that's
Well, the
true.
D'Hunt,
That doesn't-
the
yeah.
D'Hunt system in Hollywood.
it's
And
much
Holland-
bigger.
Yeah,
It's much
so
bigger
there
than
was,
the
I
Westminster
think
one.
there was an overall majority, although she was saying that it was designed to prevent that
to
happening.
prevent that
So how is it
happening?
not fit for purpose?
Well, it
Because the
didn't
way it
work.
was set up was to make sure that there was going to be more representatives, but then in the Scottish elections it didn't work because SNP got an absolute huge
Yeah, yeah,
majority.
yeah.
We know that was a fluke.
But
That was
once,
a fluke. It
once
happened
because
once.
that's what people voted for.
But if it's a fluke, then
hold
why
on,
are people
but-
getting so upset now that the SNP
Yeah,
are
yeah.
losing seats? Because if it was a fluke once, then people shouldn't see it as being a loss. As you said earlier on, really
Well, but
rightly,
in
if
this
this was a
system-
few years ago, yeah, and this is,
Yeah, yeah.
if this was a few
So-
years ago, the SNP would have been really happy to have whatever it was, like how many seats? 37 seats.
I think we
Right.
have different
That's
systems. We have three different systems in Scotland, which sometimes feels quite complicated. And I enjoyed voting today in such a simple way. And it was just, simple.
Nobody has ever
But-
chosen first past the post. When the Berlin Wall came down and the Eastern Europeans had a chance to look at every single parliament and decide what they wanted, none of them chose first past the post because they all looked at it and thought this does not work.
But
remember,
there's
it
a huge
doesn't-
bar. There's a
doesn't-
huge
it
bar.
doesn't work for
There's
democracy
a
anymore.
massive bar for small parties, really, and it took the SNP like more than several generations, really, to break through that bar. So people said, "Oh, UKIP never really got through it, did they? They kind of got."
But you're saying you like the system because you understand it, because the system you're brought up
Well,
with.
I was also
But first past the post doesn't work in 2000.
No,
Sorry, what were you saying, Jenny?
I was sort of saying that I think it works in Westminster, and I think the fact that there is a kind of barrier to small parties getting lots of representation in the UK Parliament is actually fine. We have the smaller parties represented in our council and in the Scottish Parliament, and I think perhaps if the UK were to move towards like a federal system, then I think it is probably it's okay to have different voting systems for different parliaments.
I think that again, I've never known a situation because you had to reinvent European countries after the end of the Second World War. You had to invent what was going to be the most democratic and the least prone to dictatorship the scheme that you could get, and the UK system, which of course was first past the post in councils and local and regional councils, it was first past the post across the board, was described by by Lord Hailsham when he was still Quentin Hogg as an elected dictatorship. He was the one who came up with the phrase.
Yeah.
So basically it was a dictatorship that lasted 5 years, and then the people were gradually involved. And maybe there is a case for our diversity, but we should. But again, I don't know if anyone can suggest any instance where party self-interest has not overwhelmed whatever system anyone was advocating. That it's the Liberals who have always been advocating the proportional representation of the British Parliament, and again, Jeremy Corbyn had the opportunity when they wrote this manifesto to put electoral reform in the Labour manifesto, and chose very deliberately not to do it.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, and this is the part I was trying to say earlier on. I don't think I made myself that clear. Is that I don't think first past the post, if I'm brutally honest, works. But what I'm saying is I don't think the way that we do it in Scotland works either, because the way it was set up isn't the way that it's worked out. It's better, but I still don't think it's perfect.
It's not like there is a perfect system.
But the notion of perfection, I think, is something we all have to abandon in the light of the results of the election.
For me, I think proportional representation is absolutely how any government should be elected.
Sure.
Or any parliament
In
should
principle.
be elected. In principle, one of the biggest reasons I was a yes supporter in the referendum is because I believe in proportional representation, and
Yes.
I really struggle with the first past the post system where
Even though it delivered for the SNP in 2015 a huge majority in Scotland.
Yeah, because it was, like you say, it's so weighed in the favour of the Popular Party. But
Yes.
my issue with there is a problem with the fact that I grew up in Glasgow in the 1980s, brought up that you vote Labour to keep the Tories out. That's just what you do. You don't read the manifestos and see what party is actually speaking your politics.
Or even find out who the
You
MP
vote
is.
Labour to keep the Tories out, and it's as simple as that.
Yes.
Any other votes, a vote for the Lib Dems is a wasted vote. I was told growing up how true that turned. I used to say, you vote for the Lib Dems is a vote for the Tories, and that turned out to be one of the truest things ever. But my point being, I wanted to see an independent Scotland where I could return to no more voting tactically, which I've now had to do since 2014. I'm constantly finding myself voting tactically to get the party that I most believe in, in government. And I would like to see an independent Scotland where I go in and I don't have to talk to you about who I'm voting for or who I advocate. I can just go back to voting because I know my vote counts because of proportional representation
that we did in the council elections. I mean, don't you feel like I voted for everyone? I mean, I sort of, you go in, you're like, first this, first that, and then they take all the results and they kind of divide them by 12, and then I read so many things about how that council election worked, and I still didn't understand it.
Yeah, but that's one of the problems, is that we don't have a democracy that's fit for purpose. I mean, our politicians don't understand what we're voting for when we're voting for it. We have political campaigns based on for the general election that were based on things that were devolved. We had a local election that was based on whether I was voting for an independent referendum, not my bins. No one could tell me what my bins were about.
But a friend of mine was saying he phoned the Conservatives to complain because they were standing in the council election on the no Indie Ref 2 sort of thing. She phoned up and said, can you take me off your things? He was saying,
about the bins.
He said, if this was a one-party
What about the
state
potholes?
and the penalty for not voting was death, I wouldn't vote for you. So stop saying
it's kind of going, we're basically, I mean, do you need to have an incredible level of democratic literacy in this country to understand what you're voting for when? And all parties, all of them, I mean, even the SNP, are basically trying to keep us as illiterate democratically as possible.
Ah, it's
I don't think we are
controversial.
not. It just, our democracy is becoming a laughing stock.
I like in the first past the post. I quite like that you vote for a person. I do feel really sorry for lots of MPs tonight who are going to lose their jobs in a kind of public, humiliating way.
Yes.
And I think it's
except
a tough
Ian Duncan
job.
Smith, if he loses his.
Well, I mean, it's being part of that circus, you know.
I have a special whiskey for even Duncan Smith.
But I think it's just a tough job, and I personally don't think they get paid enough.
But there's also, I think, before we kind of move
no sympathy here. The MPs only, and what are they on, 100 odd grand?
There's a 75 or there.
They lose their jobs. It's probably they might only have that job for 2 years, so they've had to give up whatever other job they've had. I mean, I think they should be paid an amount that is the same as a doctor or something.
No. Do you know what I think MPs should? I think they should pay their money back when they leave, when they get their big job as a banker or whatever, once they've finished in Parliament.
Well, Joe Swinson didn't get a good enough job to not bother trying to
and she might well be back in
I don't buy when you are selling austerity to the country, which now even Labour have been getting behind. When you're selling austerity to a country but giving yourself a wage rise, when you're taking money away from disabled people but giving yourself a wage rise, when you're stripping back public services but giving yourself a wage rise, I really don't have any sympathy for MPs.
But one of the things about MPs, they actually need to move out of London. I mean, the problem is London is this bubble where, the rents are absolutely atrocious. Everything is so incredibly expensive. And Parliament's falling, the building of Westminster's falling apart, which isn't a metaphor for anything at all. But really, they should move. They should be in Manchester, Birmingham. They should basically just move to Birmingham or somewhere and be be in a place that
I think the reinvention of Britain to include the removal of the imperial capital is even less likely than the reinvention of Scotland, which of course we were all looking forward to, because again part of this very interesting discussion, before we get back to the specifics of
we've only got Darlington which is a Labour hold.
All right, so it's still, but the things really get, honestly, folks, things really get going in about an hour.
Yeah. But no, I mean,
I think back to the point about
we get
resources,
to
I was
Angus,
going to make,
yes.
because
Yes.
you know, I sort of like the Conservative Party on Facebook and see some of the ads, and it'd be interesting because they have spent a lot of money on these specially targeted ads. So it'd be
Yes.
interesting if it doesn't actually work.
It'll be enormously encouraging if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
If this kind of micro-targeting, Facebook, algorithm-driven stuff.
I get Lib Dem targeted ads.
Do you now?
Well, my constituency is the one that Joe Swinson might win. So I'm not impressed by it, but I keep getting only the Lib Dems can beat the SNP in your constituency, and I kind of want to go, surely we should be voting against the Tories? But apparently not.
Well, but again, this seems to be part of what I think of as the new normal, that the incumbency which the SNP have, after all, the SNP have been in the marvellous position of it, obviously in the last few years, of being both the incumbents and the insurgents at the same time, and it may be that one of the sea changes of this particular election, because of the highly successful coordinated unionist vote, unionist campaign, that this election was all about Nicola Sturgeon, all about the Indie Ref, all about the SNP's record in government, that it may be that the incumbency, but is it necessarily a bad thing if the SNP are in some way the first actually? Sorry, let me just finish this. The question, because Scotland does not have a history of accountable government. And is part of the new normal that now, for the first time in our history, we have a democratically accountable government, even if we chose the wrong election to make them accountable?
But that's the problem. We chose the wrong election. We chose an election that's completely irrelevant to make the SNP. Why am I making the SNP accountable for their failures in education or general election? That is absolute nonsense. I should be making them accountable in the Holyrood election. This is the democratic illiteracy that is encouraged by our politicians and is encouraged by our media. It's illiteracy. If I want to vote about education and the National Health Service, I should be voting in a Holyrood. Why am I voting about an council election? It's ridiculous.
I think ridiculous it may be, but again, if all politics takes place within a particular consumer bubble, within a particular location in our national lives, then perhaps it's inevitable. But people are going to mix it all up.
It's anti-dem, but they're encouraged to mix it all up by our politicians and by our media. That's the problem. We're encouraged to be this daft.
Yeah, but
right.
You know what? When you come down to resources as well, I mean, the Scottish Greens are a perfect example. Like, at the Scottish Leaders Debate, Patrick Harvey was asked, why are you only standing 3 candidates? He said, well, Theresa May called a snap election in the middle of our Scottish council elections when they'd poured all their resources, all their effort, all their money, all their time into these local council elections. Now, resourcing it is a shame, because you're right, money and resources end up kind of screwing up democracy. Realistically, I mean, in this election in Scotland, Greens can only run 3 candidates. And they're getting held accountable for that. And it wouldn't even be as much of an issue, but they're being held accountable for only standing 3 candidates. Well, where are they going to get the resources from? People don't take it into account, especially not at Westminster.
It's two different national interpretations of the same philosophical / epistemological problem occur to me. One of which is Irish, which is if you're designing an election system, well, I wouldn't start from here if I were you. And the other one is the American philosopher John Rawls. And his wonderful metaphor, I think, which just occurs to me as something to throw in at this time of night, which is why the referendum, the independence referendum, was so exciting, and why people got him so involved in it, because it did feel a chance to invent a country. But he had I think a wonderful metaphor, which is to do with blindness. That here you have a society, you have no idea where in this society you will land, whether you will be in a hierarchy or you'll be collecting the bins. Now design a society. But when you have no idea where you're going to end up, and in that way you can talk about, I mean, the esoteric things about the D'Hondt or the SCV or first past the post. We can design an election, but that kind of excitement that we all felt, and I know we all felt it, because I know some of you, and I know some of you online, and I know that we all felt that sense of possibility of where politics and real social political change about the business of
Yeah.
politics, where they met. They don't feel that they've
inspiring.
ever met in this election.
I think some people felt that about the Labour campaign, actually, this time. I think they were unexpectedly inspiring, and I think Corbyn did
That's very interesting
speak
you say
with
that, yeah.
passion about fairness and about equality and about trying to and so did Nicola Sturgeon, but I think the SNP just felt like a little bit wrong-footed by the snap
Absolutely.
election, whereas Jeremy Corbyn seemed to kind of embrace it. You know.
Well, again, of course, Corbyn, I don't think has ever imagined winning an election. And I think that it's absolutely a dream come true for him to be leading the Labour Party into a general election. I mean, I don't imagine he ever thought when he was the fifth most interesting Bennite in the 1980s. I doubt if he thought if dreamed for a moment that he would be leading the Labour Party into a general election, and he has in that sense flourished. But the thing I felt watching those rallies and was I thought, you are doing in a very short time. This is exactly what it felt like 2 weeks before the referendum in September 2014.
Yeah.
That sense of possibility, that was about to be smashed all over the place, and it was only the rank stupidity of David Cameron, who chose the morning after to announce evil. It's England's turn. And you thought, thank you, Jesus.
See, I disagree. Like, I disagree with this. I think the thing from watching from a distance the Scottish referendum, no one could believe how popular even the concept became. I mean, I was in a train with a Scottish political journalist on the January before the referendum, which was like 9 months before, and one of the things that he said was, if Salmond gets 30% of the vote, he can hold on to his place as First Minister because he's not lost any votes. If he gets 35% of the vote, he can claim victory.
Oh yes.
You talk about the January 9 months.
I would have taken 35%.
35% would have been a victory.
Absolutely.
All of a sudden, it became a possibility. And the thing that I will never forget was Tom Devine in some debate. The historian Tom Devine turned around and said, "The union is over. Whether it is over yet is a different question, but it's over." And I genuinely think from my position, I've been down in London personally, I was very relieved that Scotland wasn't going, but I was also very relieved that it was over. It's just not over yet, but it's finished.
But this is interesting. I mean, do we around this sofa concur on this? I mean, those of us who are, because all of us, I think, were involved in the Yes campaign.
Yeah, I wasn't. I wouldn't necessarily concur. I mean, I just think, nobody can tell the future, can they?
No, I mean, but you know what, if they could tell the future, then I think it would be much better if we'd called it after the EU referendum. I was so gutted when that whole thing happened, because I think we just held off a couple of years, but no one knew that was going to happen because we were guaranteed things that we never got in Scotland.
So Jackie, you want to maybe expand on that? Because
it's a process. I mean, I agree that Scotland and England are on divergent roads. I think devolution's been great for Scotland. And it may have further to go. I mean, I think if there's a Labour government, if Brexit doesn't happen, if things change, then maybe more devolution, might be an approach.
The thing is happening. East Kilbride looks like it's happening on the television.
For something like that to happen, you need a cultural federalism that Britain is not in any way equipped to even know how to begin to deal with.
Well, yeah, the question of cultural federalism, which again is entirely consistent with it in the sense with the kind of home rule. I think Jackie's right to say that the future is unwritten. But there was this one metaphor I proposed before we go to our news break. Is that I remember Jim Sillars at the very beginning of 2014 that said, that between the hours of 7 and 10 on the 18th of September, Scotland will be democratically sovereign for the first time in its history. And do we choose to keep that sovereignty or do we choose to give it back? And what happened, I think he was slightly wrong, because I think what happened was that the vote went against independence, but we'll keep the sovereignty, thanks very much. So now it's up to us. And I don't think that even if there is a setback tonight, I don't think that changes. I think the idea that our destiny is in our hands, whatever that destiny is, Be it federalism, be it independence, be it whatever it is, be it the chance to invent a new country from
And
scratch.
actually, how British would a union between Labour and the SNP actually be? You know, that's
It would be a bit weird.
I don't. What do you think? Why? I mean, they agree on so
I
much.
can't see it. Yes, they agree on so much, but I think that's part of the reason for the visceral, destructive, nasty hatred between the Labour Party and the SNP.
Labour
It's
gain
because
the SNP.
Margaret Ferrier.
Labour gain.
Oh,
Labour gained from the SNP in North Lanarkshire.
yep.
Oh well, now there you go. A Labour.
Margaret Ferrier, first SNP casualty of the night. Rather
North
than in
Lanarkshire?
Hamilton,
Yes.
Labour take
Oh,
the
yes.
seat.
That was about the Rutherglen was about number 13 or 14, I think, on the possible hit list of SNP vulnerable seats. Again, I'm not sure that the rules about what seats are vulnerable, what seats are not. Yes, you look at the.
There's only about 300 votes in it.
Oh, very sore.
Only about 300 votes there.
Right.
Now,
Okay. Well,
you know, I mean,
A lot of disappointed Corbyn supporters going to be in that seat soon.
well, yes, I would think so. But it's so okay. That's
Why is that?
Because Corbyn ain't going to win.
all right.
Well, I think that again that part of the condition of the new normal is that if we do end up tonight with a Tory government, then there will then I was as I was saying a few minutes ago, the Corbyn, if you like, the kind of the joy, the sense of liberation that Jackie you were talking about among the Corbynites, the Corbyn supporters at those rallies, in the sense of the confidence that Corbyn that this feels so good that it can't possibly lose, and then it does. And again, it's very difficult to look at. I think there are at least 8 soap operas going on simultaneously, and you can't look into a crystal ball for any of them. Labour Party in Scotland, and the Labour Party in England, and Labour Party in London. A friend of mine, the Labour Party between North London and South London, the huge difference. I mean, for his friends of mine in South London, Sadiq Khan, the Labour Party, as far as he's concerned, not Jeremy. Jeremy Corbyn's Islington, for God's sake. I mean, you don't talk to them; they're north of the river. So again, I think there are all kinds of different stories going on.
A lot of. It'd be interesting to talk about Northern Ireland and find out what's happening there as well.
Well, indeed, I think Northampton will have declared by now. I should think just about. I'm not quite sure if anywhere else in Northern Ireland will have declared
But
yet.
Northampton's going to be like DUP, is it not?
Yeah, almost
They've not
certainly.
been a DUP forever.
Yes, and well, no, it was the Ulster Unionists before there was a DUP, but then because we have to talk about forever.
For almost as ever, for long
Almost
as the
forever.
DUP existed.
Yes, well, yes. But
They must be very concerned about Brexit in Northern Ireland.
They're living in a bit of fantasy. I was there yesterday, and they're all living in a fantasy, all pretending it's not going to happen.
Really?
At least
They're pretending Brexit's not going to happen.
No, the unionists are living in a fantasy.
Well,
pretending that
it was
the
in
borders
Bush
are gonna
Mills.
happen.
Was this the whiskey industry?
No, I was actually doing a radio programme when we were in Antrim, and we were in a proper Protestant place of Northern Ireland.
Oh, right.
And
Excellent. Were the paving stones painted red, white, and blue?
nearly.
Right.
So
It
what
looked a bit
do they not think is going to happen?
They just
don't-
they're living in a sort of similar way to a lot of unionist Scottish people. They're kind of living in that land of Lala, but it's not actually going to happen and it'll all be fine.
But surely they have like a bit more hope than we do, because I mean,
No, they don't.
They
They,
could United Ireland. I mean,
No,
there
no.
was talk about it. There was
yeah,
talk
but
about
they're
it
unionists.
before.
They're not interested in United Ireland.
Yeah, a small area. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what's happened, because I mean, Ireland is so.
Oh, hang on. It looks like
pro-EU,
the figures are relevant. It looks like the SNP are down 16% in Rutherglen. So that's a considerable 64% turnout. So again, I was thinking this morning that 8.9% swing from the SNP to Labour.
Is that news?
That's a
Are they
big
Are
swing.
they going to lose another one seat?
Well, 8.9%, but that puts Glasgow seats
There's
in
an
play.
interesting thing here, a comment from a Labour spokesperson. This is an election no one expected. We're incredibly proud of the campaign that Kezia Dugdale has run in Scotland. What we've picked up in this campaign is that voters are increasingly fed up with Nicola Sturgeon, her abysmal record in government, running our schools and hospitals. A majority of voters in Scotland also want her to drop her plans for a divisive second independence referendum.
I wondered how long.
Nicola Sturgeon and Theresa May have both fought terrible campaigns The shine has come off Theresa May, who hasn't been able to defend her record or her policies. So what's
That's a
interesting
really
is
nasty
that
statement. It's nothing about what Labour's going to do.
a Scottish Labour
It's
spokesperson
bitchy.
here can't even bring themselves to say it looks like we're doing quite well on the back of Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is
a really
very
terrible
obviously
statement,
to me
yeah.
what's going on here.
Everybody's
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
vote.
They
You know,
should, yeah, they should have gone
Scottish
for-
Labour voters are voting
Yeah.
for Corbyn,
Yes.
and Scottish Labour
But they're getting Scottish Labour.
won't acknowledge that.
I,
And
thought
that's
the
what
Labour, I
they're
thought the Scottish Labour message was a bit like mean-spirited because it wasn't.
There you go,
It wasn't
there,
about like, you know, we just want to talk about a better world. We're not interested in you know, we just want to talk about a better UK. They weren't saying that really.
And it was
You
all
know,
a
it was
huge
all
risk.
negative.
Because and this is what I mentioned earlier on, it's very difficult because I'm very sure there'll be a lot of people who voted Labour today with a very bitter taste in their mouth because they wanted Jeremy Corbyn but they knew this was going to happen. And the amount of people who wanted, you know, Labour in the UK but did not want Scottish Labour because there are so, I mean, I'll say it, I said it before, I say it again, I don't think Kezia Dugdale does Scottish Labour
It's
many...
not,
But if you look,
it's not fair to say
but if
abysmal
you,
record
but if you
on
look
health.
at what
It's
happened in
actually
but if you look
fantastic.
at what happened in 2010,
Yeah.
2010 just before that, the SNP had a majority government in Holyrood, which wasn't possible. It wasn't possible.
Yeah,
right.
They had a majority government in Holyrood, and then 2010. And bizarrely, I think I was in somewhere weird like Oman at the time watching the general election, and I remember laughing at like all of a sudden Scotland just went out and voted Labour en masse because they were like, let's vote the SNP. There might be a Tory government. Let's all vote Labour. And I do think that you have to remember Scotland has been voting differently
Every single time.
in Holyrood and in general elections for a long time. So this, I mean, I know personally of a lot of people who said they were going to come out and vote Labour today who in an independence referendum will vote yes.
Yeah.
And likewise people who are voting SNP that come out an independence referendum are going to vote no.
Yeah.
And I do think that people try and extrapolate things from a position of a media that doesn't understand the voting
yes, that's
landscape,
right.
how you can
Yeah,
vote
yeah.
one thing in one election and one thing another, and for you you're being completely consistent because you know what you're voting for.
Because it's
and
about the
politicians,
arguments.
but it's not really about the arguments, because the only argument that we've had has been no to a second referendum. We have had no arguments whatsoever.
About anything
Yeah.
else.
Well,
I
that's totally not true. I think
In
that's
Scotland,
totally not true.
no,
I mean,
in Scotland,
I think
that's
So-
the
so-
only
so-
argument.
this is
so-
the
Jack-
UK election. Jeremy Corbyn, I watched him on TV discussing in quite an honest and straightforward way quite a lot of issues. So I think you know people have listened to that message. I mean,
So
I
they've
think
listened,
that
so they've listened to an
particular
English
press
media
release was-
message. They've not listened to Scottish media message, because the Scottish media message has been vote. I mean, every single thing that's come through my door has been vote for us against the SNP.
Yeah.
Whereas Jeremy Corbyn's been talking about a different world that he wanted from a Westminster perspective. So
Yeah.
basically, people have been watching UK media and getting one
It's
message.
a UK election. They can
Which is
but
the
people
point.
Don't people
Yeah.
don't understand it though, and this is why I don't think Kezia Dugdale's done Scottish Labour much. I honestly think that Scottish Labour would actually have even more, like I think Labour would have had even more votes if it wasn't for Kezia Dugdale talking about being anti-independence all the time, because there are so many people who are pro-independence but who are also pro-Jeremy Corbyn. But you're right, in Scotland people get confused. This is all the mixed messages again. People are getting confused about what they're actually voting for. Now, as far as I'm
think so?
concerned, yeah, I really do. Like, see if people came out and said you're voting either for like Jeremy Corbyn, Theresa May, or an SNP, like to
But
get
in a
more members of
presidential
parliament. No, it's just the way it's explained. It's nothing to do with the system. It's to do with the way it's explained. Like,
Right.
people are voting for either like anti-independence, like a anti-second referendum, or you know this, that, and the next thing. People aren't looking at it UK-wide in Scotland. It's not that the message that we're getting. All we're getting is constant.
Have
it's
people
very
ever, have people,
flawed.
is this new? I mean, have people ever, I mean, just a historical perspective, if you like, have people ever, people always think, oh, again, I mean, one of the big things of the Brexit, you didn't know what you were voting for. Now, people react very badly to being told that they didn't know what they were voting for. With some indignation, in fact. I mean, and again, is it not going down a dangerous route to say, if only the electorate was better, let's replace the electorate?
No, because it's nothing to do with
Let's
that. It's to
replace
do
the
with
media,
fact-
let's replace the political
media.
Let's replace the media.
Why am I
Okay.
getting stuff through from people telling me, vote against a second independence referendum, vote Tory, So you're not having a second independent referendum. In a council election, which is about my
But then,
bins.
but then you're talking about who controls the
not the
media.
media.
I mean,
That's
and
not-
is the media actually controlled?
It's not fit for
I
purpose.
think- I think we
don't
can't
think
be
it's
sitting
controlled.
here
I don't think it's
having-
fit for purpose anymore. I don't think it's being
But
controlled.
how-
How do you think
but
we're
how do you
sitting
could-
here
are
on the
you
media
suggesting
denouncing the
controlling it?
media?
Sorry.
Like who are we denouncing? Ourselves. It's like it's like when you watch Fox News in America, which we do. They're always denouncing the media. They just sit there on Fox News, which is obviously the media.
But
And for them, the media is just people with whom one doesn't agree.
But if Scottish Labour politicians are saying that people voted for Jeremy Corbyn, that means that the people who voted for Jeremy Corbyn would vote no on a Scottish
But
referendum. It's like if people who are involved in politics aren't explaining politics properly, then
But
people are confused.
I think it was impossible for the Scottish Labour Party to say vote for Jeremy Corbyn because of Jeremy Corbyn, because
Yeah.
none of them support Jeremy Corbyn.
Well,
So
yes, we
so
have.
the only thing
Yeah.
that they could honestly, and it's a strange kind of honesty, they could honestly say that the one thing we can all agree on is that we hate Nicola Sturgeon.
We hate Jeremy Corbyn worse
Jeremy
than
Corbyn, he's
anybody.
over there somewhere.
Yeah.
We hate Nicola Sturgeon.
And
So-
so now they have a problem in that the Scottish electorate will vote Labour when they have Jeremy Corbyn, but the Scottish electorate
Well, there was
won't vote for Scottish Labour.
that theory
Yeah.
that is Jeremy Corbyn the man who can A, save Labour and the Labour Party, and B, save the Union.
Yeah.
That's and I think Jeremy Corbyn has no interest whatsoever in forming any kind of formal parliamentary relationship with the SNP, because the story, I think, of the last 20 years in Scottish politics has been that Labour and the SNP have fought to over the same territory, and their territory has been, again, negative, anti-Tory. Who's the best anti-Tory, Labour or SNP?
Yeah.
And so now you have a situation where Labour and the Tories fight each other as who's the best anti-SNP party. And so in a sense,
Yeah.
the rather mean-spirited and appalling nature of Scottish politics has remained exactly the same with a slight change of focus. At least
And
that's
yet
my
there
The
is-
view.
problem is that Jeremy
incremental
Corbyn
progress.
doesn't accept a supply and confidence deal with the SNP if he is in a position to lock the Tories out of power
And doesn't take it.
and doesn't take it.
Yeah.
Then what?
Yeah.
The union is more important than putting the Tories out of power. That's
So the Tories
Uh-huh.
are going to be the largest party, right? So won't they get? They'll get the first shot at forming.
And forming a minority government.
and they'll form a minority government.
Or
But if
not
you get
even not
anything through
minority.
though, like even if you do form a minority
but
government,
then they could vote it
then-
down. They can vote down their budget.
Yeah, they could just people could just constantly they could form a minority government, but I mean it'd be next 5 years if no decisions really get made.
Yeah, but they don't make any decisions
or
anymore.
the other
That's
thing,
true.
or ladies and gentlemen, there's another election in October. That's
Oh,
also that's
God,
also
no. I love elections.
It's possible.
I mean, I think
No one loves elections that much.
No, you're right.
Apparently, it's looking very close in Glasgow southwest.
Who's
Southwest?
I'm not sure whose seat that is. But
Tooting Labour's up 12%. It's up 12% in Tooting. Wow.
yeah,
Oh, it
That's
was
it.
if,
yeah,
if, it
London.
were, if it were to be a Labour administration, then I suppose, arguably Scotland will have Labour MPs who might potentially be, in the cabinet, or if that's any good to it.
but not if it's supplying confidence
No, but if they're Labour MPs.
of the Labour MPs.
So we're still guessing. We're still looking at crystal balls. So we have one scenario which Ian's putting forward, which is where
There's not going to be a Labour.
It's not going to be. So you think if the Tories have got 300 and whatever the prediction is, what is the prediction? 320 seats or
it's 314.
314. How many do they have now?
They have a majority now.
Oh,
so they have-
at the moment they have 330 now.
And they've only got 17 majority.
Yeah.
Well, that's
And the
really
DUP
interesting.
and the DUP probably won't win enough for them to have a coalition with the DUP.
Well, again, that would be confidence and supply, because the DUP wouldn't actually do a coalition because they'd have much more power over the Tories
Well, then-
if they don't have a coalition.
So then, what happens with the Brexit negotiations?
They go to hell.
They go to hell.
They go well.
Then won't.
Well, this is against the staring into the crystal
Yeah.
ball. Is how secure is Theresa May in having staked absolutely everything on her being the strong and stable negotiator.
Well, maybe Brexit gets postponed for a couple of years.
Oh, well, that'd be good.
Over the EU's dead body.
That's what I'm going to say.
Oh no,
Oh, no,
they
they-
would postpone. They've said already they'd postpone the negotiations.
Oh, I'm
if
not so
Corbyn
sure.
was didn't they say? I heard that on the
Oh,
news the
so,
other day.
so,
they said that-
you're,
Kilmarnock and Loudon SNP hold.
was it close?
I'm not exactly sure. The only SNP seat looking dodgy is Corrie Wilson. I think she's Ayr, Carrick and Cumnock.
Yes, that was air carrying. Yeah,
I know she takes in a Trump. She must take in, what's it, what Trump
Of
is.
Ayr.
And a lot of
and-
UDA people that moved to Ayrshire.
yeah.
Wandsworth, Lab increase, Labour increased their majority, 34 to hold it, 34,000. I don't know if
Right.
that's-
Oh, what yeah, but Wandsworth's a big Remain place.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a big London constituency. It's a big Remain
Birkenhead's going to
place.
Labour as well.
Right. So well,
He's
I
gone
guess
to Labour from Conservatives.
No, they've
No,
re-elected.
just re
Thank you.
oh,
Okay.
Thank you, has held the
okay,
seat.
right.
Re-elected.
Well, it's exciting, isn't it?
it is rather exciting. It
Yeah,
is,
yeah,
it is just
I
kind of
mean,
no
if
one
it-
goes to
they-
bed.
I mean, we'll just see how it pans out. But I do think none of this is going to do her any favours with Brexit.
So
She's going to,
that's great
even if
news.
she's
It's
Oh,
really
that
great
this looks like
news.
another
Also
close result
hilarious.
coming in.
I'm really pleased.
Oh, no, this is Jaron Killen, who's the new Labour MP for North Lanarkshire. I think he's now speaking.
But I think what's going to also happen is people have spent the past 2 years watching their MPs be in Scotland. We've watched our MPs be people in Westminster and have a presence.
Yes.
And I think people are going to notice that that doesn't happen anymore because they're just going to disappear within their parties.
We were,
35, 40 is still a lot of MPs.
It's still a lot, but it's
I'm-
not what it was. And I just do
I'm
think
not-
that
I'm not
you're going
entirely
to
sure.
find that your SNPs just disappeared.
I
and
think
it's-
they'll be
I
much
don't
more
think
important.
so.
With the
I don't
minority
think so.
administration, they're going to be so much more important. And
No,
I think
but I-
being
but-
a
no, but I-
positive
no, but I mean if-
EU-friendly party, their voice will be much stronger.
No, but I don't. I think the SNP voice will be stronger. But I think my person, like if John Nicholson loses his seat to the Lib Dem MP, I'm going to see that my MP, who has been a big voice and very charismatic and seen Westminster too, just another Lib Dem who just disappears into the
GE17.
system. Whereas this was my entire life in Glasgow. My MPs disappeared into the Labour system and were of no importance.
So it's looking like a two-horse race in East Renfrewshire between
Blair McDowell.
SNP incumbent Kirsten Oswald and Tory challenger Paul Masterson.
Ah, interesting.
So that
Well, there's a small consolation that Blair McDougall doesn't look like a good.
that's not
Well,
small
that's the-
consolation.
That's because the Jewish vote for Labour has completely collapsed in the whole of the UK.
Well, no, that's a very interesting perspective. Because, yeah.
I was talking yesterday to some Jewish people who have voted Labour their entire life and will not vote Labour this time for the very first time.
Because of Jeremy
And
Corbyn.
because of
And Hamas.
and the anti-Semitism and all the rows about anti-Semitism, and quite a few of them who say that they are genuinely going to stand in the ballot box and don't know why they're going to vote because they have voted Labour forever, they're members of the Labour Party and cannot vote for Corbyn's Labour because of the anti-Semitism. So
Well, I think
All kinds of ways
I
the
just
rule
want to
book's
say
being
that
drawn up.
Corbyn did refute strongly the imputation that he is anti-Semitic on the debate that I watched the other day. I know,
well, they might
I know
have
that
refused it, but it's not. But
they
that's not.
refuted it
But
very in
that's
the
not
strongest
what. That's not how
terms.
the Jewish population feel. I don't know enough about it to know exactly what's going on. I just know that's what the Jews that I know have
I
told
think
me.
it's a complex issue, definitely, and
But the Jewish
you know,
vote,
as are many issues in politics.
but the basis is that the Jewish vote for Labour has collapsed. Therefore, Blair McDougall's never going to
I
win
think it hasn't
in that
entirely
seat.
collapsed.
It's-
Again, from personal,
It's
North
pretty-
London, admittedly, evidence.
It's pretty
yeah.
much collapsed.
Right.
It is worth. This has been retweeted from. It's a tweet from the 11th of the 3rd, 2017, and I do think it is worth remembering Ian Murray,
Oh yes.
MP,
Oh,
who
him,
tweeted. Often asked why I resigned from Shadow Cabinet. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Jeremy Corbyn. He's destroying the party that so many need. So I think that's whoever retweeted that. Well done. That's a nice one to visit tonight.
But then, as we know, electoral politics has a kind of sense of humour. In that the Tory party in Scotland was saved by devolution. The devolution that they opposed tooth and nail. Oh, that looks like Mary Black.
She held her seat.
I hope so.
It looks like if she's speaking first.
SNP hold Mary Black seat in Paisley.
Oh,
she's
thank heavens for
she's
that.
a great
She's
character,
fantastic.
isn't she?
So
Absolutely fantastic, yeah.
Yes, okay.
But I was just going
Okay.
to say, I don't like, in America, I feel that politics has become very tribal. People no longer really seem to listen to the arguments. You know, if you're
Well,
if
welcome
you
to
if
our
you've got a
world.
red hat, you support everything that the Reds do. If you're on the blue, it's like football teams.
Yes.
So I think, you know, in a democracy, it ought to be about the arguments. You know, it ought to be about the policies.
Which is again, design a country from scratch. But unfortunately, we are in this territorial place where Labour and the SNP have fights like cat and dog because they're trying to occupy the same space, and the SNP's replacement strategy with the Labour Party. But again, going back historically, the SNP didn't really have that kind of focus until the 1990s. Yes, sorry.
Carlisle's gone to the Conservatives.
Oh well.
They've kept it.
49.9% of the
It
vote.
was. They've kept it.
That's a hole, but that's
Yeah.
a very healthy hole.
Yeah, they're up 5.6%,
Yeah, but
and UKIP, well, they're down
They've
9%.
basically taken the UKIP vote because Labour's up 6.0 in Carlisle. So and then Carlisle was already a Conservative seat.
So again, as happened with the National Front, were a big deal in the 1970s, and they disappeared into the Tory victory in 1979. So it may be that without the demon Farage, it does seem that Paul Nuttall has failed to make an impact, which we can all be, I think, happy about.
Mostly because the UKIP have won anyway with the fact that we're leaving the EU and
Oh,
Well, maybe not.
Yes.
Mary Black's vote low. I mean,
Jeez.
she held her seat. She's got 40.7% of the vote, but she's down 10%.
Oh.
Right. Well,
And the Conservatives are up 11.
Tories are up 11.
and so the vote as a direct SNP to Tory again. But maybe that's the new normal of Scottish politics. Is that the Unionists vote the 55% from the referendum. Maybe this is the hangover we got from that long party we've all been waiting for. That was postponed. The Tories managed to postpone it. The great this is not perhaps it will be portrayed, I'm sure, in this way, spun this way as an SNP meltdown. It's anything but a meltdown. It's perhaps an arrival, and again I keep using the phrase "a new normal," as if there were any such thing. Do we feel that there is a new pattern to Scottish politics? Is this more of the same? What do we think is going on?
Why are people voting? I mean, I think Ruth Davidson
Why vote Tory?
She's good. I mean, she is fairly good. I think, again, speaking on an American point of view, in America, Ruth Davidson wouldn't really count as right wing at all. They would think she was a socialist.
Well, except that she'll
I
go
mean,
anyway.
that has got
It's irrelevant.
nothing. How would she be viewed in America? Well, how would we should be viewed in China? How would we should be viewed in Japan? It's a completely irrelevant thing to say.
Well, you were talking earlier about how Nicola Sturgeon was viewed in other countries.
No, that's a different thing altogether. I'm talking about how she was viewed in different countries as a leader of Scotland, not how she'd be viewed as a politician in their countries.
Well, I think Ruth Davidson,
Yeah.
She
a lot
can
of people
tell
like
jokes.
her.
She can pull
She's
pints.
jolly.
She gets an easy ride for the media beyond belief. She gets really nice reviews in left-leaning liberal media. She never has to defend a Tory. She doesn't have to be a proper politician. All she does, she has to swan about the media, pulling pints and telling bad dad jokes, and everybody loves Ruth because they're her fantasy. Their fantasy idea. It's
She
a
really
liberal
holds
left-wing
Nicola
English
Sturgeon to account
fantasy
in
idea.
Hollywood.
Oh, she doesn't
She really
properly
does.
at
She really
all.
does.
I
Whereas
agree.
Kezia Dugdale hasn't really managed to do that very
Totally
effectively.
agree. I think Ruth Davidson's a much better leader than Kezia Dugdale. Like,
I don't
honestly,
think so.
Like,
I think we know that,
Yeah.
Rachel. We know what
I
you
mean,
think.
but it's nothing about liking anyone personally. You can hate people and think that they're great leaders, but I would never dispute that Ruth Davidson's a good leader. I wholeheartedly agree with you there.
A charismatic leader, or
She's effective. She's clever. She can think on her feet. I think.
or is she the beneficiary of a sea change within voters, which again she has ridden perhaps expertly, but again it seems to me there's a rationalisation of the vote going on, that of the unionist vote going on in Scottish politics, which would have happened anyway. Which is basically people say, okay, choose who's the best anti-SNP candidate. Constituency by constituency, and there are more places
where there is where it's winnable by a Tory than by anybody else. Therefore, any Tory leader, it's at least arguable, any Tory leader. Even Fluffy Mandel would have done better.
I mean, it's gradually changed. I mean, an example of Ruth thinking on her feet was the debate the other night when there was that interchange between Nicola and Kezia about the conversation they'd had, allegedly the private conversation, and Ruth, straight in there, are you saying, that Kezia Douglas told you privately? I mean, she just was really on it, and she does, as I say, I think she can think on her feet, which is...
I think she can, but I think she just she's mostly good at giggling on the media and getting an easy ride. You saw her in Have I Got News For You. All she did was giggle. She's pulling pints. She's standing on top of tanks. She's getting these really nice interviews from places like The Observer.
Willie Rennie is like...
He stands on things.
I mean, he runs after farmyard animals, photos with
But
llamas.
he doesn't get interviews in national media in London.
Well,
He doesn't sit there and get interviewed
Yeah, I
on
know.
Newsnight where her
But I
entire
don't know
reason
why,
for
but
being
nobody's
is slaying nationalism.
Willie Rennie hugging farmyard animals. She's just not doing it.
I do think that there is a certain farming animal kind of. I mean, maybe this is because I've been doing this for a while. There is a certain analogy going on. There are certain when people respond to others, not simply on grounds of what's rational or what's fair, but people also respond to the fact that she's got a lovely smile.
Everybody forgets that Ruth's actually a Tory. Ruth is fine as long as she doesn't have to defend any Tory policy.
She doesn't get held to account
Ever.
To the same degree as any other leaders in Scotland, really. I mean, she is the face in Scotland of disability cuts. She's in the face in Scotland of a new welfare system, which is actually costs more money than had we stuck to job seekers' allowance. She is the face of the rape clause. She is the face of the part who say, I think it's actually quite good that we've got food banks and that there's been a ridiculous increase in people having to attend food banks. This is what she stands for. We say, but she's a good leader because she can think on her feet and she's got a nice smile and all that.
But
she is the face of the Conservative Party and what they stand for.
Does it not make a good leader that people still continue to vote for that?
What makes someone who's been given far too easy a ride and isn't held to account? As soon as she starts being held to account, she falls apart. But she's never held to account because our media has been scrambled. Scottish media is in decline in the way that every single print media is in decline.
She's got away with repeatedly
she
saying,
has got away with nonsense.
They'll get talked. They don't even have to do it. Somebody will do it for them, and it's just they just tick a box. It's something like a 13-page form.
I wouldn't defend any of those policies. They're terrible, particularly the rape clause and the family clap. Yeah. But it is a democracy. People are entitled to hold. People are entitled to argue for positions and argue for, different policies with which I don't agree.
She's never argued for her entire policy. She has one policy, Ruth. Her entire policy is no to second Indie referendum.
But then again,
that's it. That's her policy.
I think while that may be absolutely fair comment, there's also politics is a game of winning, and it's a winning strategy. It's been successful, but also. Let's be honest. Since the decline of the Tory party in the 1980s in Scotland, the Scottish conservative middle class, of which there are quite a number, have had no one really to represent them. Which is why, in a sense, Labour have had to pretend to represent them, as have the SNP, and that perhaps now that this number of Tory MPs is actually fair enough.
How many are we supposed to be having?
10, 14, something like that.
6.
Well, that 6 is the bottom of the range.
It will be fascinating.
Yeah, 12 will be the top.
If if Theresa May returns small enough numbers, but 9%. And the fascinating thing is, one of the big arguments during the 2014 referendum is only once since the Second World War has Scotland's vote. Is it twice? Only twice have we ever affected the outcome of a general election.
And
So
once
if-
was
if
once
there
was in the direction of the Tories.
If there's a tiny amount of Scottish Tory MPs returned from Scotland, and she has Theresa May scrapes by with a small majority.
With the Scottish Tory party.
It will be fascinating to.
Someone said earlier that
What
again,
we
you
do,
can't,
but again, is this not an example of history and politics having a sense of humour?
Well, somebody earlier said that you can't out-union the Tories, and that's why Labour had, probably been wrong to go down that route. But there are lots of people, and I guess this was always going to happen when you had an independence referendum, that it really forced people to think about their identity. And for some people, they came out as being very strongly in favour of the union, feeling, huge bonds of loyalty and affection towards the UK as an entity, and the terrorist attacks in London and Manchester, I think, increased those feelings for some people. And so for some people, it's become something that they really feel strongly about wanting to protect. So that's legitimate. People are allowed to feel like that.
I'd worry about, particularly in Glasgow, where I saw, the areas that were very strongly union, and there were areas with the yes windows and all that, and there were areas, and there was one area in Govan. I remember being in the yes rooms and some people coming out, so we've got to get to that street because they're all flying the Union Jacks and we need to get up there and campaign. You go, no, you don't go near that street because that ain't politics.
Yes.
They're not waving the Union Jack because they believe in the Union. That's religion. That's got nothing to do with politics.
Well,
that's a whole other kettle of fish. That's something else.
But
I think that's
fair. But I don't think that's fair in somewhere like Aberdeenshire. I think rural Aberdeenshire, if you're by Balmoral, I do still think that Sir Walter Scott's got a lot to answer for. And I do think that kind of creation of idea of Britain. It's again very different places. Years and years ago, it was George Younger had this conversation about how he was campaigning for the Tories in Glasgow, thinking he was campaigning for certain policies and arrived indoors, and people were saying to him, "Oh yes, we're going to vote for you because you're going to keep Catholics out." And he, as a Tory from the East Coast of Scotland, was extremely shocked because he didn't quite know what was going on. And I do think there is a big difference. I think
not generally across the board.
I think one person's idea of Britain in a specific place in Scotland and another unionist idea of Britain in a different part of Scotland is very different.
But here's the interesting thing about the Conservatives, and this is why I think, I don't agree with anything Ruth Davidson says, but this is where I think it's interesting. I don't think it's dangerous that Conservatives are getting votes in places where it's like kind of traditionally quite middle class or rural areas. I think it's dangerous that in the local council elections, a Tory was elected in Shettleston. That's got the lowest life expectancy in the EU, I think, right? You're talking about people who genuinely are affected most by the cuts from the Conservative Party who are now voting for Conservatives. To me, it's very dangerous, the type of electorate that are now voting for the Conservative Party.
But again,
it's not politics.
It's
not politics.
Well, actually, people in these slightly offensive. People are entitled to make their minds up.
Yeah, but it's not. They're not voting.
I'm
born and bred in Glasgow, grown up in the 1980s, in the middle of the sectarianism, the worst of the height of the sectarianism. I have people in Shettleston are voting Tory who are working class with a party that are really going to do a number on them. I'm telling you, it's not. They're not voting with the
SNP have held Dumbartonshire West only just by the look of it, with a majority of 2,028.
I went to school, Rebecca. I didn't know she was running.
That is something much more. It is beyond. There is something happening beyond politics there.
But I do also think that is only in the west of Scotland and in very specific places in the west of Scotland. I think it's not, and I think it's not fair to.
The SNP vote seems to be down 15% in the Dumbartonshire West, 18%. So I could read that. It's a big 11.3% swing. SNP to Labour. Is it an effective anti-SNP vote has now been...
No, I think it's a Corbyn vote. I don't think it's an anti-SNP vote. I think it's a lot of yes voters are voting Corbyn.
I'm seeing tweets that are saying that Corbyn is now odds-on favourite to be the Prime Minister.
I think we're coming up to 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes' time, we're going to change over. That's 2 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, of course, is when we're expecting a rush of results, which no doubt are.
Mary Blanton's tired.
Well, yes, she does. She's very pale.
She's been working very hard.
She has.
She has.
So, yeah.
The Labour leader is now more likely to lead the country than Theresa May, according to Betfair Exchange.
I think that, but is that not taking into account that the Tories want to remove Theresa May as soon as she
I know.
I'm sorry, you're having your own conversation over there. So what were you saying?
We wish we put a bet on because the
Ah.
odds were terrific.
Oh God, can you imagine when they were like 300 to 1, we'd all be rich.
Yes, we would. Well, I still. Who knows? Who knows anything? Certainly nobody in
It's
here.
incredible. Really.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Going back to the discussion we were having before this came in, it's interesting that we were talking about how kind of maybe other factors come in, but you know, without the stats I can't comment on it.
Yeah.
But we're just going to talk about demographics. Well, as an interesting demographic about Shettleston is that it's a lot of older people as well.
Sure.
And when I looked at the type of campaigning that the Conservative candidate was doing for local council elections. I mean, I seen his speech afterwards, and he said, "This is great. This is to show that Shettleston is against independence," and that was it. That was his council election speech. The people who voted him because he wanted to get their bids sorted.
you can't
Standing
criticise.
as an MP.
You cannot
Very smart.
you cannot criticise people for doing things that are politically successful.
Yeah, no, I know, I definitely can't. It's smart, but it's
You can
dangerous.
criticise the level of the debate, and you can criticise
Yeah.
how illiterate the debate has been, and you can also criticise how anti-democratic the debate has been.
And this is do you blame this on
What
the media
debate?
largely, or do
No,
you
I think I
feel?
blame. I think
Is
it's
you talking about this
politicians.
debate or
I think
just
it's politicians.
other
I think
debates
it's.
on other countries?
I think it's politicians. I think it is the media, but I also do think it's to do with the fact that our systems are not fit for purpose. They're so different. People don't. It's really hard to work out what you're voting for and when. And I think that is a thing. If you look at the three systems we have, if you had to invent a country and you looked at our
Yes.
three voting systems, you'd never choose these systems. If these systems were somewhere in a country, in a newly democratic country of West Africa, UN observers would look at them and laugh and go, "These are completely unfit for purpose."
Sure.
We are not a fit for purpose democracy, and I don't think it's just one thing. I think
I
we
have to disagree. I thought it was tremendous. You know, I watched the leaders' debate earlier on, the UK one, and the Guardian said it was fractious, and I didn't think it was fractious at all. I thought it was amazing because nearly everybody respected the chair. You know, people were listening to each other. You know, people didn't agree, but they weren't abusing each other. They were talking in general about the policies, and compared to what I've seen in other countries, I thought it was actually incredibly civilised, and I think most of the things have been.
Our voting systems aren't fit for purpose.
Well, they're fit for somebody's purpose.
Well, that's the problem.
But not for democracy's purpose.
The problem that
Who decides what that is?
one of the
Oh,
problems is
democratically.
if you're setting it up, you're going to set it up in your favour, aren't you?
Well,
Know,
that's-
and I think it is why my favourite out of the three is the D'Hondt. I think proportional representation. I think it is the best of the three we have.
Yeah.
So before we launch back into another 20-minute discussion of voting systems, I think, although they seem to be arousing a good deal of passion in this particular panel, can I ask, do a little bit more of, just as we reach we head to the last 10 minutes of our little sojourn together, a little bit of crystal ball gazing. Specifically, can I set each of you a task? So Judy, what does your crystal ball tell you about what's going to happen to the Labour Party in the rest of the UK? Go.
The rest of the UK, I think they're going to sweep up more seats from the Tories. I think it's quite obvious, but
No, sure.
I think they're going to take. I think it's going to be a very unexpected result tonight.
I
really think Theresa May deserves not to get the landslide she asked for,
Me
because
too.
her campaign was totally hollow. She had so little to offer. She didn't. The manifesto. What was it? Fox hunting. You know,
Yes.
really, there wasn't much there.
The
And
ivory trade was being reintroduced, I believe.
she didn't turn up to the debates. Well, were they going to do that? as well?
Yes, they were.
Oh,
They were
no.
going to
I mean,
deregulate
you
the
know,
ivory
there was
trade.
so
Oh my
little.
God.
There was so little that she didn't tell people what she meant about Brexit. It was just Brexit means Brexit.
Yes.
Enough is enough. Now is not the time. I mean, really, I do think it was a poor campaign, and you know, I'd be really glad. It's just hubris, you know.
Yeah.
Like, let's go to the country. Let's get a landslide.
Oh.
We're going to do ads. And,
SNP hold Kilmarnock.
I hope come out loud, but again, 30% down. So it's roughly
It's big swings to Labour.
big swings to Labour.
Well, not quite.
But again, so was one of the debates tonight is you know is this an anti-SNP vote or is it a pro-Corbyn vote?
The
So that's you know.
parliamentary Labour Party is going to have to eat a lot of humble pie.
Well, so can I, Rachel, if I can go on to you to your crystal ball, because this is again the question that Corbyn has not had time to remake the Parliamentary Labour Party in his own image. It seems to be more or less the same Parliamentary Labour Party with one or two extras. So do you think he can hold it together? Do you see Jeremy Corbyn being the leader of the Labour Party in, say, 2 or 3 years' time?
I think if they manage to do well enough tonight, which would be good, I think they would be quite shambolic, but I think everybody would pull together. I mean, if you watch the people who have spent a year slagging off Jeremy Corbyn and on, and now it looks like
people
he's
have
going
been
to win.
very quiet.
They are either been very quiet or they've been quite supportive, and which I can completely understand. I mean,
Sure.
if I was in England, I would be torn between not knowing quite who to vote for and wishing that actually Corbyn might win, even though I'm not a Corbyn fan. I'm not really a fan of the sexism, I'm not really a fan of the anti-Semitism. Whether that's proven or not is
Sure.
is the way it has been perceived. But at the same time, it's still got to be better than Theresa May and Boris Johnson as Foreign Secretary.
Well, do it well. For again,
Conservative gain from the SNP in Angus.
in Angus, right?
Yeah,
Who was
That's Mike
Angus?
Weir.
Mike Weir.
Mike Weir.
Mike Weir's lost him.
He's
Yeah.
lost.
By how much?
Majority of
Oh.
3,000.
3,000
Yeah.
votes.
So that's
So we've now got.
That's
now got-
Angus.
But then so does this there have been the swings to Labour in where Labour have been second, and the swings to the Tories when the Tories were second. So again, this would argue in favour of the
union.
anti-SNP vote hypothesis, but rather than a pro-Corbyn. Well, although again, it'll be interesting to see whether there's an improvement in the Labour vote as well. And that is Labour vote up. Yes, it's up by 30. But the Labour got a total of 13%. So no, the Labour vote has is roughly is well below national polls.
That's not. It's
So
not, it's
it's up by it's 4%.
It's up by 4%.
It's 4%. It's not tiny. Well, it's consistent with
It's up.
It's up with other gains in seats that Labour have held from the Tories earlier on in the evening. But there was sorry. I was just going to again just to go to Ian with the crystal ball. I mean, do you?
Stuart Hosey re-elected.
Oh well, there we go.
Dundee East. There you
Okay,
go.
well, Dundee.
And Tories very close second. Oh no, not
Yes,
very close.
but they're
Quite
neck
a-
and neck with Labour in second place.
Yeah.
But again, that's a split of the unionist vote. At least that is arguable that Stuart Hosey perhaps owes the size of his majority to the Labour revival. I would say that is entirely possible because I think again, constituency by constituency, it does seem that everything is different depending on where you are. But I think this, Ian, just to you can tell I need a break in a minute. To get the crystal ball, is Theresa May going to be the leader of the Tory party at Christmas?
No, I don't think she's going to be the leader of the Tory party in a month's time.
Right.
I think she's done.
She'd have to go for health reasons
I
for that.
think this election has finished her. I think even if she squeaks through with a very slim majority or a minority government, she's done. Even I've seen on Twitter tonight George Osborne's turning on her already.
He turned on during the
I
campaign.
know he'd already turned on her, but
Yeah.
he's quite happily
Stuck the knife in.
Leaving Stand came out and said to vote Tory yesterday, but today,
Only
of
just.
course, the knives are out.
Yeah, he's saying, the terrible manifesto.
But
She has run an awful
Dirty
campaign.
socks.
She
But
hasn't
also
had any
London.
debates. She's done.
I mean, Osborne, as the editor of the Evening Standard, is going to have to get used to the fact that London is it seems to be a much more solidly Labour place now than it has been in maybe since Blair's landslide in '97.
I'm hoping. What time is it? It's nearly 2 in the morning.
Yeah, it's nearly 2 in the morning.
And I'm not
We're gonna-
suitably depressed like I would be. I thought I would be at this point. I thought I want to go home. The Tories are got the
Yes,
majority. It's
that's
clear it's
Yeah.
happening. At 4 minutes to 2 in the morning, more than I've had in this election, I have a bit of confidence that Jeremy Corbyn can get the numbers in England, SNP can get the numbers in Scotland,
Yeah.
and there could be a supply and confidence.
Well, on that highly optimistic note, I think it's probably time for us to take a break, and we'll see if Ian's optimism is justified when we come back in perhaps about 10 minutes' time. Thanks very much indeed.
Right, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Ian Robertson. It's 22 minutes past 2 and you've been lumbered with me, who's half asleep. But James Dornan had himself a wee kip during the break there, and he has just arrived back in time to talk to us about Angus Robertson losing Murray. Any thoughts on that, James?
Yes, lots of thoughts on that. Angus, first of all, at a personal level, I'm really sorry to see Angus go. He showed just how good a local MP he was, what a great performer he is in Westminster. He's not just a huge loss to the party, he's a massive loss to the Parliament. And I'm shocked that the people of his constituency decided to vote for somebody else instead of somebody of the stature of Angus. But of course that's politics, and I'm sure Angus will do well in the future.
Yeah, well, Angus's majority has dropped by quite considerable, by about, 4,000 votes. And the SNP support is down 10% in Murray. We've still got Rachel McCormick, whisky writer. What do you think about Angus losing his seat?
I'm not drinking Speyside whiskey for a wee while.
Is that you? You know, she's off the Speyside now, is that?
Absolutely. I can't believe they've done that, but the people are entitled to vote for what they vote for. I think they're going to get a bit of a shock. They've had someone who has been a fantastic debater and fantastic for Westminster Parliament, who has been really good opposition, and instead they have got a slightly eccentric, not very clever MP who's just going to disappear. He's going to disappear into the ether of the Conservative Party. No one's going to hear from him ever again, and they're then going to find out that their NHS isn't going to get any better, and that are going to have even more austerity, and that's what they voted for. They voted for more austerity, they voted for more food banks, and I hope that the people of Murray are and they voted for losing their pensions as well, so I hope they enjoy that.
Yeah, they certainly, sorry for interrupting, but they've certainly gone from being somebody of an extremely high calibre to somebody who is going to be a nodding dog in the Westminster Parliament, somebody who's going to do as his masters tell him to do, where Angus was a master of his brief, was clearly in control of everything, was the best performer at Westminster, and let's just see what they think in forthcoming months and years about the decision that they've made.
Well, he has been the de facto leader of the opposition in a lot of ways, hasn't he?
Massively, because Corbyn can't debate. Whatever hour Corbyn is very good at campaigning and has been very good at campaigning, he's not a debater in Parliament. And one of the things that happened was that the Tory party, the central London Tory party, because they've worked out how much money they can spend in elections and slightly bypass various laws, they poured money into the Murray campaign. They poured money because they wanted rid of Angus, because Angus was a threat, because Angus was good, and Angus was a threat to them. And now they've got rid of him, and people in Murray will find out that they actually no longer exist. They're have absolutely no importance to the UK.
Do you think this has been tactical then?
Oh, it's been clearly tactical. I mean, we just talked about the money being spent, and we've seen the amount of money the Conservative Party have spent on elections in Scotland and the UK, I suppose, over recent years, and the amount of material that was put through doors. But they see Angus as being a huge threat. They've targeted Angus, and they've targeted one or two others. But to lose him, it's such a bad thing. I feel really sorry for the people of Murray, because I agree completely that it won't be long before they realise just what they've lost and what they've replaced it with.
And Angus is also the deputy leader of the party, isn't he? Yes. Will that have ramifications?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure that there's any reason why Angus has not long been elected as member of the party. I'm not sure there's any reason why there would be a need to have another election of the deputy leader. It might well be there's something in the rules that say that you have to, but I would certainly not be in a rush to have that to rerun that election, and I think that a man of Angus's calibre should be kept in that position.
Yeah, no, that's a sore loss to the SNP without a doubt.
It's also a sore loss to Parliament.
Yes.
I think, the amount of times that you'd see journalists based in London who were very anti-Scottish independence and were very pro-British Union, writing about how good Angus was, how good he was in debates, how much he was the de facto leader of the opposition by the two questions that he had, and how important those two questions were, and how they were so good, and how good he was at debating. And I think he probably did a lot more behind the scenes than we realised to encourage the new MPs and to give them roles and to help them to debate and to do things. And he won't be there anymore. And in that respect, they've made their bed, and I hope they lie in it and enjoy it, because this is going to not be good.
Well, here's the SNP have held Aberdeen North, which with another swing to Labour, but SNP have held it.
And if they lost
They've lost
Midlothian?
Owen Thompson.
We've lost Owen Thompson in Midlothian. Quite a slight majority there by the looks of it.
Yeah. Yeah, just about 1,000.
885?
Yeah.
11% swing. Is that?
Yeah. I mean, I do think that we have to accept these are horrible losses, particularly at a personal level. But I think we do have to accept that, and I've said this in the early part of the show, that the results we got in 2015 were aberrations.
Right.
And we are, there's a kind of recalibration of Scottish politics here. And, you know, to see Owen going is a real shame. But we should be, at some stage, politics had to come back to some sort of normality, and 2015 wasn't normal. It was just, you know, it was just like the aftermath of the referendum.
No, it was like when someone was saying to me in London last week about how, you know, he felt quite sorry for the SNP because the only way for them was down. There's absolutely no way that they could win really any more seats. But personally, I think the loss of Angus Robertson
that's a loss of great magnitude.
And I think that's a loss to Westminster Parliament. I don't just think that's a loss to a local constituency, and I think that Moray will discover what the calibre of the new MP that they are.
And who is this new guy?
He's an official linesman. He was both a councillor and an MSP until just last month. He's still an MSP and he's now an MP.
Right.
So good luck to him.
So he's quite good at finding new jobs then. So
he's clearly a multi-talented guy.
Hopefully he'll bring lots of jobs to Murray then.
Yeah.
Well, it won't be from drinking whiskey.
Lord Ashcroft saying that the Conservative Scots could save the Tories.
Well, there you go.
And who would have believed that back in 2015?
Ayrshire and North Arran are still an SNP
Glenrothes,
hold. So
SNP hold.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously, you're seeing a lot of SNP holds now, you know, and again, we talk about recalibration, where obviously the gaps are closing in some of these, but that's just to be expected, you know.
And how much do you think, James, that the swing to Labour that we're seeing in some seats is to do with Scottish Labour's campaign, or to do with Jeremy Corbyn's campaign?
It'll be a combination of both, I suppose, but only in terms of Scottish Labour's campaign was the same as Scottish Conservatives' campaign and the same as Scottish Lib Dems' campaign. It was let's stop this second referendum. So there will be some of it where what they decided was that the Conservative voters would rally round behind the Labour Party to try and stop the SNP, and also we've seen there's some instances where we've seen it's the other way around. So you know, so it's partly to do with that, but also I think that some of the votes that we may have lost are people who, in my view, misguidedly think that the best thing to do was to vote for Corbyn, despite the fact that the Labour Party hasn't changed. And I think that over the course of the next 12 to 18 months, they'll find that all the problems that the Labour Party had are still there and will raise their head again, and they'll find that they might think that Corbyn's great, the Labour Party's still the same.
You don't think that if Corbyn does well, as he's predicted to do surprisingly well beyond predictions, that he'll have a stronger mandate within his party tomorrow?
For a while. You know, I mean, it changes if he becomes Prime Minister. It makes it a bit more difficult, but if we accept that, you know, it's possible that the Conservatives will have a small majority, if that is the case, then, and he's the leader of the opposition, then I think that it won't be long before the people who dislike him which, to be fair, very many of these new Labour MPs are likely to be, because Scottish Labour have never supported them, then I think that you'll find the fault lines in the Labour Party
Just seeing there
are
that
falling again.
Scottish Labour are up to 3 seats, which is obviously 2 better than 2 years ago.
And the Tories not up to 3
The
seats as well.
Tories are up to 2, I
Right.
think.
Well, congratulations.
No, sorry, I did misread that. The Tories were up to 3 and Labour are up to 2. How many more seats do you think the SNP are going to lose tonight?
I don't know. I'm working on a basis of none.
None.
But
I think also when you look at the campaign 2 years ago, when the polls first started, they said that the SNP were on course for winning 35 seats, and even everybody in the SNP, just from watching it online, because I didn't live here, watching it online, the SNP went, there is no way we're going to win 35 seats. Absolutely no way we're going to win them. And I do remember things like people saying, oh, Jim Murphy's going to lose his seat to an SNP, and even everybody in the SNP went,
so
that is never going to happen.
Exactly.
And I remember I was in Northern Ireland at the time, and I went to sleep. I woke up in the morning, the TV was on, and Jim Murphy was conceding his seat, and I thought I was still asleep. And I kind of was like, got up and pinched myself, like, no, Jim Murphy is actually conceding his seat. And it was one of those things where I think I just don't think these losses are actually as bad as everybody thinks that they are, because you look at it, I mean, 50 seats was completely unstable.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an anomaly that. And also I think Scottish people are used to voting different ways depending on the
But
parliament.
there's no doubt tomorrow it's going to be played very strongly as that's it. The message has been sent to the SNP. You've been told you now have no mandate for a second referendum.
Yes.
But then you can also turn around and say that if the SNP had won 55 seats out of 59, you would have been told.
Yeah, you've slipped. You've slipped.
I mean, you know, my joke has always been that if the SNP wins less than 61 seats in Scotland when we've only got 59, then it's like a massive.
I could tell you some of the journalists that wrote that story.
They would listen. I've read them.
So tomorrow, when they say you've lost X amount of seats, there you go. A clear message has been sent from the electorate to Nicola Sturgeon and the Scottish National Party, saying that there is no appetite for a second referendum. What do you think the party line is going to be on that?
Okay, the two things. One is that this was never required as a mandate, because we've already got the mandate. We had the mandate and we voted for it in the Scottish Parliament, which, as far as we're concerned, is sovereign in these matters. The other thing is that I don't know what the final result will be, but I am willing to bet you everything I own that the SNP are the largest party and have more than half the seats after the night is finished. So therefore, the SNP will have a mandate, even if we're just using the today's events, the SNP will have a mandate to bolster the mandate they've already received from the Scottish Parliament.
What do you think on that?
I completely agree. I think what kind of mandate do you need?
Yeah.
Here's the question: is the Scottish Parliament sovereign?
No.
It isn't in terms of when it makes a decision such as the decision it's made about independence, then I think it's incumbent on every single member of the Scottish Parliament to abide by that decision. If not, then they shouldn't be standing in it.
But the problem is that Britain is a constitutional mess and always has been.
Yeah.
I think we don't have a written constitution. There's nothing that we can actually look at, and Britain has got this. There's always this big thing about British exceptionalism, where we don't really need to look at who we are or what we do or what being British means or what being English means or what being Scottish means, and this is the thing that's beginning to kind of really, I think, long term, almost philosophically catch us out, because our attitude to the constitution is let's not talk about it. I know nobody in Europe who thinks that you can have a proper federal system when 90% of the population belongs to one country and 10% belongs to another. They can't see how that would work. We don't have something written down. So when you look at, for example, the Catalan government always asking for a referendum for their own independence, and the right-wing Spanish government is always referring to a written constitution. Now, the Catalan attitude is this wasn't written in stone, this was written in a very specific time to keep everybody happy post-fascism and to not have any kind of fascist military coup. Those are two very different opinions, but at least they have something written down that they can go to. The problem is that we just have a kind of, well, we're British and let's not talk about it. Kind of, it's almost like let's not talk about sex, let's not talk about the Constitution, let's not talk about our emotions.
Have a cup of tea.
None of those three things are fit for purpose anymore, and I think that is one of the problems of which one's sovereign and which parliament's sovereign and which one isn't. We don't really understand what these parliaments are for.
But if
Yep,
when Nicola Sturgeon, when the case for the Brexit case went to the Supreme Court, they did rule, didn't they, that the Scottish Parliament don't have a say and that the Westminster Parliament can overrule them?
They did.
Didn't
They did
So
indeed,
does that not suggest that the Scottish Parliament therefore is not sovereign?
The point I'm making is that if anybody's a member of the Scottish Parliament, then surely what they have to do is they have to accept the sovereignty of the decisions that are made in that Scottish Parliament, or else why are they a member of that Scottish Parliament?
So when you've got two or three actually Scottish leaders campaigning that this to send a message from this election by voting against the SNP, taking away the majority, and saying no to another referendum, you would argue then they're undermining their own.
I would argue that they're being A, anti-democratic, and B, insulting the people of Scotland.
What do you think about that?
I don't think they understand what the Parliament's for. I don't think they understand the makeup of the country, and I don't really think none of them have ever sat down properly and thought about what the Scottish Parliament is and what Westminster Parliament is. But I don't think anybody has. I think they've just kind of built this Parliament because they thought they needed to, because it was just a problem that they needed to get rid of. And I think this is the problem. It's almost like like this clash of understandings, because nothing's ever really been clear about what's what. Oh, who's lost?
East Rand.
They haven't lost it to Labour, have they?
No, Tories. The Tories.
Who's that we've lost?
Kirsten Oswald.
She was really good.
Yes, a real shame.
So that's Kirsten Oswald lost her seat to the Tories in East Renfrewshire.
Yes.
Well, they were very traditionally Tory.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Tory.
And Jim Murphy managed to get the seat for Labour when they kind of stopped being Labour.
Yeah, by being a Tory. You know, Jim Murphy.
And that's the big, and also East Renfrewshire's a big Jewish constituency, relatively speaking, and the Jewish vote for Labour's completely collapsed.
So, Ruth Davidson, we've heard that Ruth Davidson, even though in the Holyrood election she still got less support than when Thatcher's, when it collapsed under Thatcher. We heard it was the great Tory resurgence. Are we seeing a Tory resurgence?
No, I mean, what we're seeing is the battle lines are drawn. I mean, I saw some of the conversation earlier on, and my view is very similar, that it's sort of unionism versus nationalism, if you want to be a shorthand, but also that the Conservatives are going to make relatively small gains, which will be pumped up tomorrow as if it's the most important thing that has ever happened. But the reality is that the SNP are going to have much more seats. They're going to be the biggest party by a considerable distance, I think. And that Ruth Davidson will get, as she seems to get on a permanent basis, she'll get an easy ride and she'll be made to look like a powerful leader.
If enough seats come out of Scotland to give the Tories a very, very slim majority in Westminster,
then Ruth is completely stuffed, because Ruth's going to have to start being a proper politician and she won't know what to do with
She
herself.
will not have a clue.
Well, that is correct. So that I was just trying to find let's see what the majority was there, and that was not coming up. In East Renfrewshire with the Tories.
Not very much.
Oh. There's been an interesting debate since the referendum that we very rarely have an impact on the outcome of a general election.
We've only had.
But it will only 2 times since the Second World War. If we send enough Tories to Westminster to give Theresa May a slim majority, is that a positive thing that Scotland has, for the 3rd time since the Second World War, affected the outcome of a general election? Or if it is a very, 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 as you say, that the SNP are likely to win in Scotland, so here we go, the one time we do affect the outcome it's by sending Conservatives, with, you know,
I
the
think it's
smallest
really
party.
interesting. I think a lot of Scottish people are going to wake up and go, what the hell did we just do?
What have we done?
You think
And
so?
yes,
Yeah, I think
absolutely.
so.
I think a lot of Scottish people are going to go, oh my God, I didn't realise my vote would count that much because my vote's never counted before.
I was telling some people on the door today, I says, you need to be careful what you do, because if you vote a certain way,
There you
you're going to
go.
end up with Tories.
Liberal Democrats have taken Bartonshire East.
Yeah.
Jill Swinson
Is now my new MP.
is now Rachel's MP,
Oh, great.
with, it looks about roughly 6,000 of a majority.
5.5.
There you go, 5,339. And that's a turnout of 79%. Do you think we're seeing tactical voting across Scotland?
Yes.
Is that a tactical vote?
Absolutely.
To just, they were the, because as you said,
I was getting at on my Facebook for about 3 weeks, constant things from the Liberal Democrats. Only Liberal Democrats can beat the SNP. So she's basically just the anti-SNP vote. Is whether she's Tory or whether she's Labour. Is basically you vote whoever you vote for, and you basically now just got two parties.
well,
Yep, that's what it is, SNP and anti-SNP.
a friend of mine just tweeted that earlier. You know, here we're seeing SNP voters voting Tory. You know, in certain seats, where I would say I'm seeing Labour voters voting.
Yeah,
but
I'm
do you think
not
that we're just seeing Unionist voters voting for whoever can beat the SNP?
Yep, because that's been their entire campaign, the entire election. If you sit and you look through every single leaflet that comes through your door, everything's been we're the only ones that can beat the SNP. We're the only ones that can beat the SNP. We're the only ones that can beat the SNP.
So just an attempt to consolidate and she's got yeah a lot more
But to
than.
be fair, he only won last time on about 2,000 or 3,000
Yeah, he
votes.
didn't. John
Nobody
didn't.
expected him to win.
That's right.
Nobody
Right.
expected him to win.
And again, John Nicholson, you could say, was one of the most prominent
Was one of the best,
SNP
and now
MPs.
and Joe Swinson's just going to disappear.
You think so?
Well, she's going to get letters from me every week.
All right, well, yeah, there you go, Joe Swinson. You've got something to look forward to,
Yes, yes,
Angry
yes.
You're
letters
gonna get
from
angry
me every
letters.
single week.
especially when she's drunk on whiskey. And it's Tasmina Chic lost her seat as well.
Has she?
Yeah.
There you go.
Here's the
That's,
Glasgow one.
Okay, we've got a result in from Glasgow. Which one is it?
Let's see. Can't see just now. Oh, no.
I can't see who the candidate is even.
No, that's a lot.
About to declare Glasgow East, says Mary Hunter on the
That's
Twitters.
exactly what it is. That's David Linden, who I believe has won.
Oh. There's a break in SNP and Labour papers to be flip counted in Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. Here we go. East Renfrewshire Econ Service.
That's good news. Nice to see David getting elected.
You see, he held.
Yes.
Is
No, he's a new candidate for
Well,
Glasgow.
right,
East.
of course, because yes, what was it?
Oh,
Natalie
that.
McGarry. Natalie
Yes.
McGarry. Yes. Well, there you go. So the SNP have held the seat, and there's Alison Thewlis looking very happy on the television. Hopefully, Alison will keep her seat as well.
Absolutely.
Who? Obviously, Angus is gone now. Who do you think would be
Oh,
the
it's-
big losses?
Well, him, John Nicholson. John Nicholson is a big loss. John Nicholson was very good as an MP and was a good parliamentarian, and he was good on the media, and he would.
Well, he was their culture minister down there, wasn't he?
Or spokesperson.
The
Oh, but I
spokesperson
mean, he was
for
also.
the.
I mean, he was on the media regularly. He was very good.
Yes.
What, Joe Swinson's just going to disappear into like some them backbenches, and we'll never hear from her again. Apart from every so often, she's going to talk about female MPs and women's there, and that's going to be it. She's never going to be anything else.
You're the only person on this panel that could have got away with saying
I
that.
couldn't have been to say that.
But it's true.
Yes,
Well,
no.
that's what you say.
She's only
But,
the time I've ever heard of Jo Swinson, she was on Women's Air, and the only time she'll ever be back on any kind of media, she'll be on Women's Air. and she'll not be anything else.
Okay. Nick Clegg's lost his seat.
Oh no, that's awful.
Nick Clegg has
To
lost his
Labour.
seat to Labour,
Labour gain, Sheffield Hallam from the Liberal Democrat. Well, there you go. That's
This looks like Coatbridge. Is it?
that's
No, that's Nick Clegg.
Oh, is that Clegg?
yeah,
Sorry,
so
I was
we're
thinking
Nick
that was
Clegg is losing seat,
You
which
have
is
to turn around
obviously.
and say, no, Matt, it's a being general elections are ruthless. I mean, at least in Holyrood, you see people losing their constituency seats, and you kind of know that they'll probably make it on a list seat.
Yeah.
But they are ruthless.
I never stood in the list in my seat this time. I just stood for the constituency.
Nick Clegg looking very sad, which is a sight that's about 2 years too late, but
Yeah.
it'll do me.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, it's really a ruthless game to be in. We'll get 2 or 3 days to pack up their bags and go and find something else to do.
Yeah. It's all the turnaround's very quick.
Is it?
happens
Oh,
over
really,
happens
really
over
quick?
the weekend.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So he's
Because somebody else is in place come Monday, Tuesday.
okay. Let's see what else we're getting in here. Yep, Eastern Bartonshires again for the Libs. So how do you think Theresa May's feeling about now?
Let's just say I doubt she's in the middle of a party.
Yeah.
She's maybe looking at the jobs online because I think she's going to be looking for a new one in the pretty
The
near
problem is
future.
that who they're going to have instead, because I mean the thing is everybody goes on about how incompetent Theresa May is, but when you look at who she was running up against, she even now, if you were forced to vote for one of them, you still vote for Theresa May, because who was up against her? Andrea Leadsom,
Yeah.
Boris Johnson, Michael Gove. I mean, who are they going to have instead of her?
So-
and if Amber Rudd loses her seat,
Which is looking very, very
who's
likely.
going to replace Theresa May as Tory leader?
Well, who do you think?
Well, I've already given my opinion, and my dark horse for it is Philip Hammond.
How about yourself, Rachel? What do you
I
think?
don't even have the first clue. I really don't. I just.
No, I mean
just-
that's it. I mean the two obvious. Well, sorry, the most obvious name is Johnson, right? Because there he is. There, he's a huge ego, and he sees himself as being.
Yeah, but he's Donald Trump with an Oxbridge accent.
Oh, he's awful. He's absolutely awful. I mean, some of his behaviour over the last week. I don't know if you saw some of his stuff on television, but he
He was just
right in
losing it.
front of the completely losing it. He would be a disaster. He's been a disastrous Foreign Secretary. He would be an absolute disaster and a joke if he was the leader of the Conservative
So
Party.
basically, what we could end up having is a small Conservative majority because of Scotland and Boris Johnson's the Prime Minister, and it would be our fault.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Well, when you say our fault,
Yeah.
Scottish people
Yes.
for voting Tory.
maybe Ruth will go for it then. She could drive in her tank and just sort of take over.
Maybe she could.
Be a proper politician. I would have she'd last
It's not
a
going
week.
to happen. It's not
She'd
going to
last
happen.
a week.
Yes.
So, how much do you think? If that was if that was the Remainer vote, surely they would have voted for Nick Clegg rather than Labour, who are obviously going to push Brexit through.
Yeah, but the Labour vote seems to have been caught up in the Corbyn thing, doesn't it, to a great extent? A lot of them seem to have been caught up to that. The Lib Dems have got no credibility left whatsoever.
That's the problem.
Yeah, none at all. So I think that people were looking for somewhere else to put it in. Corbyn's Labour Party seems to be, seem to be attracting some attention for whatever reason for just now. But we'll see how it goes.
I think the
later.
thing is though that the Labour the UK Labour manifesto was actually a good manifesto.
Well, I'd have to agree with that because half of it was ours. You know what I mean?
Yes.
We've already put half of it in place in Scotland, so I'd have to agree it was a good manifesto.
But the thing is, it was a good manifesto for 90% of the UK, but the SNP has got nothing to do with.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with that at all. I mean, I think there's lots of it in there that I would agree with.
Is
But
there,
that's
is
not
there
the
anything in that manifesto you'd like to see SNP take on?
Well, as I say, most of it was in the manifesto. Lots of it was in the manifesto we've already taken on. Some of the other parts of it that were in the manifesto we couldn't take on because we don't have the powers. Likes of the powers over taxation and stuff like that.
What about
But also-
renationalising the railways? We can't do
We're
that.
already looking at that.
You're looking at
We're
it?
already looking at that,
What
and
would
Hunter
be-
has already talked about as contracts come to an end, we will
Bringing
look
them-
at what we can do is bringing them back into
And here we
the public
go.
ownership.
Glasgow Central, I think that must be, because I can see Alison Thewlis. So this is a big. Alison's obviously a very, very, very prominent campaigner for the SNP.
Yeah.
She's been a really good
She's been a
MP.
fantastic member of Parliament, and
Yes, she's won.
she's won. She's held her seat very marginally by the looks of it.
And her majority is down. But only
But-
just.
But Ed Miliband's just been re-elected
Elected.
as well. But that's obviously you'll be delighted at that, I imagine.
Yes,
James.
Alison. I've known Alison a long time. I worked with her. She was one of my councillors in Glasgow when I was the group leader, and she's a really, really conscientious, hard worker. She's done some fantastic work since she got elected to Parliament, and particularly around about the rape clause. Alison's the one who was fighting that rape clause before anybody realised that it was a
It
thing,
existed,
you know.
yeah. She's the
So
one that
she's
found
done
out
a
about
great
it.
job, and I'm absolutely over the moon to see her being re-elected. Absolutely.
I mean, she has been the most prominent activist or active parliamentarian, let's say, on the rape clause from the very, very beginning.
From the very off.
wasn't she? She was.
She was the really interesting one that she said because she'd worked for the council for so long, she knew that if you had a massive policy document, you started from the back because the end bits were the bits where you were trying to hide things.
Yeah.
And that was why she found out about the family cap and the rape clause. It would not have been a thing if it hadn't been for her. I mean, it's not a thing in England. I mean, you sit down and I discussed with quite strong Labour people that they didn't even know what I was talking about, and I was like, but it's a national thing from Westminster. This is the SNP's campaign because she discovered it.
There's been no fight down there. None at all.
Because it just never got
Exactly.
it never got any publicity.
Exactly. Alison did a fantastic
And you
job.
think it's got publicity in Scotland because of Alison?
It's totally Alison. I mean, Alison was the one that found out about it. No one else would. Honest, I do not think.
But I've been aware that Alison has been very vocal about it. Is it maybe because I follow her on Twitter or something like that?
Because it's
I've been very aware
a
of
big
this.
thing in Scotland. It was a big thing in Scottish news. It wasn't a big thing in London newspapers. It wasn't a big thing on London-based media. It was a big thing up here.
And there was a special report on Broadcasting Scotland, wasn't there? That
Yes.
I think was
Yes.
done.
But to be fair, I mean, very often criticise the media. The media were very good with Alison about this rape clause. You know, I mean, they took on board the work that she'd been doing on it, and
So were a lot of Labour
publicised.
MPs. I mean, a lot
Yeah,
of
that's right, yeah.
Labour SMPs, and the more publicity she got, a lot of Labour MPs did
Yeah,
join in with her in
absolutely.
the campaign. So you know, there was kind of
Complete
cross-party
cross-party,
agreement.
outside of the Tories. I mean, we had Alison was outside the Scottish Parliament, and we had a complete cross-party agreement with that, with the exception of one party, which will come as no surprise.
Okay, there's a second-hand rumour that is doing the rounds on Twitter that Salmond is going to lose his seat.
Well, he's just coming up just now.
And we
so-
can see that Salmond is about heading up to the podium. It is obviously just a rumour, but the person saying it online is quite a
if you look at the
trustworthy
way that the
source.
cameras are all around them,
They know something, you think?
it's whatever it is, it looks big.
Well, obviously, that would be
Angus and Salmon going back. would
quite
be
a
really
blow.
big
And I mean, would you say that
And Mike Weir,
That's big.
and possibly Pete Wishart. So that would be 4 of the
Big heavy
6.
hitters.
4 of the 6 that were the original MPs before we
Angus
sent
Brendan's
50.
back in, and Stuart Hosey's back in.
And do you think people like Kezia Dugdale, etc., if Alex Salmond loses his seat, will be
The word you're looking for is gloating,
Gloating.
and yes, they will be. But you know, that's the narrowness of them. I mean, listen, party politics is like that. You know, you kind of take some pleasure in
of course.
in the feelings of your opponents. But
Alex Salmond, though, is one of those people. He has had more resurrections than Jesus and Lazarus put together. So this man is
Well,
not
Jesus only had the one. So
Jesus had
Yeah,
the one.
what she did say in last-
Jesus had the one. Lazarus had the one. Salmond had how many? 3.
yeah, and if you talk about the other Lazarus, Pat Lally, then you
Pat Lally gets in there, actually.
we're into double figures.
So what would it mean for the SNP to lose a heavy hitter like Alex Salmond?
It wouldn't be good, and it shows you. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier on. It shows you that anti-SNP vote will have coalesced behind a candidate to take out Alec.
Do you think it's obviously it might not be the best question, you might be a coy about it, but do you think it would be a bad thing to have Alex Salmond out of the picture and have, you know, let the incumbent leader get on with leading the party without the spectre of a former leader behind her?
I think that our leader has shown that she's more than capable of coming out from under the large shadow of Alex Salmond. I mean, let's be honest, without Alec, we wouldn't have had that referendum in the first place. Without Alec, the SNP wouldn't be sitting where we are in the government of Scotland.
There's Anne McLaughlin.
Yes, but I don't think that Nicola has had any problems in coming out from under the
That
shadow.
thing about saying Salmond's got a large shadow, is that?
Yes. I'm talking about all the things he's done for the people of Scotland and for the SNP.
How do you think Anne McLaughlin surely will hold her seat, won't she? Wasn't her constituency the largest yes vote in the whole of
It
Scotland?
was also her seat broke the swingometer in 2015
When she
won.
She is tireless in her constituency, isn't
It
she?
looks
You
like
can't.
she's lost.
Oh my. So Labour have taken Glasgow North East from.
Yeah, to be fair, was their biggest majority.
They have
Wow,
taken it
look
with a
at that,
majority of
242.
242.
Oh.
Do you think, would you be asking for a recount if you
I
ran?
suspect there's already been a number of them.
You think so?
Yeah, 242 you would, because that's only, you know, 2 bundles that could have been put in the wrong place.
I mean, that's
awful. Anne's a very close personal friend of mine. I've known her for the best part of 20
huge fan
years.
of Anne's as well as Angus.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, that's awful.
That's a blow.
I think it's losing a battle. I don't think it's losing the war. I don't think it's these people are very resilient. You think the SNP has managed to create an entire party that was in power with not one bit of support from anybody, and a massive media campaign that was completely against them and always has been, that has always treated them like pariahs, always treated them like loonies, and all of a sudden you had 56 MPs. It was an anomaly. You'll still have a majority.
Yep.
These people will find something else to do. They are resilient and they will go somewhere else and they will still serve the people of Scotland and they will still do things. I don't think it's the end for them. I think it's not a brilliant night, to put it mildly, but I do not think that this is the war over. I just think it's a battle that's just not been won tonight.
The truth, Rachel, for me is it's not a brilliant night on a personal level. I don't know if it's a terrible night politically yet, but on a personal level, you know, I'm seeing good friends of mine losing their positions and that's hurting, but you know, we'll see at the end of the night when all the results come through where the SNP stands. And as I'll reiterate what I said earlier on, one thing we can guarantee is that the SNP will have won the Scottish election. It's how much will we have won that Scottish election by. That won't be the story tomorrow, but it will be the reality.
Yeah.
I mean, to lose by 242 votes is not good.
I'm just seeing that there was a tweet there saying that Glasgow Central, where Alison Thewlis held, was the only constituency in the whole of the UK that was all women.
Yes,
candidates.
that's right. Yes.
Dunfermline and Fife is an SNP hold with a majority
Well,
of 844.
Oh, that's not a lot.
So good.
No, it's not.
I mean, I
But again,
remember.
we're talking about Fife.
I know, but I remember in 2015 watching the swings to the SNP, which were humongous, but they're not anything like that now, are they?
But that's us coming back to where politics should be. You know, it just wasn't natural.
But I think there's also an argument as well for Westminster Parliament, which I kind of understand, is if you vote for the SNP, you're voting for MPs that are never going to actually going to hold power. They're never going to hold office, and they're not interested in Westminster because that's not what the SNP is about. And I get there's an element where you would vote yes in a referendum, you would vote to leave the union, but if you're in the union, you want to vote for a party that actually might win.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I could see why a lot of yes voters would actually go in and vote Labour right now, because they want Labour to win in Westminster. They want Scotland to be independent, but they want Labour to win in Westminster.
Historically, that's what we always did. That's not, you know, that's it used to be. I mean, over the last, I don't know, 15 years or whatever, you know, you would vote SNP in Holyrood, you would vote Labour in Westminster. But of course, things changed after 2014, and it looks like maybe what's happened is that we're starting to go back a wee bit to where we were before. But it could well be that there's just been a combination of the anti-SNP and the Corbyn bounce, and that's what's given some of the results that we've seen so far.
And I think Derek Bateman a while ago wrote an article, I thought made a really good point about how actually it wouldn't be so bad to have some Conservative MPs because we could remember the kind of people we were voting for.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, good luck, people of Murray.
Yeah, and yes, but that, I just can't quite believe some of the results we're seeing coming in.
It has been a strange night.
But we knew it would be.
Here we get a rumour that there's 3 votes in it in North East Fife. 3 votes.
Who for?
Alistair Carmichael won.
We haven't heard yet.
He looks like
He's looking very happy, but I wouldn't be surprised if Alistair Carmichael's back. Britain Elect's now saying it's looking likely that Alex Salmond will lose his Gordon constituency. This is going to be sold very strongly tomorrow, isn't it? As there you go, your referendum's out the window, and that's
Yeah, of course it will. Of course it will. But it's not. And, you know, they can say this all they like, but it's not.
But I think there's an interesting thing to be had about British media discourse, that we were all kind of brought up to trust it. We were brought up to trust it in a way that for example, somewhere like the Spanish, because they had that memory of like fascist government, were brought up not to trust the media discourse. So people will watch a media discourse and go, what are you trying to feed us? And that we are having to learn really quickly.
well. It'd be interesting to see who takes Islington, eh? What do you think? Who's your money on for Islington?
The guy with the top hat.
The guy with the top hat.
The guy with the top hat, right?
Yeah.
So they're just announcing the Islington, which is obviously the Labour leader's seat. A lot of candidates standing against them,
Yeah,
aren't there?
a lot of them.
One way you get publicity with it.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a guy standing against them, so they could have a proper Labour Party back.
All right, okay.
Oh.
And what the results for that one?
I mean, it is an interesting thing, isn't it, what we were talking about earlier, about the idea that Scottish votes could pip Theresa May over the line, which would feel a wee bit unjust, wouldn't it? But we wouldn't be complaining so much if there was enough votes to put Jeremy Corbyn into number 10, would
I don't think
we?
it would be unjust. I think people need to be aware of what they vote for. And I think people would get the fright. I think people need to be aware of what they vote for. And I think if people would be voting for a Tory government and then go, oh, we didn't vote for that, well, why did you vote Tory?
What do you think the chances are would have been of an SNP Labour supplying confidence situation?
You know, Labour messed up in 2015 where what Miliband should have said in 2015 is, I would work with anybody to keep the Tories out as long as they're a progressive party, blah, blah, blah. And that's the way you should have sold it. I just worry
that wasn't
that
sellable. That's the problem. I think it was completely unsellable.
Not convinced.
I remember hearing people who voted Tory in England because they wanted to keep the union, because they believed in Britain, because the only thing that they found that was working was demonising Salmond. And because if you looked at Nicola Sturgeon was the leader of the SNP then, she was the first minister, and the adverts were Ed Miliband in Alex Salmond's pocket. He wasn't in Nicola Sturgeon's pocket, he was in Alex Salmond's pocket.
But the thing is that they allowed it, my view is that they allowed, without grabbing the news, they allowed that to happen, they allowed that to occur. What they should have done is they should have had when they saw that it wasn't likely that Labour were going to win, they should have been saying, right, okay, what we will do is we would obviously take part in any progressive alliance. The one thing we can tell you right now is we will not be agreeing to a referendum. And if they had said that beforehand, I think it might have went some way to soften that. But I mean, because it didn't work.
at the end of the day, it didn't work by saying nobody believed them, right? I think part of the problem was that nobody believed them. If you're next door to number 10, and Alec or Nicola was saying, right, okay, what we're asking is, this, that we get some say in some of the social policies, that if it's something that we can work with all right across the UK, you're not going to say no. But what I think has happened now is that they've painted themselves into such a place that Corbyn might find it almost impossible to say no, to say yes.
Yeah, right. But I read some articles. There's been some talk that Nicola Sturgeon has even stepped back from that rhetoric of the Progressive Alliance and how much she would be willing to work with the Labour Party in order to help the Progressive Alliance. Some people are suggesting she's just scaled back the rhetoric because actually it maybe doesn't help there being a chance of a Progressive Alliance.
She scaled back the coalition rhetoric.
Right.
She's not talking about coalition. She said she wouldn't go in a coalition, but she's been very clear.
But I thought
she
she said that in 2015 as well.
She's been very clear on a confidence of supply.
Wasn't that the same deal as before? I'm sure in 2015 she was saying no coalitions. We know they're toxic, but supplying confidence.
And that may well be the case. I can't remember, but I know that what they're talking about now is supplying confidence is maybe not even what she was saying now. It's a case by case basis. What she was talking about is working with them when it's in both their interests.
So he'd have to get enough seats to form a minority government for that, though, wouldn't he?
Yeah. He would, but he didn't. But if there's an agreement in place with the Lib Dems and us and Plaid, then we get him across the line.
What do you think about the Libs tweet earlier then from their press office
No
verified?
coalition, they said. They said no coalition, which leaves a lot of other spaces empty. Right. So I think there's lots to work on in there.
Apparently Kezia Dugdale's been on telly giving it laldy about IndyRef 2 and how it's all...
Absolutely obsessed. I mean, honestly, the party talks about it at least as us.
It's quite fascinating. I'm seeing people I know online here who are socialist left-wingers who voted yes, who are suggesting that Kezia Dugdale is deluded in suggesting that the upturn in the Labour vote is the anti-referendum.
Yeah, good, because what we have to do is hit with that.
So you think that the people who might be watching, or people who voted for Labour for Corbyn, need to make it clear to the Scottish Labour Party it wasn't a vote for you, it was a vote for him?
But I think a lot of the issues is people actually don't want the second referendum until they're clear about what Brexit means.
But that is not.
but that's not how all the other parties are selling it to them. They're selling it to no to IndyRef 2, no to Ref 2 until we do what the SNP have already said they're going to do. And I do think that is one of the things that is going on here as well. It's like we don't want a second referendum until we know what's going to happen with Brexit. And there are a lot of people that I know that are unionists who think that Brexit isn't going to happen. They think somehow we're going to pull back from this. And I kind of want to go, well, yeah, and I'm going to lose 10 kilos next week because it's just.
Well,
like
I know a
the
good
same
juicing
level of
diet that you can try, being an artsy-fartsy type. Ipswich, Labour gain from Conservative, and it was from Ben Gummer, who apparently had a lot of input and responsibility over the Tory manifesto.
All right, well, he deserves to lose, huh? But did they have a manifesto?
Apparently so, uncosted and all that, but they had a magic manifesto. There you go, Islington North, magically held by Jeremy Corbyn with a majority of 35,000. So I think and here we go, there's...
she does not look happy, good.
Yes, they're not very happy.
Pete Bishop re-elected.
Pete Bishop's held his seat, the SNP MP, former member of Runrig.
Sinn Féin have gained a seat from
SDLP, yeah.
Now this is, it might be worth touching on this now.
Will Sinn Féin
there was this shocker, wasn't there, where the Republicans took the Northern Irish Assembly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we might see that reflected in their Westminster votes? That we might, obviously we've just seen that the Sinn Féin have taken a seat there. Do you think that might be a trend in Northern Ireland? That
Well, Jerry Adams says today that they won't be they still won't be taking up the Westminster seats, so, you know, it doesn't really matter how many seats Sinn Féin get, they're not going to be there, the votes aren't going to count.
But
So.
the point is that how many people are going to keep voting for the Ulster Unionists, given their attitude to Brexit and given Northern Irish people's worries about it. I mean, you know, I was in Northern Ireland yesterday, and some people I know who were traditional DUP voters said they're just not voting, like they can't vote for them.
East Lothian goes to
Yeah,
Labour
George
from
Kennedy
the
said that.
SNP.
Who was East Lothian?
George Kennedy.
So that's the SNP vote down 12%. We are seeing, we've seen nothing like the swings we saw before, but it is amazing that it's gone so far.
And Conservatives
Corey
have won in
Wilson
Ayr and
out,
Carrick.
Corey, Conservative stake.
Bill Grant, Ayr and
Carrick.
Carrick.
Corey, but we did, I think we mentioned earlier that that was
Corey's been looking
very, very marginal.
tight for a while.
Corey Wilson was an MP that I hadn't seen or heard much of at all, apart from the debate that the petition made as the petition to force to have a debate on whether or not Trump should be banned from the country for his hate speech. I remember being quite frustrated at the time because there's something very disconcerting about watching nationalists talking about border exclusion. But I remember Corey Wilson was one of the only MPs that was had anything nice to say about Trump, because Turnberry, of course, is in her constituency and he creates a lot of jobs. I don't know if it's a position she's continued to hold after Trump was going around saying you could grab women by their bits and whatnot, but definitely.
Aberdeen South, Callum McCabe's lost to Ross Thompson.
Quite with a majority of 4,752. Edinburgh East, Tommy Shepherd has held his seat.
Yes.
But Aberdeen South goes Conservative.
Ross Thompson.
Well, that'll be fun. Ross Thompson was so much better.
Who's Rob Thompson?
Ross
Thompson.
Thompson, another MSP.
So these are. So obviously these are, because I remember Salmon being in a situation where he was an MP and an MSP.
But I don't think Ross Thompson kind of doesn't strike me as a Mensa candidate of any time soon.
No, but I'm saying that how does that work? Because I remember Salmon when he came up.
He did both. You can do both.
You can do both.
Yes.
For a while. Ross will do both for a while and be equally good at both.
Yes, equally.
So how is it? So you can be a member of
we
Parliament.
can't. I mean, what we did as a last election to make sure that we didn't. The party made that a rule that you couldn't
sit in both.
So you had to step down from the. I'm trying to think if it was for last year. So you had to make sure that you were only going to be standing in one panel.
Right.
You know, sometimes the circumstances that do it. But what happened? And one of the things I find quite unseemly was that when this was called, there was just a swathe of Tory MSPs that were like, "I'll do it. I want you to do it. I want you to do it. That's what That's what I want to be." You know,
Right.
and it's kind of, for me, it's just that completely disrespectful thing for the Scottish Parliament.
To the Parliament.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, if they're really impressed, they can go and do what Gove and Liam Fox have done and get safe seats down in England and
I've got no doubts that's what some of them want to do.
become
Well,
psychotic and do what Fox did with Brexit and just create chaos for the whole of Britain as opposed to just creating chaos in the Parliament.
There's a lot of people
Edinburgh.
suggesting that's the ultimate aim of Ruth Davidson, isn't it? Because actually,
Yes.
if Ruth Davidson was an MP, and Theresa May looks on the way out, she's one that you would be saying I wouldn't be surprised if she ended up leading that party.
No, I disagree with that. I mean, I was listening to Rachel earlier on, and I am in complete agreement that any time you put her under pressure, she crumbles.
So does Theresa May. She's a Prime Minister.
Yeah, but you know, Theresa May has been through the Home Office and she did a terrible job there as well, to be quite honest with you. But you know,
Ruth can't even defend Tory policies.
No, not at all.
So let's see what the swing is to Labour for Tommy
holds the seat.
He's held his seat, but Kirkcaldy,
Roger Mullins,
Labour hold Kirkcaldy.
No, Labour. That's a Labour gain.
259.
Is that?
Yeah.
Like 250.
Yeah, Roger Mullins
259
out.
seats.
Oh, that's
259.
close.
Yeah.
It tells you one thing, Scotland is definitely, sadly, very divided.
Yes, it is.
David
yes.
Coburn sadly only got 540 votes in Kirkcaldy.
Yeah, he must have a big family.
Yeah. 540 votes to the Scottish UKIP leader, David Coburn.
SNP hold.
Yeah, that's Pete Wishart.
Pete won by 21.
21 votes.
Oh.
And Pete Wishart has held his
Wow.
seat by how many
Wow.
recounts do you think have been done on that?
Yes.
And he just beat a Tory, a Conservative behind him by 21 votes. That's going to be lorded over him quite heavily, don't you think?
Yeah, well, you know, Bill Kidd in 2011 won by 7 votes.
Really?
Yes, 7 votes, as he said in his speech. The Magnificent Seven has never been better than it.
Adrian Shotts is an SNP hold for Neil Gray.
Good.
21 votes, though. I think that's.
Yeah,
But,
it's.
I just find it really interesting, the cognitive dissonance. So many Scottish people voting Tory, just thinking that they're voting for a union and forgetting what they're actually voting for.
Yeah,
I find the cognitive dissonance that they must have. And I do understand that you would want to vote for a party that would actually be involved in Westminster, but I find that you could just ignore every single other policy of the Tories.
Exactly, and
It's
you know,
quite
see if you really want to save the
strange.
union,
Thought Labour.
campaign, but campaign for a no vote in the referendum. You know, vote for a party that's going to protect your family, that's going to make more, you know, create more jobs, that's going to keep the country safe. Not this idea of there being another referendum.
And here we are, there's
Tottenham, David Lammy's
Theresa
been
May.
re-elected.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tottenham.
David Lammy's quite a good MP.
Stan Collymore has given us his drops of genius. Scotland, which voted to remain, is voting in Tories who want hard Brexit. Work that one out.
Yep. Even football players get
And Stuart MacDonald's held his seat in Glasgow.
Oh, good. That's my. That's my MSP.
Stuart MacDonald, your MSP?
I am sorry.
Or are you his MSP?
I am his MSP. He used to work for me, Stuart.
So Stuart, yeah, his father was the Janny at my school.
Yeah, in Govan High.
In Govan.
Aye.
Not Govan High, no, but
yeah, that's right.
yeah,
That's right.
close
Sorry,
by.
mate, aye. Sorry, mate, aye.
Yeah, so Stuart's held his seat. So
Let's see if Theresa's kept her seat.
we're just watching Theresa May, who may or may not hold her seat. I think she's probably in with a shout, but she's not looking particularly happy.
She did one.
She has.
I
won
wonder
her
if
seat.
majority's dropped.
But by how much?
I saw a very good tweet there saying, I hope the Scott National's ready for all the CVs that will be getting sent tomorrow. A lot of journalists are going to be free and
Good job, BBC Scotland's got that new channel set starting.
Yes.
Now got a lot more people
So,
put on the sofa.
the Herald journalist Jerry Braden just reminded a Scottish Labour veteran that she signed a letter last year calling for Corbyn to resign. I still hope he does, she responded.
Come on, Jerry, tell us.
Tell us who.
Margaret Cotton, I suspect. I probably shouldn't have said that, should I?
Probably not out loud, no. Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, 9.7% swing.
SNP to Labour.
And I think we're going to take another brief break here, aren't we? Oh,
All right, okay.
Some of us are needing
A wee break.
Hi, so I think we take 5 minutes.
Okay.
At this point, is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Take a brief break. Just as the results are coming in thick and fast, we'll see. Yep, we're going to go for a break around about. Chris Stevens
Has been re-elected.
has held his seat in Glasgow South West.
Good.
Which is good news. Sorry.
Yes, it is.
Victoria here, but let's see. Oh,
I'm sorry, I really need to go to the
oh,
toilet.
Teresa's been re-elected. What a load of bollocks.
It would be great if she lost her seat.
That would have been funny then.
Sorry, I really need to go to the toilet.
Right. No, I thought, well, you know,
I need a coffee.
yeah,
I
you
really
know,
need to be in a
you're all
just
doing amazingly well, but
Oh, I'm laughing.
Yeah, I do think that 4 o'clock is definitely the limit.
yeah.
I mean, it might be the, you know.
I mean, you know, be honest with you, we haven't got that many viewers that we're just going to say, you know, we haven't got that many viewers that we're going to lose. You know, pull the plug on this. We've done a good job. You know.
Well, maybe we should call it night then.
Well,
He's going for a bit.
if we can go to, if we can do till, if we can have a break, do till 4.
Yeah, well, let's do that then.
Because
I mean,
I just want to, I want to be in a
there's no
position
trains
hopefully we
anyway,
actually
yeah.
know, we can make
Right,
some kind of
well,
prediction what's going to be.
Of the actual result, I'm not sure that we'll know by 4 o'clock exactly.
No, but at least we can tell people that we're finishing off,
Aye.
you know,
Let's do
as
that.
opposed to saying, right, okay, we're going to have 5 minutes.
Good idea.
They're hanging about for a while.
I mean, I don't know if Richard will be back down now. He's, you know, he said he'd be
I
back
can't
in
believe I have a Lib Dem MP. That's just a pile of shite.
She's
Camera's still running?
She's really on.
That's just embarrassing.
Do you not want to? Do you not want to?
Oh no, no, I'm fine for
So,
for another
quiet,
half hour or so.
please.
Testing.
How much did she win by? Her own constituencies again.
the right.
That's so weird. I can't believe that.
Right.
I can't believe they do that.
Hi up, and we're back. At least I think we are. Oh no, we're not, because yes, we're back now. Thank you very much indeed. So we've got Jackie and James still with me, and this is Peter Arnott here. And so we're coming. I think we're moving towards the end of this commentary. And I suppose I want to get your what for you has been the story of the night, James?
The unionist, a combination of two things. One is the unionist coalition, or the anti-SNP coalition, and the other is that there seems to be many voters, Labour voters, who seem to have been taken in by the fact that they think that Corbyn will be able to drag some of the Blairites who are still there, including many of the Scottish Labour MPs who have never supported them. The Scottish Labour have never supported Corbyn, and have been persuaded that that's how they should vote. I think it's also a realignment on Scottish politics.
Yeah.
2015 was an unusual circumstance.
Yes.
Let's put it that way, and it couldn't possibly continue for any length of time. So I think what's happened is there's been a recalibration of people's voting, but there's clearly been a concerted effort to stop the SNP by amalgamation of voters across the parties.
Well, this does seem to have happened, and again, it's a pitch that seems to have been successful, except insofar as the SNP have still won, by the latest count, something like 39% of the vote, which is in normal terms. If the last few years hadn't happened, that'd be pretty good. But it's obviously not good enough. And if I turn to you, Jackie, maybe for this is the tale of two countries that's going on here. What for you is the story of what's happened in the UK as a whole?
I think it's an election about Europe. I think people are probably concerned about hard Brexit, and I think that's probably why a lot of them have not been willing to vote for the Conservatives. I think even in Scotland, potentially, I think it's true, definitely, that the unionist vote has, there has been tactical voting on a huge scale, but I also think perhaps the European issue has been one reason why SNP votes have gone to the Tories, which probably seems to have happened in rural Scotland, where perhaps people aren't as, don't feel as strongly about the European Union as someone like me does.
Right.
Perhaps that is an issue, and perhaps Labour's kind of middle way, we're going to pursue Brexit, but not a hard Brexit. We're going to guarantee the rights of European citizens to remain. Perhaps that has had some traction with people.
So it's a victory for fudge.
Perhaps it is a victory for fudge.
Yes.
Yeah, fudge is always popular.
Yes, I'm a big fan of fudge myself, but not generally in politics.
Well, it does seem that this was very much billed as an election with a single issue, which was to do with leadership ultimately, because no one was going to tell us any details about Brexit. I mean, obviously the Tories weren't, because the entire point of calling the election now was not having to talk about it. And
they made it about trust, didn't they?
And they made it
we're not going to tell
trust
you
and
what
leadership.
we're doing. Just vote for Mummy. Don't ask what she's going to do. Just give us the vote.
And it turned out Mummy was a broken robot, and it didn't.
Yes.
And it hasn't.
Yeah.
And although she obviously is personally won a very large individual victory, and here's the first sight of the evening of Nicola Sturgeon, walking towards the Count, I imagine. But the Count, do you know the Count in Glasgow?
She'll be at the Count in Glasgow.
Yeah.
I suspect she'll be at the Count in Glasgow.
Yeah, I think she's just walking in there just now. I mean, perhaps but not in the same kind of mood, the triumphalist moment. And maybe that's salutary. Maybe that's a good thing in the end. In some kind of bizarre set of circumstances.
I think you have to just regard all of these events as opportunities. As well as. I mean, obviously it's disappointing for many in the SNP that the number of seats has fallen. However, I think having a really sizable group in a parliament where there's a minority government potentially is going to give them huge influence.
But of course, one of the things is that actually some of the strongest parliamentary performers the SNP had have gone.
Yes.
So yes, you almost need to go through the list of sorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know about Angus yet, but see, we've just lost Paul Monaghan there as well, to
Oh, really?
Jamie Stone. So there are some big hitters. I mean, Angus Robertson's a huge loss.
Yes.
It's nice to see Pete Wishart staying in. Mike Weir's a loss to the Parliament.
John Nicholson's a loss.
John Nicholson as well, and hopefully.
And George Caravan seems to.
Yeah,
So.
see that, yeah.
And George is a proper brain.
Yes, he is indeed, and he will be a loss. But it won't be. These people won't be a loss to the party. They'll just be a loss to the Parliament.
Yes.
You know, and they will continue to work for the party, and they'll continue to work for independence. For me, if you're looking at it from a sort of strategic, long-term political
let's think historically.
Then this is still going to be a good result for the SNP, right? I mean, we will look back.
You would say that, of course.
No, but I mean it. I mean, we're sitting with the biggest percentage of votes, say 40% of the vote just now, right? And 40% of the vote is a great result, particularly now that we're talking about what looks like tonight a three-party system again.
Yes, a properly realigned Scotland. Yeah.
So, and we are the leading party in that three-party system.
And the entire focus of the other two parties is on you.
It's on us.
Yeah,
and it's not just the parties, it's the media, and I'm not, this is not me saying, oh, the media are out to get us, but what I mean is we are the focus, we're the government, we've been the government for 10 years.
Yes, but
I think it's democracy's work,
party.
and it really is, and I think people have to take what's positive about, you know, people's vision. What were they looking for? What was inspiring them to vote the way they did? And I'm really happy that people haven't just voted for the kind of really quite dispiriting offer that the Tories were making.
And again, if you think in terms of ideas and in terms of the long-term shape and culture of Scottish politics, if the single issue that is worth talking about in Scottish politics is independence via a referendum, if that's the only issue, then sooner or later the SNP have got to think, well, that's going to work for us eventually.
Yes, and you're right, but you know what? We're probably the one party
who didn't talk about it. Yeah,
but
absolutely.
also trying to get away from that being the only thing that drives Scottish politics.
Yes.
Because we're the party of government, and we want the focus to be on, and that is from our point of view, but we want the focus for everybody to be on those other issues and make life better for
I have got
Scotland.
now. This is obviously not a question that either of you can or possibly even should answer. But is the second referendum, if there is to be, or let's just say another referendum, or there will be. I'm absolutely certain there will be. But is the timescale considerably altered by I mean, even the fact that that we're going to have an unstable minority government in the UK, and we don't even know at this time in the morning which one it's going to be yet.
The timescale is massively altered, isn't it?
I think my feeling is the British timescale on Brexit is no matter whether it was discussed or not, the timescale on Brexit is shot to pieces.
Because the negotiations were supposed to start in 10 days or something.
That's
I
right.
think they're going to be postponed. I'm sure the European Union will postpone them. But, you know, maybe there'll be some kind of transitional arrangement. I suspect the civil service has kind of been wanting to get hold of Brexit and come up with some kind of transitional arrangement, which could end up lasting for a long time.
10 years.
10
Could take
years,
10 years.
yeah,
If you were the
20
European
years.
Union, though, would you say, yeah, we'll have a wee postponement?
I think I'd be weighing up the chances, and I think that now that the French presidential election is out of the way, the German presidential election, the German elections take place in the autumn, I believe, and once that's done, I think the Europeans seem to have been, of course, the European economy has actually been going well at the moment. This is not heavily broadcast in Britain, but the European economy is actually doing not too badly. I mean, there's still the big problem of mass unemployment, but in terms of growth, it's doing much better than the UK. And that position can only be exacerbated even with an uncertainty of Brexit, and of course with the pound falling through the floor. And I don't know what's happened to the pound tonight, but I suspect it's looking a bit wobbly.
But I think the British state's very good at kicking things into the long grass, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of like
that's fine when it's internal.
tactic.
It's not up to them to kick it in the long
No,
grass.
but I think the European Union would be quite happy with it. I mean, like, what, you know, at the moment, if Britain carries on paying its dues and stays in the European Union and there's a transitional arrangement, I can't see why the European Union would object to that.
In that case, maybe as after our brief period in the sun, when Scotland was the political capital of the world for about a
Yeah,
year, 6
yeah.
months, and then we had to get used to the centre of political gravity moving to London. And what we did was we moved 56 SNP MPs to be there at the time. The centre of political gravity now is between these two polar positions that the EU take. The EU taking hell mend your ut that's definitely one strategic option. Or let's try and make this civilized. I don't know.
Just kind of like
Ju-
park
ju-
it. Let's
ju-
just park this for a couple of years, 2 years, 3
Or
years,
will they? Will
5
they?
years,
Or
or
take the opposite. The UK right now is extremely weak. Will take whatever we offer because they're going to have to.
I just don't see why would the EU would want to. I mean, they're quite good at
Perfidious
providing
Albion.
these
That's
also-
why.
No,
Yeah.
I
And
just
also
don't
they were sending
know.
a message out to anybody else that thought that they could do
Absolutely.
Well,
the same way.
maybe.
There's absolutely no way that the EU can allow Britain to have to be economically as well off as it would be if it stayed in the EU.
But it's
No
still
way.
in the EU at the moment. Nothing's happened.
Actually, it has happened. The value of the pound's dropped by 20%.
I know, but that's just on speculation. Nothing has actually happened. I mean, it's triggered Article 50, but we haven't actually left.
But trigger
There's
Article
nothing-
50 starts
Yeah.
the clock.
Well, it
Starts
starts
the
called
clock.
and investment decisions,
There
academic
needs to be a
decisions, planning
transitional
decisions.
arrangement.
Companies are already moving out.
There will need to be a transitional arrangement, but the thing is,
Yeah.
again, a transitional arrangement with whom is still a question. That here we are
Yes.
at this time of the morning. It's 3:44, and we don't know the answer to that question yet. And it doesn't look like, as I was saying, Amber Rudd is now on her 5th recount. So it might
crazy.
well not be
It doesn't
her.
look like it's going to be Amber that's next
Yeah,
leader.
so-
I know you had your bet on for Phil Hammond
Yeah.
earlier on, but I
Go
don't-
Phil, go Phil.
Well, I have to say that speaking just objectively as a human judge, I think I'd probably rather have Hammond than Boris Johnson. I think,
Yes,
but then again, surely even the
I
Tories
don't
wouldn't be
think
quite
Boris
that
Johnson-
mental.
I mean, surely in this situation where it looks as if the electorate's kind of rejected the kind of hard Brexit offer, they're going to have to find.
Well, there
someone
was.
who's a
I
bit
saw.
more of a-
I was going on somewhere online, or maybe someone who's got access to a computer somewhere. That David Davis was saying something. Was commenting that it may be that hard Brexit has just lost. That this election means that they're going to have to rethink their strategy on Brexit. Effectively, I mean, the EU does have this extraordinary way of people have a referendum and they turned around the Irish and the Dutch in a year each and said no, vote again, get it right. And maybe it'll take a bit longer. Maybe the Lib Dems, even though they've only gained 6 or 7 seats tonight, maybe they're going to be the actual winners, because maybe we're not leaving the EU after all. After all, we haven't really had that conversation politically speaking yet. And if this election turned out not to be about Brexit, then the next one's going to be. It's bound to be.
It's so amazing that the polls, I mean, because the average of the polls, I mean, there were 1 or 2 predicting a small Tory, the Tory lead being quite small, but I mean, the vast majority of them predicted a pretty big Tory lead, and so they were kind of totally wrong again.
Well, they were right in Scotland, unfortunately, but there we are.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the thing, doesn't it? The polls seem to be quite right in Scotland.
Yes, honestly.
What is it? What
How
is
can
it?
you trust the UK polls anymore?
Well,
They've had everything wrong.
Well, they've had everything wrong, but except in Scotland, which is
Well,
but-
Trump was wrong. I mean, the Trump thing in America as well. And they were going,
That was
oh
wrong.
well,
Brexit was
UK
wrong.
polls. They were going, UK polls are like rubbish compared to American, but American polls are really
On
great.
it.
And then
Nope.
Maybe we're just
So-
more honest in Scotland, and that's what it is, and we just tell the truth.
Oh, I think that we have to suppress this cultural supremacism.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's
I don't
any
know
kind of
why.
moral
I
difference.
suspect I was being
I think maybe,
I think
maybe
you probably
what's done,
were. I'm glad to
maybe
hear
what's
that,
done it is the youth turnout. Maybe the young have actually voted.
Maybe
in
they
large
have.
Maybe they have.
numbers.
Maybe these
Which
things
is
will all find out
great.
in the morning.
And I think that could be another Brexit effect, because
The student
I was-
election.
Well, I was talking to
Yes.
a friend earlier, and he was saying that a lot of the young people we know, associates of ours, are upset that they didn't vote in the Brexit referendum. I mean, quite a lot of them were saying, if our generation had actually voted, they would never have won.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
I think maybe they feel a bit guilty about that, because they didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, and again, if
then-
people had known that we would lose 20% of our funding for curing cancer, they might have voted
Yeah,
them
yeah.
as well.
Well, I think
So yeah.
I didn't know that.
Absolutely. There's a big European fund that we're going to lose access. Well, that we might. But then there's all these apocalyptic.
So maybe as a result of being, missing out on their chance to have a say on Brexit, they've gone, well, I better vote this time. So
that would be good if they have.
Yeah.
And yes, I think it's been an interesting night for democracy. It's proved that democracy has proved once again that it has something of a sense of humour, and is Darwinian. I mean, we know this about general elections. We know that careers that seem to be going somewhere suddenly turn out to be going nowhere, and that's and the SNP have lost some real talent,
some real good people. And it's a sad. For me, it's a sad night for Scottish politics, and it's a sad night for a lot of individuals. But every election has that. I mean,
of course it does.
That's just it is. But the Scottish politics have got some really good people.
Yes, the Christine Jardine, the Liberals have won. And there's Edinburgh
West.
Edinburgh West. Yep. Oh well, that's my dad. He'll be happy. Oh well, there we go.
I think people, I hope it must be so difficult to, suffer the kind of slings and arrows of outrageous fortune in this way. It must be really hard, but I hope people don't take it personally. It must be so difficult to just suddenly lose your job.
I don't think there's any way you can not take it personally.
No,
I guess.
No.
I mean,
try not to.
Yeah.
Well, it is a direct. You're saying to the people among whom you live, do you like me or not?
No, but
and
it's
they
not
say,
about that.
no, we don't.
It's not
It's not about that, but it feels like that. It must feel like that.
It's about the arguments, and that's what it's got to be about. It's got to be about actual arguments. It's not like, it's not a popularity contest.
The problem is, Jackie, that it's generally not about the arguments. It's generally about the party that you represent. Because
but those
most people,
arguments. We've seen an example of that today.
But most people vote. Vote for the party. They don't vote for the individual. They don't vote for. Most people don't vote having listened. They vote.
I don't agree with that.
Well,
I think tonight a lot of people voted Labour because Labour's come up with a manifesto. It's been inspiring. They've talked about making the country a better place. People haven't voted for the Tories because they didn't have much to offer. Fox hunting, a few other things, but the rape plot. They just didn't have an offer that people wanted to vote for.
Okay, in Scotland, right, there's lots of people voted for Corbyn's manifesto. Half of Corbyn's manifesto we've already implemented. So if they were wanting to vote for a party that shows those sort of social mores, the SNP was already doing it.
Well, maybe they figured that they're voting in a Westminster election. Maybe they're going to vote SNP in Holyrood. Maybe they thought, well, this is actually, we're voting for who can have the most power in the House of Commons, to implement the things that I want to see implemented. So, I mean, if they're thinking about education and they're voting in Westminster, then that's just, that's no point. There's no point in doing that, and I think most people know that. Most people know that education's involved, so they're probably voting. A lot of people think.
There's Christine Jordan doing art in Edinburgh West acceptance. So, at least there's going to be an awful lot to digest in the morning, and I have to say that I'm myself. I like most of the country. I'm sure I'm looking forward to getting up at 7 or 8 to be reading the morning papers. In the old days, I shall have the butler bring me the Times and the Guardian on the silver salver. I'm sure we'll be having a similar
experience. Yes. Well, we get it as an MSP.
Of course you do. Yes. Of course you do. Yes, you compliment you.
The political landscape certainly changed.
I think the landscape has changed and the rules have changed, and we say, are we entering in the new normal or the new weird? I'm not entirely sure. But on that note of deep uncertainty. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, Philippa Woodford.
Yes, it's only 8 seconds of the vote to vote this morning.
Oh.
Because she's won.
Philippa Woodford's won. Oh, well, that's very good news. That is genuinely, personally, politically, and culturally a good thing that Philippa Woodford won. And so yes, well, thank you very much. And on that final thing, as we watch this strange beehive thing happening on the BBC somewhere, we will say thank you very much for watching and a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Philippa.